that at you with your quarterback back. One too many, I'ma quarter past that. Got one roll, then you better pass that. Two throwed, I'm teed up, I mean it, that's facts. Why don't we get up out of here? Got your eyes on me, and let them interfere. Put it right on me. Go ahead, shot. Put your tide on me while I ride the wave. I'm wide awake. You know we gotta live in the moment, no time to waste. I know you wanna work to live and live to play. Forget that, live life, take a sip. Why don't we take a trip, quick flight overseas? Somewhere you ain't never been and slide on something. It's got me wondering, why don't we take a trip to the 513? Take a shot at the liquor and slide on something. And it's got me wondering, why don't we slide on something? Why don't we? It's got me wondering, why don't we slide on something? Why don't we? It's got me wondering, why don't we?
I've been putting in the mileage. I've been playing out of pocket. Yeah, been a while since I lost my shit. I'm cracking smile 'cause I'm on it. So wanna wait for love to change. As long as I'm ahead of yesterday. I'm cracking smile 'cause I'm on it. Yeah, took a lesson from the losses. While back, thought I was defeated. Lost track of my sense of being. I turned back just to catch a feeling. The comeback wasn't what I needed. So I look ahead and focus on the mindset. Just to wonder where the time went. In a rut, but I'm on the climb. I'll crack a smile 'cause I'm on it. Yeah, took a lesson from the losses. Oh, I don't wanna be a product of my caution. Yeah, I'll crack a smile 'cause I'm on it. Yeah, manifesting what I wanted. Oh, I don't wanna be a product of my caution. One split morning to write my story. Fate's on me. Show me the road to turn my way. Just enough to see the work go on. Just enough so I don't wait too long. Getting paid back and trying. Crack a smile 'cause I'm on it. Yeah, took a lesson from the losses. Oh, I don't wanna be a product. Crack a smile 'cause I'm on it. Yeah, manifesting what I wanted. Oh, I don't wanna be a product of my caution. Yeah.
Yeah, Japanese, yeah. Shut it down. Roses are red, violets are blue, and so is the ocean too. You've been in my head, been in my bed, but my heart is far from you. I've been trying to swim to you, but it's deeper. My heart can't reach you deeper, but I just can't leave your side. I've been waiting some time for love, but I just can't seem to shake my bad I done, but we still make up in the morning. You say this isn't love, this isn't us, but tell me what do you call it? See, I've been taking bruises, taking burns, still I choose you with lessons learned. I've been taking bruises, taking burns, still I choose you. The tables turn on our side. I've been waiting some time for love, but I just can't seem to shake my bad luck off, shake my bad luck off, bad luck off. But I shake it off and go deeper. My heart can't reach you, deeper, but I just can't leave deeper. My heart can't reach you, deeper, but I just can't leave your side. Just can't leave your side. Leave your side. Can't leave your side. Oh yeah.
Say you don't want nothing, but you look better on me. You look better on me. Let me show you something, so you don't leave you lonely. You won't leave you lonely.
Tell me, baby, who better for you? Writing for a page, letters for you. She can't top all the things I do. Chasing your love, boy, I'm in pursuit. And time is of the essence. All the second guessing, asking too many questions. I'm just being honest, baby boy. I made you the exception. Kick it up a notch. Let me teach you this lesson. Rule number one, I ain't never number two. Let me take it higher. We can get a better view. We too deep in it just to let it be. I'm just saying, stop playing. You look better on me.
Don't want nothing, but you look better on me. You look better on me. Let me show you something, so you don't leave you lonely. You won't leave you lonely. What'd you say? Hey, let's run away. Hey, tell me where you stay. Hey, hey, on your hips like that. Got me thinking I might relapse it. Why you doing that bad? I guess let's face it.
Oh man, oh wait. A little shawty got body when she moved to the beat. Said she used to have a man but had to leave him behind. And too cute for little buddy when she wear that designer. But trust that I floss, I could keep up. Straight spaghetti with the sauce when we link up. Modified T-tops with the V12 engine. Let you with it, baby, not to mention I got your whole attention. Now you tempted, take you anywhere that you want. That's a gold impression. Every summer in the jet just to go around the world. Promise you gon' get tired of the diamonds and pearls, girl.
Don't want nothing, but you look better on me. You look better on me. Let me show you something, so you don't leave you lonely. You won't leave you lonely. What'd you say? Hey, let's run away. Hey, tell me where you stay. Hey, hey, on your hips like that. Got me thinking I might relapse it. Why you doing that bad? I guess let's face it.
Look, yeah, I been there. Biggest player in the game, that's big facts. Two-seater when I slide, yeah, you know I do. She wanna vibe just to see how I move. And if she touch, better grip that, grip that. Tell the DJ play somewhere to hit that. I ain't messing with nobody that ain't getting the cake. Throw stacks, I'll consider it maybe.
Say you don't want nothing, but you look better on me. You look better on me. Let me show you something, so you don't leave you lonely. You won't leave you lonely. What'd you say? Hey, let's run away. Hey, tell me where you stay. Hey, hey, was to you. I'm someone you wish you could have had. It was good, then it's gone. Now it's all bad, bad. See, it's been pretty fun, but it ain't been fun, and it ain't been pretty. I say it's been pretty fun, but it ain't been fun, and you're pretty unpretty. You know good, I'm gone. When I'm done, I'm done. Get your feel on someone else, 'cause I can be pretty too. See, it's been pretty fun, but it ain't been fun, and it ain't been pretty. See, it's been pretty fun, but it ain't been fun, and you're pretty unpretty. You know good, I'm gone. When I'm done, I'm done. Get your feel on someone else, 'cause I can be pretty too.
We ain't in the same league, not even the same game. Going all in, I'm just trying to maintain. Y'all don't want me to win, I can see it on your face. I can see it on your face.
Think it gon' be me, good luck, that's a long shot. Got the ball, full field ahead, I ain't gon' stop. If I ever fall, I'ma still end up on top. Right now, I'm feeling like everything that you're not. If I was you, I would probably feel the same way. Winning in my blood, something that I can't change. If I was you, I would probably feel the same way.
We ain't in the same league, not even the same game. Going all in, I'm just trying to maintain. Y'all don't want me to win, I can see it on your face. I can see it on your face. We ain't in the same league, not even the same game. Going all in, I'm just trying to maintain. Y'all don't want me to win, I can see it on your face. I can see it on your face.
Gotta be in first place, second's just the first to lose. Working in the gym, taking shots, I'm trying to perfect my moves. Early bird gets the worm, I don't got time to snooze. I'm not in the frat, but every year I still pay my dues. Do it for mama dudes. Wanna get a house with a pool and an amazing view, so she could watch her son do what he wanna do. Cause lately I've been ballin' like an alley-oop.
We ain't in the same league, not even the same game. Going all in, I'm just trying to maintain. Y'all don't want me to win, I can see it on your face. I can see it on your face. We ain't in the same league, not even the same game. Going all in, I'm just trying to maintain. Y'all don't want me to win, I can see it on your face. I can see it on your face.
I can see it on your face.
Oh yeah, came up on a tech, got a lot of friends now. It's funny how they switching up. Came up on a tech, all of a sudden they been down. It's funny how they switching up. You already know, yeah, just how it goes. When you get some money, they gon' always want you close. You already know, yeah, just how it goes. They gon' wanna act like they was with you when you broke. If you want it all, gotta risk it. Finally got my chains, couldn't miss it. Used to walk around like a misfit. Now my fit clean and my wrist sweat. Yeah, I remember working nights with my homie on my side. We was praying, hoping things get better. I've been steady on the grind, now it's money on the line. Calling, telling me you good forever. Hey, came up on a check, got a lot of friends now. It's funny how they switching up. Came up on a check, all of a sudden they been down. It's funny how they switching up. You already know, yeah, just how it goes. When you get some money, they gon' always want you close. You already know, yeah, just how it goes. They gon' wanna act like they was with you when you broke. Came through, I pulled up in something new. Now they won't tell me they coming soon. It's been like 10 years of silence. How you gon' tell me you riding? I remember working nights with my homie on my side. We was praying, hoping things get better. I've been steady on the grind, now it's money on the line. Calling, telling me you good forever. Hey, came up on a check, got a lot of friends now. It's funny how they switching up. Came up on a check, all of a sudden they been down. It's funny how they switching up. You already know, yeah, just how it goes. When you get some money, they gon' always want you close. You already know, yeah, just how it goes. They gon' wanna act like they was with you when you broke.
About it, take a win. Take the win, take the win, take the win. Rings on my knuckles, sunlight, let it clean. I cannot realize who you are, cannot make amends. Make it how they pop out and they about it, take a win. Big ticket item, I'm the one that they will see. I don't know about the will do's or the will be's. I don't need a once was, they misunderstood me. When I told them giants in the room was where I could be. And I should be, I will, and I am now. Looking at that kid like I turned into a cash cow. I don't need a lesson on the business cause you cashed out. You a light bulb, I'm a flame, you flashed out. Take the win, take the win, take the win. Rings on my knuckles, sunlight, let it clean. I cannot realize who you are, cannot make amends. Make it how they pop out and they about it, take a win. Take the win, take the win, take the win. Rings on my knuckles, sunlight, let it clean. I cannot realize who you are, cannot make amends. Make it how they pop out and they about it, they gon' win. Friendly faces all around, yes ma'am. Cause I made a move, made a scene, made a plan. Pull up in the land, throw back to the minivan. Big baller hustle, that's the way to make a stand. And the fans in the stands, in the stands. Quicker than the ones trying to catch me with their hands. That's adrenaline when I beat their defense. I just stayed ahead, the result. Gotta take a win. Take the win, take the win, take the win. Rings on my knuckles, sunlight, let it clean. I cannot realize who you are, cannot make amends. Make it how they pop out and they about it, take a win. Take the win, take the win, take the win. Rings on my knuckles, sunlight, let it clean. I cannot realize who you are, cannot make amends. Make it how they pop out and they about it, take a win.
Let's do something crazy, get a bit wild today. Cause we don't do this every day and we deserve it. Life is so amazing, nothing is in our way. Baby, let's fly away, do you feel it? Is your heart rushing the way my heart's rushing when you take it all in? Baby, this is when we come alive. Do you feel it? Take the world by storm, just you and I. Can't believe it took so long to realize what makes us come alive. Oh, what makes us come alive.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the last day for our Southeast Asia qualifier here at Clash of Nations. Once again, my name is Asurai. With me now is Daks, and we are just ecstatic to be here.
Is it already the final day, Asurai? Is this it? Is this the end
yeah.
of the journey? It feels like we have been through so much for the past few days, over and over again, getting incredible matches day after day. But you said it, only one can make it to the main event. 3 teams are still standing, and look at who we still have in the running. Boom versus Fancy United to kick things off in the lower bracket finals. Oasis Gaming awaiting the winner later on. It's the best of the best brought together here at the Clash of Nations.
Absolutely. And the way that we got here, never really expected that this was going to be how it kind of transpired. I always thought that Boom was going to be top of the final 3 and whatnot, but yeah, just looking quickly into our tournament format first, we did have the open qualifiers happen for Southeast Asia a week ago, I believe. And of course, we do have the closed qualifiers happening right now, where we have 4 open qualifier teams versus the 4 invited teams, and of course, one who wins that Southeast Asia Closed Qualifier will be going to the offline main event happening in Bangkok, Thailand.
Yeah, and I think what's very important to take note is you're only getting 1 rep from Southeast Asia. Where do the other 2 reps come from? From the closed qualifiers, right? It's the Thailand closed qualifier, and it starts tomorrow. So you're going to be seeing some incredible teams there as well. My eyes are on the likes of MIT especially. You got Full Sense, you got Sersha, your Ascension reps, you got Attack All Around. There's a bunch of teams that want to make it to that main event in their home turf. There's probably just like a bus ride away. They're probably like a car trip, a road trip to go all the way to Bangkok, Thailand for that main event where talent awaits them. And what else is there, Asurai? Of course, our 1 million Thai baht prize pool.
Absolutely. Champions will be picking up 600,000 baht as their prize winnings. First runner-up will be 250,000, second 100,000, and third will be 50,000. And as Daks mentioned, an accumulative of 1 million Thai baht. So definitely a lot on the line here for these teams. Only 3 will have a chance, or only 3 will have a chance to now maybe get that 600 baht here.
Yeah, I'm so excited to see who'll make it from the SEA side in the first place. You got 1 team from Vietnam, 1 team from Indonesia, 1 team from the Philippines, but only one of those teams can go and fly on over to Thailand. And speaking of, this is our bracket right now. I want to highlight, though, the path Oasis took to make it here in the first place in the grand finals, right? They took down DEWA United, took down their bitter rivals, NAOS Esports. They commanded the matchup versus Fancy United. And for a team that has been mired with inconsistency, Oasis has set a standard throughout this whole bracket so far.
Yeah, they have not lost their luster at all this entire tournament. Maybe just that one map that they faced against NAOS where they lost on Haven, but other than that, they were looking just unstoppable. And now, looking at the other teams real quick here, Boom, they were able to face quite well against the upgraded Trying Our Best, who had, of course, the online Zan. As we saw, Boom was still able to finish that series off 2-0, but this is where it gets interesting. To talk about Fancy losing to Oasis. Now, if they can win against Boom, which they did a couple of days ago, they'll have to play 2 series a day back-to-back. What an exhausting journey it will be for them if they can get over that first hurdle, which is Boom.
Yeah, isn't that the case right now? Fancy United did beat Boom Esports, but the performance then was exemplary. The performance against Oasis, you kind of have to wonder, was it the Oasis preparation or was it an off day for Fancy United, or a little bit of both? But at the same time, you see our roster here already. Yes, I Can, Fisho, Cruz, Suka, as well as Jin. And we talked about this roster extensively already. I want to hammer into the points about Jin and his impact. You could see that Oasis matchup, he was that lifeline for Fancy United. The moments to come out with the curveballs with the Phoenix, the way that he would just get these multi-kills, still, I believe, top at the ACS charts right now. He is a star here for Fancy United, and everyone just needs to get on the same page moving forward versus Boom.
And this is going to be where it gets also quite interesting, is what's going to be the map selection right now for Fancy United. Are they going to try to bring out Jin as well as Yes I Can with the Phoenix Gecko combo? We'll just have to see if they're going to be allowed by Boom there. And speaking of Boom, we're looking right now at such a terrifying Boom roster. We were talking about yesterday how Berserks and Famous, even though they were still leading the kill boards, they weren't the ones that was really finishing it up. Lo and behold, it was NC Slasher picking up the slack for his team on his Sky, really saving their bacon in that split map as we saw. And because of it, they managed to beat out Trying Our Best. They managed to bring themselves here in our lower finals match.
Yeah, it was a recovery game from NC Slasher, who struggled near the start of Split. And then what happened? He brought out the patented NC clutch in multiple moments. He was just absolutely important for this Boom Esports roster. A great addition alongside Moria, and it really feels like the clash here, yes, it's going to be onto that initiator role. You're going to have those flexible players playing the utility game well, but you still have to go back to the matchup I was trying to show off a while ago. Jin on one side, and then who's on Boom? It's Famous. This is going to be one duelist matchup for the ages.
Oh, absolutely. I cannot wait to see how that's going to transpire. Now, as we get into our pick and bans here, Boom immediately take down Sunset. Fancy gonna be the one to actually remove the Breeze here while
Okay.
Boom will be picking up Lotus. Quite the interesting turn of events here. This was the first map that they beat out Fancy United, and now, of course, Fancy will be picking up Split, so... Sort of the same.
There's the Haven ban.
Okay.
There's the Haven ban. So while this was all happening, this was just basically the same map draft from when they first faced off against each other in the upper bracket semifinal. But then Boom changes it up. They saw what Fancy does on Haven. They're like, we don't want any of that. We lost to it already before. We're not gonna deal with it yet again. And instead, they're gonna go on Bind. And I think I love the play here from Boom Esports in a way. It's a little brave to go for Bind versus Fancy United, who did show off that they're strong with running the double control setup still with the Omen and the Viper on it. But Boom has had a history of having clutch games in previous years to actually make their way into APAC scenes, into different qualifiers, into different tournaments because of Bind as a map. It hasn't been that successful though in their recent history, losses versus NAOS and one team back in Ascension. But if anyone can recover on Bind, it can be Boom.
We'll have to see, but what I do like here for Fancy United is looking at the first two maps on Lotus as well as Split, and I'm checking right now what their statistics are. It might actually go either side. I feel like Lotus is going to be the best bet right now for Boom to really dig in against Fancy United, because they did struggle with their matchups, at least here in this tournament. They only got that dominating match against Dominados, but then up against Boom, it ended 13-9. Against Oasis, it ended 13-1 in the favor of their opponents. So if that is what Boom is marking for in this map ban that we have, at least the first two maps looking a little bit good. You know, just quickly brushing up on Split, it did end up with Boom Esports up against Fancy 13-11. So at least just looking at those numbers, there's a little bit more Boom-centric things that could happen on the first two maps rather than the last one.
Yeah, I think about it, right? I feel like in my mind, I kind of want to say it's slightly Boom favored because from their performance versus trying our best, and especially the fact that even though it kind of feels a little wonky with how Boom plays Split with a double duelist, they made it work to keep it closer to Fancy United in the first place. The Fancy plays such a controlling aspect of it. They play the Asurai and the Viper together. They're going to be playing, of course, the double duelist as well, rather for Fancy United, right? They're playing the Breach as well as the Omen Viper as per usual. So it's so many ways to control. And then you go back to this Lotus map, which Boom hasn't lost yet all throughout the year. So already the writing kind of in the cards for Boom Esports. Fancy though, the wild card here, Asurai, is for them to perform to the same level that they did versus Boom last time around, rather than that Oasis game.
Oh, yeah. I mean, again, they don't want any shenanigans like that to happen. It feels like Fancy still has an incredible time or an incredible chance of making this work out well for them. Just depends on at least some of the other factors right now for in terms of their players. I think Cruz was struggling yesterday as well. So if he can bring that A game, I think that's going to be huge, because his matchup is going to be against Moria, who honestly... And unless he's been brought out into a map where he can't use his Omen, it really feels like Cruz has his work cut out for him. Now, looking at the composition real quick, it's about almost the same thing. Suka's going to be playing on his Cypher, which I do like, because it does allow him to go for those lurks once again. And we did see how strong those lurks were when they were facing another team. I will double check on that, but I do remember how his lurks were when he was on that Cypher.
You know, I'm just thinking about right now is the fact that both teams love to run Omen Viper as much as possible. But the thing is, Fancy United, they haven't really shown that flexibility away from it. On the other hand, Boom does dip into that Astra territory, which we should see later on Splits. And I do wonder what kind of matchup the controllers are going to have right there. Both teams have had mastery on the Agent, but I feel like it comes down to the clutch. If you don't have really the pop-off potential of Fancy United's Omen, right? Getting the exemplary kills that he was able to do before on Cruz, it might be Moria having the advantage coming into more clutch tense situations, because there is a bit more of that raw firepower Fancy United is banking on in the backline. Well, for Boom, it's more of that orthodox set things up, knock things down, and just play it calm to try and capitalize on the space made by Famous.
Well, words have been said, now actions must be made. Let's get it on for our lower finals match here between Boom Esports and Fancy United. Again, another best of 3 as they try to claw their way to get a chance at the grand finals versus Oasis Gaming.
Yeah, Fancy United gonna be beginning this series rather. On the attacking side, you got Boom on the defense. And this is a bit interesting because for Boom, usually we see them loving to go for the attack, loving to just capitalize on that factor. That 12-0 versus trying your best still in our minds. Speaking of now, it's time for Fancy United to try their best to make their way towards Siege in with the entry. And Paranoia is the answer. Berserks though kept at bay. The smoke keeping him to the lane. Shiro finding the one. It's Boom already with the first kill. But Fancy United strike back.
Yeah, they're trying to disrupt them as quickly as they can, maybe to stop having a foothold on that C site. It is working somehow. NC Slasher's here with the dog, gets the stun on the Jin. The push comes out, but Suka at least takes him out. That's going to be perfect. 4 versus 2, but look at the HPs of Fancy United. They are bleeding here, Daks. Shiro comes into the corner, gets the pick. Fishio trying to find perfect timing, which he does. And Moria, oh, Moria gets the shots, has the bullets. Does he have the time? Absolutely.
And this is what I'm talking about. Boom's backline is just so steadfast. Moria weathers the storm with 10 HP to boot. And we see from Boom Esports, even though they do let Fancy United in, respect the space Jin makes, they already had that position towards Waterfall to capitalize on how Berserks was drawing them into the halls. Just that moment of weakness, Boom Esports was able to sense. They push back, they get the kills, and it got very, very close there by the bed. But Moria, he's able to survive and win it out for Boom.
I love the thought process there for Boom. We know Fancy's just gonna, again, let all hell break loose onto the site. So what we can do is just try to disrupt them as much as we can. Help out Berserks, risk our lives, but somehow manage to be able to do it. Famous, speaking of Berserks, right behind his partner there. As the rest of Fancy backs away. This could be a trouble for Moria if he's not careful, but he does have the flash just in case.
Immediately Shiro already starting things off strong. Jin falls, this stalls the Fancy United offense immediately. And we're seeing it here from Boom Esports. They had that preference to be on the attack to start off this map in this tournament. They used to play defense a lot more, but them winning the pistol right now, it allows them to dictate the pace, and especially when they find Jin early.
That's really going to hurt their chances right now. If they can maybe isolate an angle here against Berserks, that could be possible. But look at just how far they're playing back. They know that they have their numbers advantage. They have that turret and the noise made outside C just to secure that orb. Already that alerts the members of Boom of what could happen. Stun being set up already. There's the push and... Okay, Famous gets overwhelmed. This is perfect. Right step in the right direction. Suka hits the shot. Berserks might need to reposition. He holds on, gets another, and he will get taken down.
Yeah, for Fancy United, they understand that behind that all the utility, there still is Berserks playing the Guardian, which he has brought out so many times in this tournament alone. NC Slasher with the final taps. While Fancy United does inflict damage, it's Boom who gets another one here.
As you mentioned, that's a couple of the weapons away from the hands of Boom Esports, but what can you do? Fancy is just a team that's got that locked and loaded. Fancy now going to be able to get their rifles. They know that previously in the last round, there was Berserks just kind of jiggle peeking on C long, so they might try to meddle once again here. Look at the positioning right now for Boom Esports. They're going to explode outside of A, but I think Fancy realizes too, so they're just going to try to go for the C side first, where they're a lot more comfortable in just being aggressive.
And Boom, they do go for the aggressive push, as you mentioned. They try and take away that rubble, and the spike has been left behind here, Fancy United. So as soon as we get into the rifle round here, Fancy, they play the default, understanding the Boom does love to go for a quick rubble take as soon as possible. And the flash, it does come online to get a bit of intel, so Mount presence is known. Famous dips in, but yes, I can have the angle, protects Jin, who gets the orb. And the tendencies right now, the understanding of these two teams, Asurai, Fancy, they want to funnel those orbs towards Jin. And that's why Boom is stationed like this to contest it at a moment's notice.
Shear's not making any noise at all, but that wall cuts him off from his own teammate, so he's got to have to peek anytime soon. That shoulder, though, from Fishio spotted. That's going to be one down. Numbers dwindling quickly here against Boom Esports. Look at the positioning here for Moria. He's going to try to push through the wall, but it's all for naught. There's going to be NC Slasher for some heroics, but that's going to be just that. Berserks work cut out for him. 5 versus 1.
30 seconds left.
They're going to give it to Jin. Just, again, empower him with the showstopper charges, which I do like. But for now, again, it's all up to Berserks.
As soon as Jin has that showstopper, it's a site that they will feel very, very confident in taking for free later on. Right now, Berserks making his presence known. Suka trades it back. And Fancy United to keep it a very calm buy round to only lose a single member. So on the Jin watch, you can see why he's struggling right now in terms of getting that ultimate. He hasn't gotten a single kill as of yet. He's being found by Boom early on. But maybe this round, if they can secure all the orbs or 2 orbs plus the spike plants, they should get the showstopper. And it can turn the tides of a round where the rifles are out for Boom as well.
Ideally, that is what we're going to be looking for, right? So we'll just have to see how that kind of pans out. Different setup once again for Boom. They know that, again, committing too much, all of their resources on A might not be the best bet here as they try to fight for C-Long, but Famous is going to blow up in his face. He's just down. Is that the quick pull on the trigger here? Quick call for Fancy to just push C-Long? No, they're going to cook the map once again, play it a lot slower, and see where it goes.
Yeah, we have to basically play Orb Watch right now for Fancy United. Wait for that square to show up in the outlines of Jin. And while this happens, Boom Esports, they are marking these locations as much as possible. They know something's amiss. Moving into A, as NC Slasher now backs into cover, realizes the push coming is way. As Famdo catches Cruz. Well done and well marked by NC Slasher to even up the numbers.
Out of charges.
Are they going to push the tempo here? They still have a nade for Jin. Trying to get a rile out of Boom here by opening that door just for the moment. Shiro gets spotted as he jump spots from mid-stairs. Not a perfect smoke, I think, from the attackers, unless they want to go for this B split where there's no utility whatsoever right now for Boom. But the timing... Okay, so they're going to be able to pick this up. But look at the flank already coming in from Berserk as well as Moria. This could actually go for a perfect pinch if they time this correctly.
Well, they have to make noise through the doorway. Trailblazer also scouting out what's going on. And suddenly the Flash gets the intel. Here comes the peek. Jindo wins the duel. So it's 3v3. And Fancy United, they heard it coming. They knew they had a chance to just double up on it. Fisher, though, is looking for Shiro. Shiro finds him first. And now he's all alone from the upper spots. Snakebite, though, keeping Jin away. Shiro watching out for the link angle. Goes for the half. Is he gonna stick it? Fancy United. Do they make it on time? Oh my God. Oh, just too little, too late there from Jin. Shiro gets away with the heist of the century in that round.
I honestly thought they got it in the bag there for Fancy. The thought process was exactly that. They're going to stun. That's going to be a swing out from Jin. And then Jin with the microsecond mistake. It's all it took, man. That one extra, like, 0.01 second of not peaking fast enough cost them that round. Honestly, I was just done and dusted for Fancy here, but no. Wow. Incredible mentality there, fortitude there for Shiro just to hold on to the defuse on the spike.
Yeah, just Boom Esports. They know what they can get away with, and this shakes the foundations of Fancy United. That was already such a strong round for them. Finally, we get the showstopper here from Jin. It's been a long time coming, and Boom Esports expects it. Not only that, damage is done so well onto Jin. He has to hide himself because of the turret, as well as the vulnerable state. 18 HP coming into the round. The Trailblazer also boops away the faint shells. Good doggy, doing what needs to be done, and okay, Snakebite now. Berserks watching out from the halls. Boom has to go for the retake.
Do they have any big utilities here to try to bring it back? Maybe if Shiro could get access to the site, he does have the Viper spin, which he actually is using right now on the entryway. I do like this. Yes, I Can's going to be blind to the coverage of this one, and if they can find something, this is going to be huge. Now, as all hell breaks loose, you can see it. Fancy is still getting all of the value here. Very much, very near that spike to deny any type of just sneaking through defuse. And it's all down to NC Slasher. Can he bring it back? And that's going to be a solid no.
Yeah, as soon as the pit goes down, NC Slasher was completely exposed. And Fancy United, they make it still work. It got dicey when you saw Jin just dying to the Killjoy utility. The Trailblazer also making sure that the rest of Boom Esports could find a location towards holes. But what happens there? Fancy. They just set it up well. They expect what's coming from Shiro. They handle it with the closer angles. And as of right now, they have 3 ultimates to spare. This is already such a good round coming the way of Fancy United if they execute right.
And again, they've just been doing this every single time, just seeing first where they are, breaking utility, maybe even forcing a bit of those mollies, so it's easier to manage the push as well as the post plant against Boom Esports. You're absolutely right. They got everything in their hands, in their pockets. No need to rush things. They've been doing this for the past couple of rounds now, and it's worked well for them, so there's no need to really mix things up at all, unless there really is such a really big mistake from Fancy United. Now Jin hovering onto mid. They might not want to go for the push onto the C side because they know how kind of tricky Boom can play there. So a straight double satchel onto A might be a good option right now for Fancy.
So Fancy's moving here towards A site now. You got NC Slasher holding onto tree. And what you have to take note is Boom is on an eco right now. Besides some cheeky picks, it's going to be very difficult for them to go for the hold. Fancy United will go through a doorway. NC Slasher blending in with the trees, and the Boom bot doesn't actually find him. This might actually work out for NC Slasher, but never mind. Jin wisely just navigating on through. 2 picks though from Boom Esports to answer back, sure. But Fancy, this is their side to take. It's up to Berserks right now in the 1v3. Can even find any picks, so that's the question. The screen goes up. Berserks on the other side. Cruz is isolated.
Oh.
Classic enough. And that's a gun. This is doable here for Berserks now. Suddenly, the tide's turned, and you mentioned it. The lockdown gonna be into play. You have Yes I Can though, waiting for someone to come his way. He tried to go for the wallbang, but now his position exposed. Into drop he goes. And Fancy United, they're respecting the space Berserks is making. Fault line though, baited out after the tap. It's still no swing as Berserks is running out of time. Fancy tried to play it calm, but they're going one by one! And because of it, Berserks with the barrage! The 3K there! It's gonna be close, but Boom Esports, they made magic happen in the round to clutch it out.
Yep, he should definitely have time for that defuse. And that, what I was actually thinking, does Fisho still have any snake bites to even just throw so that they're a little bit more comfortable saying, he's not really defusing it. So no, they had to check it one by one in Berserks. Such a mastermind of setting up these mental traps against Fancy United. And that's the second time we've seen both Yes I Can and a teammate just fall down to the shenanigans of Boom Esports here through such a 3v1. How does Berserks make it happen?
Well, it's just your patented Berserk swing around. We've seen it before on this map with the Guardian, if I remember correctly. We see it now just from a classic alone, and he uses the setup of Fancy United against them, that isolated duel, giving them that chance. Now Fancy, they're playing here towards Rubble, making that noise. Boom. On the other hand, they're feeling very confident after that one.
Oh yeah, they're edging their map control ever so closer, even though they're on the defending side. Shiro, they left the door open, and he gets the bombastic kills. Still, though, look at the damage right now for Fancy into the site. That showstopper's not going to find any mark, unfortunately, for Famous, but Jin does. Dust settles 3 versus 2. One playing at the back of the side, that's going to be NC Slasher, but he needs to wait for his teammate first, Berserks. While Cruz is still lurking somewhere on mid link. Berserks is playing the long game as he doesn't know where the other player is, but they need to start closing in.
Yeah, Viper Spit online. And Fancy United, they're just utilizing the cover to scare off Boom Esports. This tree hold looking very deadly. The Trailblazer, okay, but Berserks, he's going to be able to actually move on in. Paranoia gets a connection. Berserk's very low right now thanks to the decay. And Fisho only needs a single bullet. Spots out this target and flicks on over at the right time. Better teamwork here for Fancy. This time, they don't fall to Berserk's shenanigans.
Oh yeah, that was a lot more concise from Fancy United. That's what they wanted to see transpire there in that push. And again, Famous not being able to get that showstopper kill on Fisio was pretty huge as well. I thought that he might have been able to, but that non-connection definitely cost Boom a lot of the struggle, the power struggle that was happening on that A site. Now looking quickly into this Daks, with Boom Esports not really having too many options on defense with these just pistols, they're just going to rush in once again. Fancy, though, they're just going to allow him to do so as they've committed so much of their utility here. Could get crazy, could get a little bit bloody. Both teams, or rather, excuse me, Fancy, deciding to just back away for the moment.
Yeah, it's a strong counterplay from Boom Esports. They put up the one-way setup with Moria. It does force Fancy United to rethink their plans. I guess the problem here for Boom Esports, because they're putting so many numbers into lobby, it's all up to Berserks to try and hold towards the side. He already evacuates, knowing that only a retake is possible. Boom also on a lesser buy here coming into the round, so Fancy's so confident in taking this.
That's a quadra flank from Boom Esports. Tripwire is right there. They should know something's up here. They are smartly backing away while they try to scan for Berserks if they can. The pressure is on for Berserks to keep himself contained. Suka's going to be into the corner. There's a TP in for Moria as he tries to get it a little bit closer. Suka not going to get tripped up this time. It's his time to shine. Finally shut down. Berserk also gets another one.
Oh.
But Fancy, they're covering all their bases. They're not allowing Boom to really get more than just the one pick. It's all about the punish. It's all about just incorporating a lot more control onto that map, which they're able to do so, even though they lose a little bit of their roster.
Yeah, they have to be a bit careful in those kind of situations, because when Boom picks up a rifle or two, it does become more of a trade rather than just a one-way sweep. So Fancy United, it's still a good round for them. They're able to tie things up. From what we've seen so far, this is a decent start here for Fancy United. I feel like for them, though, they want to get even more rounds from this. A win condition probably like 7-5, 8-4 moving forward, because Boom Esports, they favor that attacking side, which we will get on the second half. They're going to get even deadlier, and Famous is still asleep in this half right now. Asurai 2-8 with the operator. Maybe that will make a change. Showstopper, though, starts things off.
Man, they really love to give Jin all of that showstopper charges just so they can keep using it. And who wouldn't, right? Getting that 3 charges very early on. Very good for Jin. Still, though, no catches with it just yet. So it kind of stumps Fancy for the moment. He tried to get hard pushed on mid-stairs. Oh, Jin might get caught by NC Slasher, but that was a futile mistake for the Boom player.
Yeah, NC Slasher just out there and out of the round. Famous, though, trying to play towards Stair. He sees the talk screen setup. He knows that there is a chance to make this work. But the Poison Cloud, of course, obscuring the vision. Fancy United pivoting away to move towards B as the spike's brought. But Fisho, the man who controls the walls, he will drop it at the wrong time. Famous there. Gonna be able to get that kill. The Boombots meet. Jin knows upper has presence.
That thing's not going to stop the defuse from happening. But it does flush him out ever so slightly. Bishiro, he can get the catch onto Jin. That's going to be huge. Getting tagged, tapped, and dropped by Cruz. 3 versus 3. They get closer onto the site. There still is a lot of post plan for them to work with, but that Neural Theft is giving away all the positioning from the defenders. Now they know something's up here. Now they have to start charging in. The Aftershock is a great utility just to kind of slow things down and really stop Boom from ever setting foot into, or rather start defusing that spike. Can Moria clutch this, or even just save that operator? Looks like that's going to be a no, as he tries to just save himself from all of the shenanigans that Fancy have been throwing out.
Yeah, Fancy United, the way that they adjusted their B take is a bit reminiscent to previous encounters on this map. One point of power that they have there is Yes I Can playing into the middle. We've seen him peek and use that angle for strong utility with the Aftershock, with the flashes, with himself getting that second in after the peek from Link. And it does feel like Fancy United is bringing out the playbook at the right places and at the right time. A beautiful transit to move from A to B. Yes, they lost the Viper along the way, but his job was done as soon as everyone got the cross towards B site.
That was lovely too. Again, you just see how a lot more willing Fancy is to just go for those rotations. Boom. Now needing to adjust, and kind of just going back to what you said, you know, when that round started, Famous has been just cold this entire game. Yeah, he gets the one pick from the operator, but that's not really enough to stop them dead in their tracks. They were already halfway, if not completely rotated onto that B site, already starting to plant in that spike. And you could really see Boom Esports' ability to punish Fancy here has really gone down in percentage. So what's going to be the adjustment right now for Boom? Are they going to try to peek out Fancy when the first time that they did this, at least on C-Long as an example, it actually blew up in their face with Cruz finding Famous once again. So, yeah.
It's a little dangerous, yes, for Boom Esports because Fancy United, they still have that breach that you have to respect. If you see also Suka find that opening, he can actually get through the defenses here of Boom Esports. So as of right now, though, the tripwire for the anti-flank, the camera, waiting also to see some of these angles. But Boom has a different plan. This might actually enable Famous to peek out from this angle. Here comes Smoke, though. Paranoia is going to be the answer. Boom, though, feel the pressure, feel the numbers. Moria in the chaos decides to go for it, but it doesn't work out again. Fancy United, they keep Boom at bay. You'd think that they should just disengage after the numbers. But at the very least, though, Asurai, they do damage. But this is going to be enough because Fancy United have the numbers now.
Fancy Slashers gets flushed out there too from the positioning on Ben. That's going to be huge. Even though I was about to say, aren't they low? They should actually be still workable here for Boom Esports. Fancy stick together. Suka gonna be able to find Berserks, and we're just looking at ourselves a 4 versus 1 clutch clutch if he can for Shiro. But he was reading the A rotation. While Suka gets the pick onto Berserks, he just allows his teammates to go back on that C site, group up, and Shiro is none the wiser. This is perfect for Fancy. Now they can position themselves more efficiently in this situation.
Yeah, Fancy has been having a relatively strong round, all things considered. It just was, honestly, 2 blunders that has kept this game as close as can be. That one time where you had Shiro just get away with the defuse right in front of the setup of Fancy United. The other time when they dropped down 1-by-1 versus Berserks. But Fancy United has done a stellar job all throughout this map for taking these sites. Even with the early struggles of Jin, you'd have players like Yes I Can to actually get in there. You have players like Fishio popping off. You also have Cruz especially making impact to be your second fragger alongside Jin. It's so effective here for Fancy United right now on how they handle the attacking side that it's really been problematic for Boom just because their usual ways to hold off their opponents, it's not working.
Absolutely, and one of those big ways is Famous just not really getting that impact that he's hoping for, right? And because of this, Boom have gone into the point where they're trying other things to create that tempo for them, where usually it's Berserks as well as Famous that puts them on that pedestal. Berserks, the 10 kills that he's gotten, it's not because of the initial context, it's him getting those clutch situations from the earlier rounds in the first half. Now they're going to try to at least go for a setup here. Famous playing a lot more farther back roll when Moria clears himself up. Based on the positioning, look at where Fancy's looking at here, Daks. And nowhere near will Boom be. But Famous, oh my god, he is in a really, really difficult spot.
Look, Boom this time around with the TPs and the setup of Famous, they're trying to play into the expectations of Fancy United, double back on it to look to burn utility along the way. But in essence, Fancy United, they just pick the angles and they make sure that it's as clear as possible. Now they assess the numbers and the players themselves towards this A. It will still be Fishio on the lurk though, implying that presence. But the problem is, the Trailblazer only got that single player to scout out. Suka, other plans to move into C. For Shiro and Berserks awaiting them. A lockdown also being primed by Boom. Oh, the timing is perfect. So the Rolling Thunder is there, but the lockdown will honestly scare off Fancy United from this point on.
100%. There is no spot on that site where they can just keep themselves safe.
He's not gonna make it.
Does Jin really have?
30 seconds left.
It's even slower now, Asurai. And everything bounced on the Fishio alert. Fishio's getting in there through the clouds, moving into staircase, but this is a last-ditch effort from Fancy United. And as it stands, they make their way towards a Boom, giving up a bit of that space. Moria on the inside, though, waiting for the timing, waiting for the swing, and it will be a 1-for-1 for now, so the plant should go down. Fancy United still make it there.
Smoke's dropping. Oh, Jin, it's going to be so crucial for him to get this pinch. Might not even need to because Cruz is lighting it up. There's the rest of the Boom squad. There it is. No more pinch. All about the push. We're down once again to Berserks. He's been able to create these miracles, these positionings, these opportunities. As he's been locked down, as that camera spots out ever positioning near that spike, Berserk will have to just be charging in and not going to be able to convert that one as he drops. Perfect flank, perfect reposition from Fancy.
Yeah, and this is proof that Fancy United can play to this level. Yesterday was a big misstep in their performance in the tournament. Today is a new day, and it's a familiar foe that they've beaten before. There's confidence right now for Fancy United as they make the execute work. And that was so very close. Fisho, though, performing up to the task to make that space. The fact that they cleared out Moria before Moria could actually kill the one putting that spike down was the biggest clutch of them all here for Fancy United. And it just goes to show Fancy, they know how to play this map. The fault line's the answer for Berserk, so breaks the camera early on. An immediate response, just a single tap. Fancy on point with the reflexes right now.
Here comes the Boombaya. Oh! Jin not spotting Shiro. That's going to be huge. Actually, Shiro getting a second one for Famous. Now it's time to use that showstopper to get a pick. Not going to happen, but it pushes them back. Gets the tag. Does massive damage onto Fishio. And somehow Shiro makes it work. What positioning. What bravado to just stand in the back of his opponent and somehow manage to pick that up.
I think he's just pretty calm, honestly. You see a showstopper fly by you, that's phew, I didn't get shot. Someone else is gonna die. Probably not me. And now with the Viper Spit online, you got Boom here, just searching for Fisho. This is a good angle for Berserk spot. Fisho actually spots him first. It's important that Shiro can't actually go for the trade. Time though, running on out here for Fancy United. We'll try to go for the re-hit towards C, but there's still so much to deal with. Shiro still sticking around on the high ground.
Just making sure if he can, right? But look at how low both of the players are here at this moment. Again, a hair, a sneeze, a light breeze would have knocked down these two players from Fancy United. 5-7 for Boom Esports as they finish off that half. But Fancy, they got all the marbles working for them. If they can transition that mentality, that rotation, that reads that we've been seeing against Boom, should be a good start here on the pistol for them.
Yeah, in retrospect, you basically think for Fancy United, maybe we could have gotten a few more points. But 7 is fine. Boom also, on the other hand, can work with this. So, given the playing field right now, I think it's relatively even. Because Boom Esports goes to their more preferred side. This is where Famous should go online. And this is when Fancy United gets tested on their defense, right? They need to catch out Famous and NC Slasher. These two players are struggling right now coming in from that first half. But this is where they can recover.
See if they can make that happen. Berserk immediately tries to push on B here. As that smoke comes in. Fishio about to get the pick of his life, and look at that. He just spots like 4 people. He was probably expecting just the one lurk, right? But no. Are they going to be able to catch down onto Cruz, who was holding an angle? They do. Yes, I can. Gets Shiro. Blake onto another one. Could be huge, but not going to happen. It's all down to Suka. Where is he? He's trapped. He's smoked off. And he's outnumbered. Can he find something to get it started?
Yeah, and just Boom Esports. If I were to make an analogy, Asurai, in the first half, them on defense feels like they went to a sleepover and slept on someone else's bed real quick. Now, they're back home on the attacking side. They feel comfy. They're fluffed their pillows, their blankets all ready, and Famous says goodnight with a sweet kiss towards Suka and a 3K of his own. Boom! This is where they can start saying they can be back at it.
And it's not really, again, a huge lead here for Fancy. Like you mentioned, 7, not really too bad, but not too good either. They're just going to have Jin, again, just going to be utilizing that Sheriff for the moment. And I would love to see, again, these set strats for Boom that was just so prevalent when they are going to be on the attacking side. We might be looking at them trying to do just that. They're leaving Moria outside of Rubble just to kind of hear if the nades will be thrown in that general direction. Once he doesn't hear it, immediately pings back for his own team. No stun will be had. No reposition. Check out Rubble first. If no one's Rubble, that means that the raise should be elsewhere. Or even if he's on the A site, not really a position that he could punish the push out right now of the attacking team.
And so meticulous from Boom. They make sure every corner is clear. Jin has been a problem throughout this series so far. And the rest of Fancy United now, speaking of them, they're on the flank, an expedition to make their way towards the other side of the map. But they're still ready to greet them. The taps don't come this way, and this is a moment for Fancy to capitalize on.
Well, here it is. They're working their way down A main. And for Boom, it could be faces past. Can they be homebound for that 7-7? We'll see. Great stuns to come out that actually gets a concuss here. No pushes just yet. Boom's prepared for this. They want to go for that pinch, which they will, but the number is still favoring Fancy United. Oh my god, NC Slasher's gonna get caught! That wall's not gonna break down in time for him. They can't pick up all these weapons, but time is not in favor of Fancy, but kills will be, as Jin finds famous, only Shiro to remain. They might have lost the battle, or they might have lost the war, but they definitely won that aim battle against Boom Esports.
Yeah, Boom Esports, they were just caught, honestly, slacking there on the shots. You'd usually see Berserks hit that kind of angle. The overrun, though, for Fancy United was exemplary. NC Slasher, the struggles were clear as he tried to break that doorway. And now Boom Esports, yes, it will be their bonus, but it isn't going to be as well equipped as they would like. We are tied up for the time being. Fancy United with the rifles now to still stamp their authority and keep his lead.
Quick double satchel in. They hear it. Cruz preparing the paranoia already here. Jin. Guesswork will have to be made as Moria's getting closer and closer. Oh no! This is a fatal error. Now Jin's by himself. There is the flash from his teammate Cruz, but he couldn't hit the shot, or rather he couldn't convert the kills that was supposed to come. Look at how low they are. They're frantically moving NC Slasher, their nurse of the team, just to kind of nurse his teammates to health back up to full if he can, which he will. And the numbers still in the favor of Boom here. Again, the fatal error to get the catch onto Yes I Can.
Even I can't believe what just happened. This now allows Boom Esports to have all the momentum moving forward. And they have barely anything to lose. Once they feel like that spike is secured, they can go for the frags, try to pick up some of those guns along the way. And it's unfortunate for Fancy United because they had the position, but Boom, we're just in their faces. Visual falls. That's another one for Boom. Cruz sure fighting back, but time is running on out. And all Cruz can really do right now is try and make sure that Boom dies with the spike. Berserks, though, trying to get the hell out of there. The rest of Boom has already evacuated. And Shiro, he has the angle. Cruz, still a sharp shot, sure. But it doesn't matter. It's Boom Esports has the lead now.
What a turn of events. Absolutely heart-wrenching there for Fancy. They had everything set up. They thought that they had all angles covered. And they sort of did, but they needed some kind of alarm system to just check out the lurk that came through here from Boom, just to push out. You know, sometimes it's just as easy as that. No need for the fancy stuff. Just try to go for that slow walk up, which they absolutely bodied Fancy with.
Fancy United needs to shake it off. This has been quite a problem for the defense. Boom Esports are just strolling in and getting away with whatever they want. As of right now, Boom, they go for the smoke towards the breakable door. Further hole, if you will. NC Slasher, though, blinded. He had the angle towards Jin. Good cover courtesy of Cruz. Here comes the flash into play, and Cruz is blinded. He's caught out by NC Slasher. 2 down here for the side of Fancy United as Boom Esports look to navigate into aid. The camera, though, gets the tag on the famous Moria providing cover. So at least Fancy's stalling, but Boom, they have the angle to work with.
No, it's actually an opening of the door, not to allow them to enter in, but rather to actually back away. And I like this idea. Just because they still have the numbers, they still have the time to make it work. And Fancy United, they're going to have to check tree right now. They will be able to spot this out. They will know, but then they're not really going to have the positioning or the time to stop it from transpiring. There is that one tripwire that we have on C, but no one's going to be able to capitalize this. This show coming in from tree, or rather from waterfall, excuse me. Does he have a lineup with a snake bite or something just to kind of clear things up, or to stop them from planting that spike? I don't know. So this is just a hard rotate that just, again, circumvents the defense that Fancy was setting up on A.
That's a beautiful transition for Boom Esports. They realize with the angle they played, they have drawn Fancy into more committed positions. Gives them the chance now to play towards the C side. Suka though creeping on in, and C Slasher effectively isolated. Shiro didn't have the angle for the refrag. And leads out to a 3-3-3. Fault line though to play Fisher with the tap. Here comes Shiro to answer. Suka though responds in kind. Suka with another one. And Suka's gotten 3 in the round. Cyber Cage providing cover. Suka, a mastermind of the angle. And Fancy United needed that one. They tie it back up.
Perfect stuff from Suka. The isolations, the putting up of the Cyber Cage just to put Shiro here in a spell. Absolutely menacing from Suka. Fancy's going to be the one to actually call the timeout right now. So that's going to... they know that they don't still have the necessary momentum to really feel a lot more comfortable in these rounds. They also know that Boom Esports, they have Famous, who still has that showstopper. And we have seen how strong that can really be on this attacking side. It hasn't been working too much for Famous, has been for Jin. But at least they are trying to talk things over just to see how to kind of beat it out, as they don't really want to give Boom another round lead.
Yeah, Fancy United. You just gotta be impressed about what Suka can really do in those desperate scenarios. The way that he's able to throw out the Cyber Cage just to try and bait one of those other players from Boom Esports to move on top of that mound and get the angle. Just a micro plays right now for Fancy United. It's been stronger executions from them throughout this game until Boom Esports went to that second half. That's where it kind of changed up, Asurai. And I wonder right now, for Fancy, how much more clean can they make their defense? Because it feels like there's still room for improvement, and they know that.
Oh yeah, 100%. We can see just how well improved as well Fancy United have been in these couple of rounds. Suka has been that player that's done so much of the heavy lifting for this moment. Look at how close Fancy are playing on that A main position. Jin's already launching himself here on A main. Shiro, he's caught, but he actually jumps away back in the nick of time. Seeker's used as well just to get that bit of information. Famous rushes right into the site to maybe get a plant or a tag or anything, and he actually finds Suka. That's a huge step right now for Boom.
Into the waterfall we go, and Famous is swept away by Cruz's Tide. Cruz has been so impactful at opening things up for Fancy United, for keeping things calm. And now the contest towards Hull's NC Slasher, though. They tried to go for the play, so closer holds here from Boom.
That's very interesting. They're trying to at least catch them off. Oh, this paranoia is going to be huge. Look at how blinded they are. Not the best for Boom, but no, they don't know it's a double up. Berserk, he gets one. Can he get a second? No, the wall bang's too much. Moria by himself, hiding behind the box, but he'll just be peppered by bullets. But yes, I can. And that is what Fancy was looking for. Time is going to be close, but they clutched it with a .25.
That was way too close for comfort. And Fancy United get away with getting in there. Well done again by Fancy United. It all starts again with Cruz, who has 17 kills. And we're seeing just how impactful Fancy United can be even without the antics of Yes I Can and Jin. They just have these reliable shots to hit it when it counts, to get in there. And from what we've seen so far, it's Boom who's really struggling in the firefight.
Oh yeah, they are not finding that value anymore. This is the struggle, or rather, not really the struggle of Boom, and rather I think just Fancy finding that rhythm that they're really hoping for. Shiro's just running away for dear life once again if he can. Berserk spots it out. Jin, the pressure is on once more. And it's been working for the past couple of rounds here for Boom, so why not just keep the pressure rolling on A main? They will lose control of B as Berserk does find the pick. Spike's going to be there planted, but Fancy's already gotten the history, the knowledge, the experience to keep playing at this kind of position.
Oh, and Berserk's now finding more. Moria's there too, and Boom Esports, they brought that spike all the way to C. They're causing such a big distraction. And it all started with Berserk's bringing in the bang stick. And suddenly, Tide's turn yet again. Yes, I Can, though, Moving in now from the CT side. There's the Nano Swarm though.
Player
The call for
standing.
the attention, and the Berserks is a rallying call here for Boom Esports. The flash is there, confirms Fishu nearby. Poison Cloud to try and psych out the opposition, but Berserks is unbeatable yet again. A 4K for Berserks, and Boom in a pinch. They can rely on him.
And because also I thought that, oh, okay, Fancy's got this. They're getting the picks that they wanted. It's the same play that we saw just a round ago, and then out of nowhere, adjustment comes from Boom Esports. You're absolutely right. Berserk's getting that pick with the Bucky of all things. Netting him the Vandal was a huge mistake for Fancy United. They did not want that to happen, especially when Suka was the one at the receiving end of things. So that being said, we're just evened up again, Daks. It's a never-ending spell, and it's just because we're here in the finals that we're seeing the best of the best really duke it out.
Yeah, lower bracket finals. One will be eliminated now. One will play later on. And it does feel like throughout this game, Asurai, these teams are getting back into the groove. Fancy, they had a hotter start. They showed off on the first half, but coming into some more tense scenarios, you just have players like Berserks to step up for this team. Shiro, Moria, doing so as well as much as they can. It's up to Famous, though, to play to the standard that we have seen from him so far in this tournament. Has the most first kills in the running of the SAA qualifier. And while this happens, Boom making that noise, trying to make a play towards C.
Trying to at least find that opening if they can, right? So, gotta just wait a little bit here outside. That tripwire is gonna be huge. If you can find that opening, that's going to be something. But oh, where was that? Shiro actually finds the lurk on
30
A,
seconds left.
taking down Jin. That's a huge step. That's a huge step. You can already see Boom bucking, or rather, yeah, basically bucking, running their way, marching it onto the A side. I am losing my words, but they are not losing that map control, as yes, I can. He's trying, but he's not going to stop that plant on from happening.
Yeah, life is a highway, and Boom Esports, they are speed. They get in there towards A, and they have a lockdown to provide that cover. Fancy United, though, for any kind of opportunity. Smoke the spades. Berserks was just waiting on the inside. And while this happens, Famous will draw the front line. So yes, I can cruise. They both do fall. It's already 5v2, and Boom Esports, it's been a long time coming that they can play off that lurk angle. They do so now with impunity. And this is a commanding round for them to take back into the lead. Boom will go yes, but will Berserks get any more? The answer is yes. Suka will sleep. Fisho is being hounded, and Berserks, he's out for blood. Here comes the duel. Fisho wins it. Okay, a rifle to pick up. An upgrade, sure. It's Boom Esports with the 1-up now.
Dang. Life is a highway, but this time Boom is saying it's my way or the highway.
But they
And
use
I
the
know that we
highway.
yeah, they use the highway. I know I made a good choice.
For what?
My best friend.
This is why we need
Okay.
to get the Lightning McQueen X-Mater Crocs, and then you
Crocs,
can ferry me around.
yeah.
I already have the Lightning McQueen ones. You should get the Mater ones.
You know what? Maybe they have it in Thailand. Thailand has some good stuff. If we can get flown out to do
Yeah,
the main
yeah,
event,
yeah,
you know,
yeah.
yeah.
I mean,
maybe we can find for it.
We've been here for a week already, Asurai. We have been watching these incredible
Oh!
games, and the story so far is Jin lets it rip. Moria, though, on the corner. But
Oh my
look
God,
at Fancy United go! This is how sharp they can be into these rounds. Cruz is shoulder peeking, but Berserks and Shiro are still found. And Fancy, suddenly, they bring it back to a tied score.
God, where did that come from? Just rushing out. Okay, Jin gets the value with the pick onto Famous there, but the biggest thing was the flashes that followed up from Yes I Can. There was Moria that was trying to get the catch, if you saw, trying to hold the angles here, but there was just so many and so confusing, so chaotic that Boom was just not able to really respond in kind, and that's the kind of picks that we're kind of hoping for here for Fancy. That's the kind of shenanigans, the aggressive response that is always good from them. They just need the 1 round to create that tempo, and this is one of those rounds.
Here we go again. The double up is scary, and Fisho will disengage because of it. Immediately, though, We do see Yes I Can finding famous Sukas there too, and Fancy United have had enough playing for the sites. They're playing for the brawls instead. They realize they win the duels, and now Cruz does it all by himself near the tail end. The final two go his way, and Fancy United are back in the lead.
There's no need to create site control if the map is yours. That's some big brain, big brain knowledge here for Fancy United. That's called meow to basically just, again, halt the process because Fancy's going out of control. This is the point where even if they don't talk about it, it's fine. They just kind of want to stop the tempo for Fancy for just, again, spiraling out of control because Boom is starting to get flanked so many times in these rounds.
Yeah, and this is the utter confidence for Fancy United, and they're trying to exploit that factor as much as possible. So timeout here from Boom Esports. You have to make sure now that Boom realize they need to provide utility early on. I wouldn't be too surprised to see them set up the smokes as soon as possible, to have that anti-flank Killjoy turret to keep back for a while and save the angles, just because Fancy United are running around the map and taking command of it. If Boom plays this right, they're gonna find that opening to go into a site that is less guarded by Fancy.
They're just going to have to wait here too, right? For that to happen, maybe if they're expecting Fancy to also go for this push out. But look at Fancy. 10 seconds in and they're still pretty much corralled upon that A site. They're only just now bringing Suka back onto C because they were still second guessing if we're going to put all of our players, all of our high-franking players onto a different part, onto the same part of the map, excuse me. Double satchels hidden from Famous and Boom now working their magic on that A site for now.
Well, this is the other decision Boom can actually make. Just go for the full send as a 5. Put themselves towards Rubble. This time around, the toxic screen gonna be up. The pain shell's thrown for the orb to keep at least Famous at bay. This already forces Boom Esports to slow things down. But Fancy United, they understand something is waiting into the back line and they're not really pushing out of it just yet. So more of a standoff here so far. The Poison Cloud covering the sightlines which Cruz is playing. And Boom is just making noise right now, trying to psych out Fancy as much as possible.
What I do like about this is they're playing on that on that Rubble just because they think that if Fancy actually go for a B push, a C push, basically the pushes that they've been doing for the past 2 rounds, Rubble is actually a really good area just to fight for that anti-flank. Anyways, Berserk finds an opening already. Cruz is going to be here into the corner, but Yes I Can gets pinched. And that is the picks that Boom are looking for. Fisho still at the back of the side holding on.
Yeah, Fisho still holding as much as possible. Fisho does it again. But Moria finally providing the overrun. And Boom Esports, they get the plant going. You also keep an eye out to where they're positioned. You got the tree area for them to cover if ever. They're playing into the hut. Berserk still providing cover for NC Slasher. Busy with Trailblazer. And at 1v3, it's all up to Cruz now. He's been hitting some stellar shots so far. Trying to go for the fake TP, but the problem is NC Slasher's on his left. You got the rest of Boom onto the right, and Boom will find the correct path to tie it up again. It's 11-11.
That's so smart from Boom. Again, just figuring out that, you know what? If we're going to get basically pushed from every single angle, and we're spread a bit too thin, and we're starting to lose these aim battles, let's just go somewhere that we can isolate a fight that is big enough that we can move around and not really get punished too much by flashes, by nades, by the stuns. And again, as I mentioned, Rubble is that perfect spot. And to add to that, you were mentioning already that they were looking to kind of psych out Fancy here. They definitely did with how you saw Fancy, which is kind of checking B and C. Quick little TP here from Moria, and he actually pushes up for that TP.
Yeah, he commits onto this, and Boom Esports, if they can assess this right, they can just go for B, which is absolutely free. This is what I'm talking about. Fancy United, they go for the pivot play, and everything honestly rests onto the clutches of Suka right now as he has to wait towards Waterfall. Shiro ready with the plant. Fancy United gonna go for the hustle, and they're cosplaying as the attackers here. It's a 1-for-1 for time being. Suka wins the duel, up close personal, but it's 2-for-2. Yes, I can. Tips the scales back in favor of Fancy United. It's another one for Fancy, and they just go for the clear. Aim is their game, Asurai, and they will be on map point.
I don't think they expected that Fancy actually pushed A main. That's the thing. They only try to go for the pinch here Moria was successful to try to pinch
Match
on their
point.
own, but again, it actually backfired on them because they were not expecting Fancy to just come around the corner. And where did they plant the spike? It was there at the divot. It was there at the safe plant rather than the default. So this means that Boom will have to play for picks, will have to play for that site rather than post plant, just because the positioning again for Fancy was coming through B main. They were at that disadvantage and they just could not re-encapsulate or just retake the site that they immediately took.
I mean, they got a bit of insult courtesy of Moria, but they didn't really pivot off it. And that's been the case so far from what we've seen. A bit of a tech pause, I believe, as Boom Esports is on the ropes here, Asurai. Fancy United, they gone for the full send. They have seen that you have incredible shots in your team. It doesn't have to be Jin, who's found a few struggles along the way, but it can be Cruz, it can be Suka. Yes, I can also. The master of setting things up for Fancy United and getting those fights in their favor. It's been the process so far. And I'm honestly going to say that both teams have had struggles all throughout this map, but we are getting more and more from Fancy now. Better late than never.
I mean, they're the ones that are 12 points in, right? So it's now Boom that are kind of late to the party, kind of late to the adjustment, or again, it's just not really working for them. It's kind of just a tip of the scales. Get out just a Fancy again, immediately just get for this A main control. This is the only position that they're pretty most afraid of. Jin just starting himself in, but Boom, they're just waiting at the spawn.
Oh, the flash! Oh
my!
my! Yes, I can! Says yes, he will set up at Boom Esports. They just go for the defaults now to at least even up the numbers. And 3v3, the flash comes online. Cruz will be spotted out towards lobby. Boom knows one is there nearby. Trailblazer also scouting another, so it's all up to Fisho here. And that's that moment of weakness that Fancy exploits. Snipebite got connection, NC Slasher trying to stand up against the forces of Fancy, but Fancy overwhelmed them one final time. A win for Fancy United, taking away Boom's map pick, and this is the first loss Boom has ever had on Lotus this year.
Wow. And again, through that last round, it just felt like, okay, Boom, I get it. They have the right idea. They're gonna wait a little bit. They have the 5-stack at their own spawn. They know that it's about to come. And then Jin, from out of nowhere, converts that double kill very quickly. Again, through the from the flash assistance of Yes, I Can. Because of that, it just really messed it up for Boom, especially when they couldn't really stop the flashes from still coming in, even though there was some retaliation of utility from Boom Esports here. They were still stuck in their own spot, and this is the kind of thing that I was mentioning, that they don't want to be in that position. They allowed Fancy to get that rebel control, and it just didn't work for them. It doesn't work for C-Long, it doesn't work for B mid, it doesn't work for their spawn, and we have seen that happen thrice in 3 different positions against Boom.
Yeah, just outpaced overall. And for Fancy United, it was all about fixing their game in those final few rounds, because there were 3 times there, I can count, Asurai, that there were honestly fixable blunders by Fancy United. The scoreline right now, yes, it's 13-11, but if you look back at some of those rounds, you feel like this could have been a lot more in Fancy United's favor by just the way that they had some of those mistakes earlier on. They made sure that they were confident in terms of their push. They set things up the way that they're accustomed to. As soon as I saw Yes, I Can draw that flash with Jin setting up that satchel, you could already see the writing was on the wall. And Boom Esports, they weren't prepared for that at all. Usually have players who are up to speed, like Berserks, like Famous, but they just couldn't really come online as consistently as Fancy United.
Yeah, seems like Fancy, their style is going undefeated, at least for this first, or this map number 1. Actually, not. I'll take that back. Not undefeated, but it is ever evolving. It makes so that your opponent will always be on the back and never feeling fully in control. And Fancy are masters of that.
And just another case where new additions do wonders with it. Suka's return. Cruz in the squad right now, they performed to expectations and beyond, and it allowed Fancy United to recover in positions where Boom were rallying. I would always remember a time in these rounds here, Asurai, where Cruz would be able to catch someone pushing, like a lone flank from Boom Esports, someone advancing in a mistiming attempt versus Fancy United. Cruz would win that crucial duel, protect the rest of the team, and it gave Fancy United the numbers in those situations.
And now with that, Fancy, they're so close to closing off this series already. Again, it's just a best of 3 here, man. And they got a chance to be able to win the one map that we know that Boom should have won. They actually lost. It was tight-knit, but still Fancy were able to make it happen. Anyways, guys, we're going to go on a break. And we come back, we'll see if Fancy can have that rematch against Oasis. So stay tuned.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Why don't we take a trip, quick flight overseas? Somewhere you ain't never been and slide on something. It's got me wondering. Why don't we take a trip to the 513? Take a shot at the liquor and slide on something. And it's got me wondering. Why don't we quick trip to Miami and back, ayy? Down a party, let me know where it's at, ayy. Drop top off the coupe in a fast lane. Pull up to the club, pull up with, tell them valet. Off the tequila, we mixin' a drink up. Hit up your friends, we all get to link up. Only do sins, we all getting teed up. Back of the bands, we in the seat up. 5 ways on a B&B. Turn it off, leave the phones on a D&D. Good view with the scenery. And we all for the grid. Lost in it, why don't we take a trip, quick flight overseas? Somewhere you ain't never been and slide on something. It's got me wondering. Why don't we take a trip to the 513? Take a shot at the liquor and slide on something. And it's got me wondering. Why don't we slide on something? Why don't we? It's got me wondering. Why don't we? If I throw it at you, would you quarterback back? One too many, I'ma quarter past that. Got one roll, then you better pass that. 2 throw, I'm teed up, I mean it, that's facts. Why don't we get up out of here? Got your eyes on me, and let them interfere. Put it right on me. Go ahead, shop. Put your tide on me while I ride the wave. I'm wide awake. You know we gotta live in the moment, no time to waste. I know you wanna work to live and live to play. Forget that. Live life, take a sip. Why don't we take a trip, quick flight overseas? Somewhere you ain't never been and slide on something. It's got me wondering. Why don't we take a trip to the 513? Take a shot at the liquor and slide on something. And it's got me wondering. Why don't we slide on something? Why don't we? It's got me wondering. Why don't we slide on something? Why don't we? It's got me wondering. Why don't we?
I've been putting in the mileage. I've been paying out of pocket. Yeah, been a while since I lost my shit. I'm cracking smile 'cause I'm on it. So wanna wait for love to change. As long as I'm ahead of yesterday. I'm cracking smile 'cause I'm on it. Yeah, took a lesson from the losses. Oh, I don't wanna be a product of my caution. Yeah. sense of being. I turned back just to catch a feeling. The comeback wasn't what I needed, so I look ahead and focus on the mindset. Just to wonder where the time went. In a rut, but I'm on the climb. I'll crack a smile 'cause I'm on it, yeah. Took a lesson from the losses. Oh, I don't wanna be a product of my caution, yeah. I'll crack a smile 'cause I'm on it, yeah. Manifesting what I wanted. Oh, I don't wanna be a product of my caution, one smooth morning. It's right.
Fancy United out of nowhere, man, just stringing up some fantastic 3 rounds out of again out of the blue, and catches Boom Esports to secure that first map here at the lower finals. Once again, my name is Asurai, with now is Daks, and we continue as we prepare for map number 2.
Yeah, just sure, the scoreline was close, but the storm that was Fancy, it blew away Boom near the tail end when they found their form even more so. And Fancy United, it's already such a big, I'd say, upset to beat Boom at Lotus in that regard. Boom has never lost a Lotus map before. This was their comfort pick. And now you're going into Split, where Fancy United has beaten Boom before in this same tournament. So the odds are stacking more so in favor of Fancy United now more than ever.
It's been close, to say at the least, right? And the last Split game, like you mentioned, was also pretty close, 13-11 here for Fancy. So nothing will be easy for them, to say at the least. But what is good is that we know that they have that capability right now to end these matches, and it's not just relying on just the one player like Jin. This entire team has been really stepping up to create that opportunity to be able to elevate this team. We've been seeing Suka out of nowhere just get these magnificent retakes, these lurks, that is really rounding up this team that needs that ability to round off.
Yeah, and Cruz, on the other hand, is truthfully one of the dark horses right now in terms of performance. We're seeing this guy pop off, finding frags so quickly, even on the Omen. You give him that mid-line role, he's able to keep everything calm, and you gotta give big props to what he honestly does right now. Because from what I've seen in their local scene, Cruz was one of those players that was really on the uprise in terms of stock, playing for teams like Psycho, if I remember correctly, playing in the Vietnam VCT, but not getting this much notoriety. Now people are taking note of his name. Now people are taking note of what Cruz can really do, and it's such a good addition to see for Fancy United to amplify that extra firepower, especially with the early struggles of Jin. This is a perfect time for him to also bounce back and play to the level his team is playing right now.
And I love how that's going to be one of the big things for them, because this is also a map where we saw Moria from Boom really do struggle to get that value. He plays on the Astra, but it seems like he really struggles to get that rolling for him for so many of the rounds now. And look at this. Immediately that Boom have finally realized that after 2 egregious split games that they played with Moria on that Astra, he's back on his Omen.
I mean, the thing is, this is such a different form for Boom Esports. Yes, Moria had to adjust the play to Astra, but it was basically the composition that they played for almost half the year. Now that they're going for the Omen, Berserks and Famous will need to adjust, having the Paranoia rather than having the Stars for the setup, for the play, and it should be Moria getting that value, but my eyes still always lock in onto NC Slasher. He had immense struggles, to put it lightly, on that first map compared to his usual performance. He only had 9 kills, but this was the map versus trying your best that he was online, that he was finding those clutch moments, and if he can do so again, he can help this Boom Esports squad tie up the score and keep them in the running.
100%. But at least you do know that both teams are very much aware of their strengths, are very much aware of their weaknesses here, and that is going to be a big factor in how they're just going to try to adapt, especially when it is already the 11th hour, when Boom Esports are here for series point, possibly getting eliminated. And again, Fancy United, they're just one step closer to getting that that rematch with Oasis in another best of 3 today. So many things happening, so many things right now going into the heads of our players. And again, I cannot wait to see what happens on Split.
Yeah, Fancy United, though, I feel like today is their day to perform. This is a Fancy United that showed so much sharpness near the tail end. It's so different from what we saw from yesterday. And I feel like Oasis Gaming, whoever they're expecting to come out of this lower bracket final, they're taking notes. They're watching right now, especially trying to see what kind of form Boom and Fancy United have. Fancy, though, is the one ahead with a 1 map advantage. And Fancy's also going to be starting on the attack here.
Ooh, 100% agree with that one. We'll see how this is going to be priming itself. No Sentinel for Boom Esports here. So you know how difficult it was for them to kind of just scrounge some map control and just get pushed out so many times on a Heaven. I don't know what Meow has kind of done this past day, this past night, just to alleviate that issue that Boom have been experiencing. But Fancy, they got a lot more options. They got a lot more map controls just purely from the agents that they have. And if they're not careful, or if Boom's not careful, this could really hurt their case here in the first half.
The anti-lurk presence and the lurk possibility from across the map. That's what Suka provides right now here for Fancy United. But the adjustment from Boom, not only putting Moria back on that comfort Omen, but the fact that since they know they're facing off against Fancy, they can mirror the Omen Viper as much as they would want, since that's been the standard of Fancy so far. Stun, though, as you mentioned, in the play. Fisho going for the catch. Berserk absolutely blinded. Jin will get the collapse going, and Fancy United now pushing ahead and moving into Boom territory. The TP on the way, though, from Moria. He's onto the core right now, spotted by Jin, and Jin looking awake this map, ready now to fight as this B site's taken.
They're also injured, but they still have the numbers. Suka doesn't even have to commit to this fight anymore with the lurk on mid as he spots out the remaining player for Boom Esports, NC Slasher. 1 flash is all he gets to assist Famous in this retake. If they can find the low HP targets, beautiful. But Jin, he's been solid. He has an angle here. Comes back into cover, but there's so many they still have to deal. It starts off strong, but it's not strong enough.
Yeah, Fancy United, a stellar pistol to begin with, and something to take note about Jin. In that last game, he still did his job. He got 7 first kills, but he did die 6 times in first hits. I feel like now his goal is to stay alive even longer, get that confidence, and look what Fancy United is buying this early on, Asurai. 2 rifles already out, half armor. It's all about confidence here for Fancy United. The rest on goes to pick up those guns if need be.
100%. So it's going to be that economical buy right now for Fancy, maximizing damage while also having something for the next one in the bonus if they can get this one here. Immediately, look at the triple stack right now for Boom. They push out. B Garage is a little bit compromised, but they can't really get anything. No, hold on. Moria finds one. That's the last 2 players, but they've done some waves. Can they pick up some weapons, or were all the vandals still safe here for Fancy? You can't really tell.
Fancy has the rifles. Cruz and Jin have it right now, and that's why Boom Esports had a good chance to play that Garage. They assess it well. I also feel like you can't really contest Moria's one-ways. They're so dangerous because he's always having the angle to play from. Light plant, though, coming online, and now with Cruz falling, this is Shiro realizing a rifle is available. Suka, though, with a 3K of his own. It's 2 versus 1 now. And it's low HP here for Shiro. A chance still, though, to try and make those shots count. Suka's waiting at the wings, ready now to go for the pre-fire. Shiro, though, showing his hand early on. 2 bullets left. It's not going to be enough to fight back, but 1v1. Rifle versus rifle. And Jin knows he can just get the single bullet to win it. He's creeping on the way, though. Moving into A main Shiro. This is going to be a problem because the pain shells are perfectly placed. The initial detonation, enough to kill him. And Fancy will get a second round.
All right, still, again, economical buy there for Fancy. So they will have, basically all the rifles right now. So they weren't trying to play for the bonus. They were trying to play to be able to roll the rounds up against Boom here in the first half. It's a good idea. Boom, though, will say This love of them to get pushing that B main has been getting them value, Daks. They've gotten the past couple of kills in these 2 rounds. Will they be able to do the same again? They've actually brought NC Slasher this time to help out with the flash situation. But it seems like Viper, or excuse me, Fischio, just really putting everything there so they can't really push through and, again, sneak their way into B main.
Well, the blind's available for NC Slasher if he wants to make a swing from this. Problem is, Yes I Can, on the other hand, he's ready to counteract if need be. Boom Esports though. Oh, they have Berserks on an elevated position. He's trying to watch for the closer angle here for NC Slasher, but look at Fancy United. It's a firing squad waiting for NC Slasher. Does he dare peek this? Too dangerous. Fancy already pinching the opposition, and suddenly they're on their way into B.
Very predictable, I think, for Fancy United. What Boom was trying to establish at that B garage control blows up straight into their face. Famous tries to tempt fate with the peek, but he's the one that actually be picked off. Yeah, I got nothing there. Famous just got caught hard, man.
Wasn't that the case for all of Boom Esports? Fancy United, a stellar 3rd round in a row. Their bonus buy, basically giving them such strong firepower. And effectively, right, now they're in command of the pace of the game. They're on the attacking side. We've seen here on the Clash of Nations SAA qualifier, there's been a lot of success of split attack. For what we saw so far, they expect the aggression from Boom to come towards Garage. They play it perfectly, and it's Fancy United understanding their opponent more so.
And it's hard for Boom here once that's a thing, because, again, I think I mentioned this way back, right? That Boom, they're a team that loves that microaggression, but how can you perform that microaggression when every bit of positioning that you've been trying to kind of put yourself in is just flushed out? It's just cleanly executed by your opponent. Oh, the judge from Famous, he is just not having any good days. Whether it's the rifle or the judge, or excuse me, the shotgun, it hasn't really found that value.
Yeah, Famous, it's not really the performance we expect from him, but there's so much time to still recover. Effectivity though, the flash is there. Yes I Can holds it down versus Shiro. And for the time being, you got NC Slasher also caught on. Now at Fancy United, holding well towards tower. Moria and Berserks, what else can they even do from this point? As they're just walking into a meat grinder. They expect also Fancy United now just to transit towards A. That's exactly what's happening, and this is a free site to take.
No resistance whatsoever. And man, how did it come to this? Boom is just, they're looking just absolutely lost. Look at Jin, he's just having fun finding the perfect spot to plant his spike. Shouldn't even matter right now, is there really isn't anything. They have a judge in the hands of Moria, but actually no, even Bulldog here for Berserk, so maybe get themselves a little bit closer. Spots out the 1. Berserk gets 2. And he's only good for those and not even having any access to get into that A site.
And Fancy United, they're really proving that they have a handle on this double duelist comp that Boom Esports plays with, because they have that utility advantage with a smidgen of range thanks to Yes I Can. So many times we see him just able to set things up to give that kind of space, and Boom is just lacking in that staying power. One point you were making a while ago, without that Sentinel, then how can you really contest? You're playing the double control. Fancy's doing the same. Fancy's still getting in there. And players like NC Slasher, they're not able to provide the space that Famous and Berserks wants to play from. And coming down to the duels, it's already in precarious situations. Berserks, yes, he's had a relatively good hand this series, but those frags come a little too late to find an impact, and the timeout necessary for Boom right now.
So what's the addition here for Boom? Again, you talk about how the Sentinels, not having a Sentinel, has actually forced Boom here to play a lot more far forward. Again, they want to have that initial contact so they can get that information, they can get the trades, but it hasn't been working. So where do they try to draw the line here from being aggressive and just passive enough that they don't really lose that much map control? a possible solution here maybe is Berserk's having the operator and an initial peek on A main, but this is a thread. This is a very fine thread that they have to wire themselves through because it's a risk. If they do, that's going to be the A side taken. Oh, he does get the pick first. Big operator shot there from Berserks.
The paranoia is into play. Does Fancy United dare push this without Jin? Seems like the answer is no. Instead, they play towards Ram. Shiro awaits them behind the veil of the toxic screen. And as the wall drops, Fancy looking for any opportunity. The jump peek, though, gets vital intel. And Shiro with a snake bite will keep Fancy United on their feet. So, Fancy now playing into the ropes, thinking about the pivot towards B if ever. But it really relies on the fact that, yes, I can find a bit of that space. Boom, but also knowing the intention now of the opposition.
Gets to creep up a little bit closer here. Famous is waiting at the heels. He's not alone, but he is getting at least flushed back little by little. Nate as well as Paranoia being thrown here right now, but Fancy haven't really fully committed to this. They're still waiting for that pinch from Yes I Can all the way through B main. They're dropping. They're just trying to flush him out. It's not working. Shiro's here, but it's all been lost. They don't have the side anymore. And both of the players right now, NC Slasher as well as Berserk, will have to come all the way around, even through. Oh, this is terrible. The Viper Pit from Fishio. They have an operator, so they don't really want to risk it. And you're already seeing it happen as they just recede back into the A site. How did this transpire? Famous still on the cold streak.
Yeah, Famous is honestly kept guessing the whole time and couldn't make that decision. Fancy United make the decision for him. They get out to the site, they settle the pit, and that's pretty much all she wrote since Boom is known to have the operator. So such a great rotate again from Fancy United. The mid-rounding has been so clear from them. As soon as they called that up, they went towards Heaven. They played the angle to flush out anyone holding. They timed it right versus Toxic Serene, and it was just a clear pathway all the way to B.
Look at that. They're forced back yet again. I thought that it should have been the change of... Oh.
It's fine.
Okay,
they have a lot of money.
Yeah, okay. I thought it was going to be a lot more change of pace here for Boom, right? Because they have the operator. They got the initial shot from Berserks. But it's just one part of a two-part plan. And that second part is supposed to be Famous, but he hasn't really been connecting anything. And if we just look at where Famous is at right now, 2 frags back again on the judge. He wants to get up close and personal on B Heaven, and this is going to be the 3rd time that he's going to be put in that position. Fancy, they just decide if the Opera's going to be at A main again, we can just, again, bully this back. And they're going to do that with Jin, who's not going to find anything, but they're going to be securing this A side once again, forcing the post plant from Boom.
What do you mean? He found something very important. It's called space. And now with space,
I
mate,
need space.
You need... Whoa, it's not you, it's me. And it's Fancy, who have a good handle of what's coming their way. A beautiful flash, though, from NC Slasher confirms that there's main presence. Boom Esports need to be wary if they want to retake from that angle. Fancy, now inside the smoke, the flashbacks fly. Here for Famous, steps on Yes I Can. Here's the showstopper, Moria with the Judge too. And Judge Gaming is the call for Boom, but Jin tucking himself away. Famous gets that kill. It's all left to Jin right now in a 1v2 situation, and Moria will be able to confirm that kill. Boom, go for the full send, believe in the Judge, and they are the executioners. They're gonna get the round now.
They find it. They finally find it. And they will be able to convert that finally. After so many rounds taken by Fancy United, Boom Esports get themselves a rhythm, a heartbeat, a pulse. This one took them a while. It also took them so much just to be able to flush out Fancy from the corners that they were hiding themselves on, but they make it work. That Judge from Famous finally gets the double kill. Absolutely huge. They save the operator for Berserks. Absolutely huge. And this is where you might find the pushback that they're kind of hoping for in this second map.
Yeah, Fancy United, they were shaken by the judges, though, expecting, sure, Boom Esports is going to contest them from the rounds, but not to that degree. And stellar work by Famous, at the very least, to make that opening, to send that showstopper. I thought he actually wouldn't get a kill with it, but he found one towards the site. And this can be the rally here for Boom, so this forces Fancy United to play a bit different. They go for the defaults, pick up the spike, and head it towards B. And I'm still watching this lurk from Suka. Does he find anyone? Berserks is here. Oh, the wide swing. Suka's hurting. Suka's dead. The shorty, even from that range, can confirm that kill. Paranoia's prime. Moria's ready for this push.
Oh, that Paranoia was immediately placed. Look at where Moria actually tucks himself into the corner, spotted out, but the damage be done as Famous darts right into the site. It might have actually been a mistake to pick up that orb, because you immediately saw the Paranoia be thrown as soon as the ting of that orb be picked up. And that really messed it up here for Fancy United. Yes, I can.
30 seconds
up
left.
high, down low.
Where do you
So
go?
many vertical opponents, and a little bit too slow.
No way. That's a judge again. And yes, I can. He shall not. This round is over. Fancy United kept at bay again by the judge. They went for the push as soon as they
10
lost that
seconds
lurk,
left.
which prevents any kind of rotation moving forward. And Boom's ready for it. You mentioned it a while ago. Moria rather, spotting out Cruz in the TP, getting away with it because of the Paranoia. The timing was perfect. Fame was also calling a lot of attention with the judge. And the pocket play for Boom Esports, it keeps them alive in this fight.
Absolutely strong right now for Boom. Retaliating is a huge thing for them, and this lurk from Suka is not really getting that value anymore, especially when Berserks is just mad and angry. He's mangry, holding that A main to the fullest of his extent. And they're gonna try to do the same thing again. Berserks is waiting at the precipice of that A ramps. Where does it go, or where will this lead Fancy, though? Look at that positioning for...
Yeah,
wall.
Cyber Cage is fine. And Berserks, does he see this coming? Because this is a lot of members of Fancy United. Suka's the casualty, but Jin with a trade. Ops gone. Here comes Fancy United, but the judge is still in hand for Famous. The snake bite, though, keeping him away. And Jin instead flies to the side. Two, though, anchored in. Moriyashiro doing what needs to be done here towards A. And yes, I can will be found. It's Boom Esports all across the board as they have gotten 3 in a row.
And Jin did not expect 2 players to be there on that site. He's like, whoa, where did you come from? And he's not going to be getting that value. Forced his team to follow up if they could. They do deal with Berserks, but delayed the push well enough that his teammates tucked themselves in very well-positioned corners. So Boom Esports now figuring things out. It really has to be a risk to get that initial pick against Fancy United, but once you do, you really slow down the pace for them because it feels like they would love to push as the full force before anything else, anything other than that, and they feel very much, I think naked with the push, not really comfortable with it.
Okay, Moriado, he's gonna get found by Jin. And a beautiful clear from Jin, knows that he can get away with it if he's close enough. A moment now made by Fancy United. Famous has to go for the disengage. It's gonna be a problem for the retake for him. You also noticed a while ago, Fancy, they held back with Suka just to actually go for the timing swing. And now it is gonna work out in his favor. Finding Berserk's mid-transit. The op's gonna be gone. It's Boom Esports. Looking to pick up the pieces from this point on. Here comes NC Slasher down. He falls 2 over onto tower. Should be a save by this point from Shiro and Famous, but still 1 lying in wait. Suka looking for the timing. Misfires. Suka falls to the hand of Shiro, sure, but Boom. Can they even get anything else from this? Shiro wants to go for the exit. I do believe you have Famous picking up perhaps the rifle left behind by Berserks. Jin already gets 3. The hunt might be on. It's the Opto who doesn't hit the shot still. Jin gets 4. And Fancy United, that's another round for them to try and bust the bank of Boom.
Oh, excuse me. I was making so many points, but...
Yes, it was so enlightening.
Yeah. Sorry. Excuse me. I was just saying, you know, lots of angles. Fancy making as much value as they can to catch off one player at a time. And when they are able to do this, they get the site. which is absolutely perfect there, here for Fancy.
Well, boom. They still have money, though, to buy a new operator after 3-round streak. They need to make it count now. And suddenly, the cloud drops and Berserks gets one. But yet again, we see it. One is all he gets from it. Fancy United, they shut down the first target of opportunity. They're wary. Yeah, the spike's there, but look at how wary they are right now of this beat take. Moria's there sticking around onto the corner. It's something Boom brings out in a pinch moment. And Fancy now, they rally together to try and regroup. It's spotted though by Boom.
Can't really push this one-way smoke now, can they? Paranoia has been thrown out. Lots of noise actually being done here. And that's the first lurk that we've seen from Suka get the value already. As they spot out with this neural theft. Immediately look at the repositioning. Immediately look at where Boom have kind of spread themselves out. And this is perfect. Now they know that Moria's alone by himself once again. They can start pushing up. And he's already used Paranoia. So, yeah, there it is. Can try to hold the angle. And see, Slasher has an operator, which I love, but that smoke making it difficult for him to find a shot.
Yeah, stay right there, flash 2, and as you mentioned, it's hard to actually make that angle count. Fancy United with a 3v1 slate now to work with. And if you notice there, as soon as the neural theft popped, they made noise to try and fake out the rotation. They kept it quiet moving into the garage. And while famous is radio silence, he didn't spot that 2 as of yet. Here comes the swing, and the stack is too much. 7-3 now, Fancy United commanding the game.
What does Boom do now? Like, how do they pressure against Fancy when this team, Jin, Fishio, Suka, Cruz, yes I can, the entire roster just, again, honed in. You see Berserk trying to get a pick as soon as he can. Gets immediately refragged. See Moria trying to assist him, but can't assist him further enough in that last round. So where does it end here against Anti-Cat? Or yes, from the rest of Fancy.
So it begins for Boom Esports. Full aggress now as Berserk and the Blades get to the dance. Gets even a third partner until Fisher will trip up. That's choreography. Fancy United, they are shaken suddenly by Boom's aggression. At least a round for Boom to command. That's the call to action. Trailblazer also spotting Atsuka. And with a 1v4, the regrowth's there too. What else can Suka do by this point? The spike so far away.
Nothing really. He's gonna have to forfeit that, but he has a minute. They have money. And this is second to the last round, or last round of the first half, so he can just roam around and try to look for openings if he can. Oh, did not know you can one-way that.
Moria's a master of one-ways. Any
True.
kind of partition, any kind of awning he can place a smoke on, he will.
This is why, you know, you have to put him on the omen.
And it's such a rare angle to play, but he still knows it. So good mastery on the Agent Sure, but this round is effectively over. I wonder if Boom's actually going to go for the chase. I feel like they shouldn't, just because their money situation isn't the best right now. And Suka, well, he'll be left alone. And Fancy United, overall though, it's already a good half for Fancy United. Left. They got in 7 rounds yet again so far. They can get 8 if they win the next round, which is the last round of the first half. And we've seen from Fancy United, they have come out of the gate strong. So very different from previous encounters, even against Boom, even against Oasis. So it's a good sign for Fancy moving forward.
Absolutely agree. But now Fancy have so much ultimate economy to just pour into this last round. Absolutely menacing if you think about it. They haven't really utilized Jin as often with that showstopper, as well as the Rolling Thunder from Yes I Can. I don't think we've seen that at all from him this entire first half. It didn't feel like it impacted into anything. So they're going to try to just, again, roll their way into a site. B seems to be the first product here. And look at how far Suka, or look at how near Suka actually plays from his team now. No more an A main. They really just want to commit this one, see how it goes. Famous, if he times this perfectly, that nade is going to flush everybody back from Fancy here. But decides to let it go. Oh! Cruz! That's troubling. Here comes the push. The Fly Swatter commences, and the Fly Swatter works out.
Got it too.
There. Oh! Moria clears it up with the 3K. Absolutely beautiful. They didn't even expect it. They didn't even see where he was.
Switching
Boom
sides.
Esports, they make it 5. So similar half, just like that first game. You could notice though that Boom Esports, they were still prepared for Fancy going for that full send. Yes, I can. Pops of the Rolling Thunder. You have some power position, sure. But Fancy couldn't handle the sudden appearance of Moria getting a great angle and a great opportunity with all the distractions. I believe we saw the famous fly high with it, sure, but effectively for Boom Esports right now, those are some of those rally rounds that get them back into the game, right? It's a chance here to get this pistol, tie things up. That first round in this map is the first time they lost a pistol this series. So let's see what Boom can do.
Okay, this is the perfect time for Boom to really hone it in, right? Like you mentioned, this is their chance, especially with that double duelist. Finally, Berserks and Famous, hand in hand, not really separated anymore because of the defensive posture. Suka now finds a little bit of that contact. Paranoia perfectly placed. Can't really reposition against it. Jin could get caught here. Gets back into position. And who shoots better? It's going to be Berserks with the classic. That opens it up. 3 versus 4. And the rest of the defenders a little bit too far to start making waves just yet on the side once again.
Yeah, Boom Esports at least make the pillar take work. And from this point on, the Trailblazer scouting around, looking for anyone towards alley. They have given up heaven though, because they want to see if Moria can make a play from the rafters. With the smoke though set, it will be a contest towards Garage 2 here for Fancy United. Yes, I can start things off though to even up the numbers.
Berserk is trying to run away. Cruz, does he find it? He does actually. Time is still ticking, but they do have a chance with this one. 3 versus 2. Shiro wrapping around the corner. Look at the catch off here. The baits and switch. One more, and they will be able to make it happen. What an absolutely incredible retake here for Fancy United.
Yeah, and that got very, very close. But it's another pistol to their name. And Fancy United, this is where the momentum can start rolling over Boom Esports. Given this pistol, they're going to go to the anti-eco, but looking back at that round, yes, I can. That was a big win to kick off all the action. It forces Boom to try and go for the crunch towards him, gives the other angles that could have been contested opportunity to move in. And from that point on, Fancy United, at the nick of time, they get to the site, they get to the spike, and they get that win.
To get that win, and it's very much a hot pot of pushes here. Oh, speaking of hot pushes, what a speed from Famous right now. That's going to be the Bulldog picked up, as well as the site secured supposedly. There's 3 players right now coming in through the ramps. If Moria has an angle. Can he actually get it, and are they aware of it?
Moria? Okay, that's dangerous. The Fancy United, now they're falling bit by bit. It's a problem when you're playing those kind of isolated angles when you're facing off against double duelists. They can suddenly pick up that speed. And yes, I can. What else can he even do now? Phantom in hand, Cruz is here with a Spectre too. Sets up the smoke, sure, but Fancy, it's such an awkward angle to play from. Yes, I can though, finding Berserks. Chance now to run into the side. Cruz with another one. It's 2v2, but the HP state of Fancy United is at a critical moment. Tap yet again. Shiro makes a frenzy count, and NC Slasher ends it on a high note. A thrifty steal by Boom Esports. Picks up the guns too to move into this round.
And that paranoia from Moria has been absolutely brilliant, I think, for the past couple of rounds right now. Every paranoia he gets, it hits everybody. And again, of course, when he was defending, that was a lot more likely. But this time, it just allows them to get that access so early on. And you're talking about how quickly a double duelist comp can shift up that pace, can shift up that speed on the push. If they didn't have such great timing with the paranoia from Moria, that could have just been so different in its outcome.
Well, Boom Esports, they need to make more moments like that. They want to try and even up the standings in this series. Shiro, though, punishing Cruz early on. And you gotta love this from Boom. They back away with Shiro, trying to keep the gun in their clutches. 5 HP, though, very dangerous. Shiro still holds, still stands with a 3K there to try and fight. Only one more here for Fancy United before they fall. Boom is just going for it.
God.
The blast backs.
stressful to watch for Fisio, as all of the blast packs are just thrown, the satchels thrown in his face. Shiro. Or, sorry, excuse me. Fisio. Kind of the same. They have O in the last of their names. Yeah, they definitely.
Fish show? Full show? Is that what you wanted?
Yeah, full.
You gotta be careful, huh? You gotta be careful. But Boom Esports, they're also being very careful with how they keep their guns away. Suddenly, though, Famous still finds elevation. Fisho now spots their landing zone. And Fancy United, a welcoming party here in their hold towards A. It's working out for them yet again. And it's similar to what we saw on Lotus. Just go for the full send. Just fight back as soon as possible and win the round.
That just ended in such a quick transition. Still, the money gonna be able to buy up again for Boom here. Probably should decide not to push like that anymore, as Fancy now have the weaponry to really fend it off. What is kind of at least good about them is they don't really have to worry about just yet on a showstopper coming in. Jin's nades though have been a lot better than Famous in just how it reacts and what the time is, so it's going to be probably a possibility for them. They still want to go for this quadra push here, Daks. All the way up onto mid. But Suka, he's put up his tripwire. Yeah. Do like this, though. This could get the catch on Berserk, which it does! Easy for Jin.
And decapitates the guy Berserk. He just dashing into a line, and his head is cut off by Fancy United setup. A bit more BDS, but it's exactly what Fancy wants to do now. Fast rounds, fast wins. Go for the fight early on and catch Boom as they try to go for the burst. Famous though, answering back this time. It's gonna be the true Boom with the showstopper. But the paranoia keeps him away. The Boom bot though, catching Cruz. Famous brings in the damage too. And Fancy United, they get the trade sure, but that got very explosive very fast.
Dude, he just had to like basically exchange his life for his own teammate. Suka's alone on that B site. He does not have an inkling where the attackers may be. I mean, they saw him last on ropes. Now he's giving away his positioning. That flash is going to put him in such a decrepit state, and he will get spotted by NC Slasher. This B site picked up.
30 seconds left.
Not sure if the plant and open is going to be wise, but there is going to be that long rotation that both players from Fancy will have to try to do to get back onto B, as you can see. Fisio still clearing up ropes here. If he does give the information to Yes I Can, this could be a great Rolling Thunder spot for him to just rip one out.
Yeah. Garage take also helping out Boom to have an extra angle to work with. And from this point on, NC Slasher trying to go for the hits. Paranoid doesn't get connections. Fisho sees the sky coming, but he might not see Shiro here. Rolling Thunder is sent out. Fisho just checking at the last moment, but drops down. His accuracy isn't as precise as he would like. It's 2v1. Yes I Can fighting back, but cannot get the round for Fancy. It's Boom who stall and win it out. No escape. No escape.
He just had about 2 inches before he got out too. Yeah, no escape at all. But damn, Boom have been so good at just re-encapsulating these lost fights. Yes, they will have to just again have that sacrificial lamb, but as long as they can again find those picks, call in the follow-up, that's what that's what it looks like to be the most important thing right now here for Boom. They slowly get that build back up. 8 to 9. Not the end of the world just yet. There's the tripwire once again, but now it gets broken through. Is Jin gonna feel comfortable enough to actually push through this? He does have a flash of his teammate, but it's a little bit risky. And that Boom bot at least gives him a little bit of free idea of who might be there.
Yeah, well, it wasn't close at all for the Boombot to get any intel.
I've got your
Backs away towards heaven. We hear now the dash in, courtesy of Berserk. Suka isolates Berserks with the cyber cages. And while the Seekers do find a bit of value, it's Boom who has to go for the flush out. Suka still standing tall. Famous now eventually getting him. But it's a 3v3 Shiro now. There it's Cruz though, who does at least try and fight back. But left all alone now onto the high ground. Fish
Oh, he saw his legs.
No, you can't do that. He's hanging by the rope, and he is hanged by Boom Esports. 9-9. It's close yet again.
Is there still any buy power here for Fancy? They will be buying Fishio with a Vandal, interestingly enough. Maybe they just use his ultimate early and then play around that or something. There is a risk buy that Fancy are figuring out. They do have the big ultimates, Daks. This is probably the reason why they want to try to still make something happen, even though the resources are a little bit shot. Triple push on mid, taking a play out of the book of Boom here, but this could actually work because now they've got the pitch.
Okay, Jin sends it with the showstopper, but Berserks is ready to prepare for the catch. Fisho, though, still bringing in the brawl, and Fancy United are knocking on the doors of Boom. Here comes the trades. 2 versus 2 after everything is said and done. Suka, though, out in the open. Fancy still wins it. Fancy love the firefights.
Wow. You think that Boom is the one that perfected it this entire series? No, it's Fancy. They've been doing it for so many rounds on Lotus. And I honestly thought that Boom should have gotten that. The whiff on the showstopper. The pinch wasn't as fast as Fancy would have kind of hoped for, but it still worked out in the end. They still got the kills that was needed. And we saw just Fisho lighting it up with that Vandal of his, really utilizing the strength of the force buy. Shiro's going through the meat grinder there. That's a lot of HP burn just to try to get a little bit of control on ramps.
The last Ember also falls. Cruz gets that kill onto Shiro. A dash out sure. Berserk's trying to get a bit of help from NC Slasher, and that's what he provides. Yes, I can, though. Yes, he will. 2 fall to his hand. And Fancy United, the faster these rounds go, the better they're gonna look. It's 3v2 for the time being. Famous. He's gonna get a bit of help from Moria to reassess from the shadows available here, Asurai, just if they need to pick up that spike.
Grenade!
They should be able to, though. So many angles that you can already see Famous is checking as of now. There's the TP. Because Zuka's still alive, they should still be able to spot Moria coming into the site. Hello, there it is. Now they know. Tripwire should get spotted already. There it is. Famous. Ooh. Or rather, excuse me, Jin.
It's problematic.
30 seconds
just because
left.
of that. Now Boom and their extensions are exposed, and Jin, on the other hand, sees Moria coming. So Paranoia gets the hit. Damage done though by Jin. And Suka is there to catch his own teammate and help him out. 1 HP though for Famous. Showstopper out of reflex.
10 seconds
And the
left.
1v1. Yes, I can. Trying to play this smart. The pain shows though our love. Here comes. Yes, I can. And yes, he does again. The clutch for Fancy United. It gets critical thanks to Famous, sure, but it's still a Fancy United round.
I will say, though, there is a world where Famous could have actually hit that showstopper at Yes I Can, especially when he was looking at the general direction of where the breach was. He was guessing if he's going to rip it out on Ali or on B Heaven, and he couldn't really wait for Yes I Can anymore. He had to find a position to plant that spike already because he himself was still out of the open. But man, both of the raises here are starting to really light it up. Jin has been perfect, and Famous has been picking up a lot of the slack.
Well, he's been picking up kills with the Judge, sure. Neurotheft into play. Yes, I can. Though waiting for the timing with the Tripwire. And Suka, again, elaborate made here by Fancy United. There's no running in this maze. How can Boom Esports even find an exit? 2v3 suddenly, as immediately the initial skirmish, it goes back into Fancy United favor. It's what we've seen so far in these rounds here.
Does that hurt? I don't know if that's near enough to Suka that he here to pick up the weapon. Anyways, 1 minute. Still a lot of time for for Boom Esports to start cooking. Figure out where they want to go. If they try to push up to B Heaven, there still is going to be that tripwire there that's gonna at least stop them in their tracks. They're gonna have to break this first. This does allow a little bit of the calm before the storm. Suka. There it is. If he peeks this prematurely, he just gives the numbers back for Boom Esports to favor.
30 seconds
Now that
left.
it doesn't spot anybody on B main, that should give him an inkling that this is a double push for the both of them. A couple of the smokes, and I do like how he activates the Cypher Cage because now they're going to be planting inside of the site. So
Spike
there's no
planted.
other position that they're going to play other than this inside truly this Viper pit.
And especially with the camera to confirm that no one's playing towards Garage. Suka here marking the potential targets. The pings are effectively on point, and he's gonna spray it down. Counter Vice first spit though is a go here from Fishio, trying to get vision for himself as well. And okay, Suka, you run out of bullets. You gotta get a new gun. Fishio though seeks and destroys. Moria is found. Time though running out here for Fancy United. It's all left to Shiro to try and go for the hold. The first kill goes his way. Suka on defuse shooty. Fishio though looking on around. It's a game of hide and seek, and Fishio's the one who's able to find out where their opponents are. 12-9 series point here for Fancy United.
That was incredibly smart for Fancy there. I love how Suka just immediately, again, forced the Viper pit inside of the site itself where it doesn't really get the full value. You could have maybe placed it on default, on the positioning for B main, where you could play around corners a lot more. But because it was dead smack in the center of that site, it made it much more difficult for them, I think, to hide themselves more efficiently inside of that, especially in the 3 versus 2. So I will say, Suka, an absolutely high IQ god tier read for him.
Fancy United, hasn't that been the case so far for pretty much the second half? The reads defined Boom early on. Suka, yes, you mentioned him. The early tripwires being such a bother. The setup was exceptional towards the B side especially. But you still always have to go to what Yes I Can do to set things up, to allow that pressure to happen, to allow players like Jin to swing off it. And Boom have been caught out multiple times in terms of the entry. It's a pretty simple approach for Boom. Go for the hard hit, but it's always softened by the Fancy United Stonewall. And it's been the problem in the past 3 rounds, especially Fancy United. We've seen this rally of rounds give them that first map. Is it going to be the same now?
Ooh. There's so many things, man. So many things right now. Boom trying to clear up mid by using the nade of all things very closely enough. Granted, of course, somebody could have just stuck himself in the corner in that box. There's a setup already. Suka's already waiting for it. The jump up from Berserks could be good if he can just find the isolated fight against Suka here. But no, Suka still comes up on top, and they are falling down bit by bit. 2 versus 2. The pinch comes in. Spike has been dropped. They just have to win the firefights, and they might be able to get a catch into things. Shiro, as well as, or rather, Fishio and Cruz separated from each other. Famous is gonna come up big, which he does! 4K for Famous! And he keeps a dream here alive for Boom.
Well, the stars align. It's a red carpet treatment by Famous. That was such a strong round from him. It's been a recovery game here on Split, but this time, it's finally the Famous that everyone expects. He has had struggles all throughout the series, using things like the judge to get him back into the crew, but when the going gets tough, when Boom are at the brink of elimination, Famous provides. And it got very scary because of, as you mentioned, the Suka setup already gets the tag onto one playing onto default. He prioritizes Berserks first, and that could have been the beginning, the end of Boom, but a hero emerges to keep them alive. Fancy now on an eco.
That's perfect. They only need 2 more rounds, and every round that they can put Fancy United on a disadvantage, it gives them a more possible state here. But to be fair as well, even with Fancy being on this kind of buys, this is, at least for the entirety of the series, hasn't been looked like to have been a real disadvantage state for them. They've somehow managed to make things work, and still having Yes I Can with that Rolling Thunder provides a little bit of a threat.
I mean, it's a half buy for the 2 of them, actually, once we got confirmation on the scoreboard. Effectively enough, though, Boom Esports, they just need to be careful from getting picked apart one by one. It still will be Berserks, though, and Moria. Moving into Garage, Suka setting up the tripwire line as well.
Camera taken out.
And while the Cyber Cage is there, the Suka even dare push this. Many members waiting for him. Berserks, though, the timing works out in favor of Suka. And this is huge!
30
Fancy
seconds
United now gets the second. The Neurothef also giving the intel, and they know exactly where Boom's headed.
He's gonna have to just rush right in here, but Jin's so prepared for it. Suka's right here. Goes around the corner, finds Jin. They still don't have access to the side. He needs to open things up, but Suka! Suka, how does he do this?
Suka! Superstar! What a shot and what a win! Fancy United! They're moving to the grand finals. They take down Boom Esports yet again. And this time they eliminate them 13-10 for 2-0. Suka is just unbelievable. That's all. That's all you gotta say about that.
He rose up to the occasion, man. We were talking so much about Jin. We were hyping up Fischio for the past couple of days now. But it's Suka's time to shine. He doesn't need to... actually, he has been lurking so much, and he gets more than that, right? How much more do you want from Suka? Because he delivers time and time again here for Fancy United. What a ecstatic play coming from the man himself. And with that one, you're absolutely right. They win this lower finals, and we're going to have ourselves a rematch up against Oasis.
Yeah, and it's the rematch versus Boom anyway. And overall, this was a Suka series all throughout. On Lotus, he performed exceptionally. Here on Split, somehow he does even better. And it's always an answer towards the Tamen of Famous and Berserks. He's always ready for that second one in, or whether or not he chooses to actually isolate the first fighter. It's always a way that he assesses, always a way that keeps the utility in favor of Fancy United. And this is what we expect from Fancy United as a squad, that they're able to just be so creative at their setups, at their plays, and we saw it there from Suka hitting some nutty shots along the way.
Yeah, and again, there was a lot of big struggles there, I would say, as well for Boom. I think one of the biggest parts was just Famous not really getting his groove up until the last couple of rounds. He got that miraculous 4K to put them to 10-12, but then, again, anything before that, he was really struggling. And because of this, if he was maybe at least somewhere else other than that, he could have assisted Boom here. I say that, and he's like 23 kills. But again, you do feel the lack thereof. Sorry, I was talking about Berserks. Or Famous,
you're
actually.
Famous. You're already on the right point, Asurai. Don't worry. Don't lose your confidence, buddy. But you get the point, right? At the start of the game, you had Famous struggling to find those kind of duels. He had to play some of the judge rounds. It was pretty much the same case for the first map also. And while he did exceptional to do enough and get 23 kills to get some of those rounds, there were also struggles all aboard for the Boom side. Maybe just a discomfort playing the Omen in more of the setup scenarios. Moria in vacuum, he'd have some good smokes. He has 15 incredible assists also. NC Slasher, really tough day for him. It's not the NC clutcher that we had all throughout the tournament for Boom Esports, and it's sad to see that he couldn't find his form, and boom, they pay the price for it. So overall, Fancy United, they're the better team today. And they're in a better shape right now to face off against Oasis and try and go for their own revenge. You see the scores, though. It got pretty close on the scoreline at least. 13-11, 13-10.
Yeah, fair enough, right? So still, I would have loved to have seen maybe Boom and Oasis go head-to-head once again. But no, Fancy have truly gotten themselves a well-deserved rematch here up against Oasis Gaming in the grand finals of our Southeast Asia closed qualifiers. Now, ladies and gentlemen, of course, we're just gonna put it out there that we will be having a slightly longer break, of course, to give Fancy the time to to recuperate themselves. As Daks mentioned to me, like that they can't just be like 10 minutes because that's too ridiculous.
It needs to be fair.
It needs to be fair, indeed. But of course, them being at the lower bracket, they still have to play against Oasis today. Can't be tomorrow. Can't be any other time other than in just a bit. Anyways, guys, we're going to go on a break. And when we come back, it's going to be the grand finals.
You love it, you wear it.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
noise on my mind. They look so pretty when they're scared. Caught slipping, they're so unaware. I just kill the enemy, kill the lies, kill the bad in me, it's a lie. Killing all the noise in my mind. Heavy and hot, revenge, it looks nice. Kill the enemy, kill the lies, kill the bad in me, it's a lie. Ripping red flags, wave 'em wide, wave 'em wide. Knock, knock, open up, I don't bite. Just me going bump in the night. Sleep well, don't close your eyes. Don't close your eyes. Misery loves company and it's your turn. May the clouds last, I'll finish it first. Lights out. Lights out. They look so pretty when they're scared. Caught slipping, they're so unaware. I just kill the enemy, kill the lies, kill the bad in me, it's a lie. Killing all the noise in my mind. Heavy and hot, revenge, it looks nice. Kill the enemy, kill the lies, kill the bad in me, it's a lie. Ripping red flags, wave 'em wide, wave 'em wide. Heavy and hot, revenge, it looks nice. Wave 'em wide.
That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. The way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. The way it goes. That's just the ballin', spotting, ballin'. Phone was dry, but now everybody calling. Good at taking risks, yeah, I always go all in. Swear to God that I'm deaf to the talking. I can't hear it. See the finish line, I know that I'm near it. Yeah,
cut the check and I'ma clear it. Ain't nobody out here that I'm fearing. Ay. Easy to see things all on the way up. Used to think it's hard, now I feel just like a layup. I've been in the gym, yeah, I'm tryna get my weight up.
That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. The way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. The way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. The way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. The way it goes. That's just the.
Hey, you ain't realist, like you got a few disguises. Walk in the room, I know I'ma be the flyest. She like me, yeah, it's hard for her to hide it. One-on-one, ain't nobody like this. Got this far by doing me, I'm everything I knew I'd be. I don't care what we used to be, no, yeah. They try get close to me, you can't get what you want from me. I got this vision you can't see, no. Easy to see things all on the way up. Used to think it's hard, now I feel just like a layup. I've been in the gym, yeah, I'm tryna get my weight up.
That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. The way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. The way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. The way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. The way it goes. That's just the.
Yeah. Foreign gal, foreign whip, boy, roll through the street, yeah. Body's on 10, my gosh, look at all the features. Baby, from your head to your waist, you the real deal, yeah. If them want run your race, put them in them. Girl, your body winning, winning, oh no. I wanna be the guy you winning, winning, oh no. Girl, your body winning, winning, oh no. I wanna be the guy you winning, winning, oh no. Yeah, yeah, you could lay it all on me, let it fall on me. I never lay your body down. You could lay it all on me, let it fall on me. I never do your body wrong. You could lay it all on me, let it fall on me. I never lay your body down. Anytime you want me, you call on me. Baby, I'ma come around. Come around. Stay around. Cause you're winning, 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 yeah. Sexy, where you get it from? She said from she mama. She from the West Indies, she not deal with the drama. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Bumper so big, my gosh, bring it back like karma. You could lay it all on me, yeah, baby. Girl, your body winning, winning, oh no. I wanna be the guy you winning, winning, oh no. Girl, your body winning, winning, oh no. I wanna be the guy you winning, winning, oh no. Yeah, yeah, you could lay it all on me, let it fall on me. I never lay your body down. You could lay it all on me, let it fall on me. I never do your body wrong. You could lay it all on me, let it fall on me. I never lay your body down. Anytime you want me, you call on me. Baby, I'ma come around. Follow me, follow me. Follow me, follow me. Follow me, follow me. Follow me,
Motivated, I'm focused. Came a long way from the lowest. Yeah, gotta get it, the mindset, gotta put it in motion. This is the moment, gotta one up my opponent. Back then they ain't noticed me, now they know it's me, I'm the chosen. It's my time, yeah, I put that on Bible. No excuses, gotta get to the final. Take all of my idols and turn them to rivals. It's all or nothing, man, the trophy is vital. Game time, bet I'm coming in clutch. No hang time, man, they can't keep up. The game's on the line, seconds on the time. Who can't fight? It's gotta be us.
Better under pressure, go ahead and let it fall on me. I'm destined for it all, you better call on me. They say what doesn't kill you make you stronger. All that pain, it done made me to a monster. They say what doesn't kill you make you stronger. All that pain, it done made me to a monster.
Yeah, whole lot of times they doubt it. I wouldn't be who I am without it. Sleepless nights, I count it. It all paid off, it's really astounding. I had to keep the faith to elevate. Hope for better days, they were coming. Now we can celebrate, knowing every day is abundant. Yeah, it's my time, yeah, I put that on Bible. No excuses, gotta get to the final. Take all of my idols and turn them to rivals. It's all or nothing, man, the trophy is vital. Game time, bet I'm coming in clutch. No hang time, man, they can't keep up. The game's on the line, seconds on the time. Who can't fight? It's gotta be us.
Better under pressure, go ahead and let it fall on me. I'm destined for it all, you better call on me. They say what doesn't kill you make you stronger. All that pain, it done made me to a monster. They say what doesn't kill you make you stronger. All that pain, it done made me to a monster. All that pain, it done made me to a monster. All that pain, it done made me to a monster.
Why don't we take a trip, quick flight overseas? Somewhere you ain't never been and slide on something. It's got me wondering. Why don't we take a trip to the 513? Take a shot at the liquor and slide on something. And it's got me wondering. Why don't we quick trip to Miami and back, ayy. Down a party, let me know where it's at, ayy. Drop top off the coupe in the fast lane. Pull up to the club, pull up with, tell them valet. Off the tequila, we mixin' a drink up. Hit up your friends, we all get to link up. Only do sins, we all getting teed up. Back of the bands, we in the seat up. 5 ways on a B&B. Turn it off, leave the phones on a D&D. Good view with the scenery. And we all for the grid. Lost in it, why don't we take a trip, quick flight overseas? Somewhere you ain't never been and slide on something. It's got me wondering. Why don't we take a trip to the 513? Take a shot at the liquor and slide on something. And it's got me wondering. Why don't we slide on something? Why don't we? It's got me wondering. Why don't we? If I throw it at you, would you quarterback back? One too many, I'ma quarter past that. Got one roll, then you better pass that. 2 throat, I'm teed up, I mean it, that's fast. Why don't we get up out of here? Got your eyes on me, and let them interfere. Put it right on me. Go ahead, shop. Put your tide on me while I ride the wave. I'm wide awake. You know we gotta live in the moment, no time to waste. I know you wanna work to live and live to play. Forget that, live life, take a sip. Why don't we take a trip, quick flight overseas? Somewhere you ain't never been and slide on something. It's got me wondering. Why don't we take a trip to the 513? Take a shot at the liquor and slide on something. And it's got me wondering. Why don't we slide on something? Why don't we? It's got me wondering. Why don't we slide on something? Why don't we? It's got me wondering. Why don't we?
I've been putting in the mileage. I've been paying out of pocket. Yeah, been a while since I lost my shit. Crack a smile 'cause I'm on it. Don't wanna wait for luck to change. As long as I'm ahead of yesterday. I'll crack a smile 'cause I'm on it. Yeah, took a lesson from the losses. Oh, I don't wanna be a product of my caution. Yeah. The moment isn't waiting for us. It's coming if we're ready for it. While back, thought I was defeated. Lost track of my sense of being. I turned back just to catch a feeling. The comeback wasn't what I needed. So I look ahead and focus on the mindset. Just to wonder where the time went. In a rut, but I'm on the climb. I know it's time. I'll crack a smile 'cause I'm on it. Yeah, took a lesson from the losses. Oh, I don't wanna be a product of my caution. Yeah, I'll crack a smile 'cause I'm on it. Yeah, manifesting what I wanted. Oh, I don't wanna be a product of my caution. Once morning to write my story. Fate's on me. Told me to walk to turn my way. Just enough to see the world go wrong. Just enough so I don't wait too long. Getting paid back and trying. Crack a smile 'cause I'm on it. Yeah, took a lesson from the losses. Oh, I don't wanna be a product. Crack a smile 'cause I'm on it. Yeah, manifesting what I wanted. Oh, I don't wanna be a product of my caution. Yeah.
Yeah. Japanese, yeah. Shut it down. Roses are red, violets are blue, and so is the ocean too. You've been in my head, been in my bed, but my heart is far from you. I've been trying to swim to you, but it's deeper. My heart can't reach you deeper, but I just can't leave your side. I've been waiting some time for love, but I just can't seem to shake my bad luck off. Shake my bad luck off. Bad luck off. But I shake it off and go deeper. My heart can't reach you deeper, but I just can't leave you deeper. My heart can't reach you deeper, but I just can't leave. You say you done, I say I done, but we still make up in the morning. You say this isn't love, this isn't love.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for braving the break, and we are now back as we prepare ourselves for the grand finals. Fancy United finally weathering that storm that is Boom Esports, and even coming out on top with stellar performances, now have a shot at a rematch here with Oasis Gaming.
Yeah, the shots have been ringing through here for Fancy United. It's been a stellar form, and as of right now, this is a Fancy United team confident that history will not repeat. But Oasis Gaming, on the other hand, they were able to manhandle Fancy United before. Can they do so? That yet again, that's the big question right now, up for grabs here, Asurai, because we have a rematch of the upper bracket finals into the grand finals.
Oh, absolutely. And of course, this is going to still be that best of 3. So this will definitely affect how the map bans will be. We saw the last time right now for Fantasy that they brought out, or they allowed in that series, both of the triple site maps to be brought out, which is Lotus and Haven, and we saw how that goes. So I don't know if they're going to allow that to happen, or if they do, is there going to what's going to be the counter strat up against Oasis?
I mean, if they really want to play Haven, they should save it for last, not for second, because it gives so much momentum to Oasis, who have honestly a good semblance to play on those 3 site maps. Haven is their historical pick. Lotus is looking to be their new pick with Kelly's in the front line. And the bracket has just gone all the way till the end. Asurai, do you remember our first day when everything was just on the upper bracket round 1 side? I can't believe we'd filled it up. And with only Oasis and Fancy United left, only one of them can move on to the main event and represent SEA in Thailand.
Man, everything down to the wire right now, dude, and I am just absolutely ecstatic, and I just can't believe, like as you mentioned, we just gone from the start almost a week ago, and now we are here. I can't believe we've been casting this almost every day for a week. It doesn't even feel like that because of just how intense and really good the matches have been. Again, a showcase of what is to come possibly for the oncoming year 2024, because we still are here in the off season. Now, speaking of off season, how well has Oasis done in the Clash of Nations? Well, absolutely great. They haven't lost any of their series, now marching up here into the grand finals, and again looking stellar with their performance with the addition of Kelly S as well as
There's no other addition.
No, sorry. I was thinking about NAOS. It was only Kelly S.
Yeah, it's only Kelly S. And Kelly S is honestly such a pivot point here for Oasis Gaming moving forward. His raise has been exemplary. Kelly S has always been tearing it up in the PH scene, but we haven't really seen him to be in a star-studded squad like this ever since until those RQ days before they went to the Pacific League. So it's honestly a scary addition here for Oasis Gaming, and we've seen how Marky has been thriving in the role, especially with this guy. Everything feels a lot more focused right now as a 5-man rotation compared to the previous months we've had Oasis Gaming, where they were trying to really make that 6-man rotation work.
This time they make this one work. Fancy United, of course, the team that can do almost everything. My goodness, they have just again faced so much adversity just to get here in this match. We saw again which opponents they went up against. So different of playstyles: Dominadas, Boom Esports, and they somehow managed to break through those 2 teams with stellar performances. Of course, as we saw with Jin, with Fischio, basically the entire squad absolutely running on highs coming into this in this grand final.
Look, honestly, Fancy United, all they have to do right now is say the Fancy United that was in this matchup before wasn't the real Fancy United. This is our true test. This is us activated. And honestly, I feel like for Fancy United, they have such a good semblance right now of what's going to be going on coming into the map pool. We just saw Fancy United beat Boom Esports on Lotus. Boom has never been beaten before this year until that moment. So I don't think the 13-1 is going to happen yet again, Asurai. I think for Fancy United, they're ready to play this time around.
Ooh, I mean, with the leadership of their coach here, there is a lot of possibilities. We've seen how those timeouts, even though it's not instantaneous, that it changes the pace of the game for Fancy here. You know that there is still something in the works that they're trying to figure out, right? It takes them maybe 1 to 2 rounds, but that is enough for them to create that opening. Here is the first ban. Sunset for Fancy. It's going to be Breeze.
It's the same thing.
So it's going to be the same thing. Probably going to be Lotus first. Yep, for Oasis. There it is. Fancy. They can choose to maybe go for Haven here, but are they want to go for that deja vu? No, the bind.
Remove that as much as possible. Lotus, though, by Oasis is something we have noticed to be their map pick of choice, and they even dare ban Haven on away. They're really trying to move forward and past just being that Haven-centric team. This leads now to Ascent being our final map of choice, as Fancy United actually removes Split from the equation. And I like this a lot from Fancy United. They can dare challenge Oasis on Ascent because Oasis has had a little bit of a hit or miss record on this map. Yes, they did outclass NAOS in it, but I did feel like NAOS just underperformed compared to their usual standard. As I said, compared to Oasis truly dominating. So moving forward, it's Fancy United trying to change up the pace of how this goes. Bind being their map pick though, I'm very curious to see that, because you look at Oasis, this is a map that still exemplifies playing that Raze, playing Kelly S on it. So it's gonna be a big matchup again. The two duelists, Kelly S versus Jin. Who can get that kind of impact?
We'll say though as well, if you remember that match that they had against Dominatas, Fischio was the one that had a big impact when they were actually playing on Bind. So that's also probably something to just kind of watch out for as we are preparing ourselves for the series. Of course, that's going to be for the second map, so we're just going to lock our focus here on Lotus. But it is kind of scary to think how Fancy is going to be approaching this. They saw how Boom was playing it, or rather Oasis was, of course, watching that lower finals match. We saw how they were able to push out Boom, but it did take a bit of adaptation here for Fancy, and that's where they kind of have to be a lot more careful against Oasis, because Oasis is a team that feels like they can adapt mid-round. They don't really need to have 2 to 3 rounds before they start adjusting things. They are a team that feels like they can read the situation as it's actually happening in front of them.
No, your point's already correct, Asurai. Honestly, from what we saw so far, Fancy United has prepared for the Boom playstyle. They should also prepare for the Oasis playstyle, since both teams love to run that Lotus. I think the difference, though, is when you see Oasis Gaming play that Lotus map, it really boils down to how conniving they can be navigating around the map itself, compared to kind of where Boom, they want to be more, yes, they want to be explosive, but there is a bit more of the hang back on the other side. When you have Berserks trying to play the anchor, you play Oasis's game, you can actually get bitten. And Viper, Omen, it's gonna be the big matchup here. It's double control, probably versus double control. Marky's setup, though, has been unparalleled so far. Once he's on that sky, his flashes into the Kelly S peak, it's only really answered by Yes I Can performing the same way when he runs that breach. But that extra bit of speed is what Oasis capitalizes on.
Yeah, and that's gonna, I think, just matter the most here in this particular first map, just because of how quickly you see also Fancy encroaching around other positions of flank that could catch out Oasis if they're not prepared. So that's going to be, I think, pretty huge of a thing to actually watch out for, because of just how quick Oasis can pick up a site if they can. That allows them to set themselves up much more efficiently in that post plant. So Fancy United here, it's going to be up to them to figure out where they need to be placed so that they can stop this from happening.
Yeah, and just overall, the matchup I really want to focus on, or a head-to-head rather, has to be not just Kelly S versus Jin. That's an easy one. It's the duelist, right?
Yeah.
But the big one here is Wild Oreo versus Yes I Can, because these are the two most clutch players we've seen this tournament. I think both players have clutched 6 times so far on official stats. 40% for Wild Oreo, 20% there for Yes I Can, because he's put in multiple moments of it. But we've seen these two players especially just bail out these teams in an absolute pinch. And especially, I look at Wild Oreo, somehow he stays alive on sites and he's able to win it out for Oasis Gaming. I remember Haven A, there's some moments here on Lotus as well, and he's just so wily with that Viper when he runs it. Yes I Can, on the other hand, you get the post plant with him still alive, he's always gonna be that threat. Swing off his own utility, set up for the rest of the roster. It's always gonna be those critical players paying dividends for the teams with them if they can do what they do best.
Yeah, the punish play also from Oasis is absolutely phenomenal, as you were mentioning with Wild Oreo. The triple push clutch that he was able to do, absolutely stellar mentality, as well as just clairvoyance from Wild Oreo here. Now, as we are looking, Fancy United set themselves up once again for this. They're going to be dealing with Savvy 8K as well, that I think has just been such a stellar killjoy, to say at the least. He plays a more active role, even though he is on that Sentinel, maybe just because of how long he's been playing as duelist and such. So I really like the addition that he brings, or the element that he brings rather, to this Oasis roster. It was very apparent as well when we saw them face against each other on Haven with with Fancy here that we saw yesterday.
Well, he did play the Breach then, because it did feel like they wanted to run something a little bit different there. Marky was rather on that Killjoy. And from what we saw was Oasis, sure, they can still play that older style with Savvy playing the Initiator because he's also that flex player. But given the map draft, it does feel like they really want to hammer on the new style that they have, the new roles. Keep Savvy 8K on that Sentinel role. Oasis has had enough of flexing all these different players all throughout the year. It's like, why are we still playing musical chairs, guys? So Lotus, then coming into Bind, I wouldn't be too surprised to see similar compositions come into it with having that Sky. And Oasis Gaming, Fancy United, this is it. The grand finals are here. Familiar compositions, familiar opponents, and a familiar sight to behold. Lotus, our first map yet again. Let's get things going.
It's gonna be absolutely important right now for Fancy to pick up this pistol round, considering how hard it was for them to get any form of momentum on Lotus. Who gets the shot? Who gets the first contact? The up and down here for Wild Oreo as well as Savvy 8K. That nade is going to flush him out. Jin pushes straight into the site. Not going to find anything. Clears it up for his team and now gives them that access. All right, so here, little by little, you can see Oasis starting to retake the site. Spike not dead planted though, so they might be able to catch Yes I Can in this corner if he's not careful. The Paranoia perfect, and here it comes. Beautiful flasher from Yes I Can. The Oasis still fighting on, but look at the changes. Look at the trade that Fancy have set for themselves. Wild Oreo lighting it up. Call down to Suka, but the timing for Wild Oreo not giving him a chance to even react, and that's going to be the retake successful for Oasis on the pistol.
Oasis, they just handle it at the very end. It got so nail-biting there, Asurai. At Fancy United, there's just one more member, Wild Oreo. I was talking about a while ago. He is a critical player of this team. When the going gets tough, he can just find the clutch. He can stay alive. And as per usual, Wild Oreo just does Wild Oreo things. When he's set up on a site, he's just so good at finding the right spot at the right time. And it's been such a big strength of his.
Absolutely. And again, Oasis, there's just that snap that you feel connects them so much more faster than Fancy United here. They immediately try to fight for rubble just to kind of see things a little bit clearer. No nades thrown though from Kelly here. I really do like that. You don't really need to throw it that early. So now it's a bigger threat that they can use against Fancy if Fancy tries to double up once again on a main, because now the smokes are starting to dry up from Draxi. He will have one back in 8 seconds, but you know how much impact having, again, this saved up paint shells can really matter if they push up on A.
And just to talk back about the last time these guys faced off against each other, Oasis, they won that pistol. They ran away with it with a perfect half, yes. Or rather, just an 11-1 half, but that was them on the attacking side. Now, we see Oasis start on the defense. And Savvy 8K, he burns down Jin with the Nano Swarm. Wild Oreo with a find. Draxi doing the same as well. And Fancy United, they're struggling to find an opening yet again. It's an anti-ego though, so you can see why. But the confidence from Oasis Gaming is still there from their last outing.
And again, just to remind everybody, this is still Fancy that played not even more than an hour ago. So this team probably feeling the highs and maybe even just the fatigue of that series that they had against Boom Esports, because even though they did win convincingly because of the heroics of their individual players, it ended, what was it, like 13-11 for both of the matches? So also just got to point out how stressful that can be up against such a refreshed Oasis that comes from the high of winning that last series, last night, of course, is being well rested overall. Here comes the push out. There's the immediate dash in from Jin as the double satchels doesn't get any picks just yet. Oasis smartly backs away, uses their utility, just keep him at bay here, while the rest tries to get a little bit of incorporated knowledge around the map. They spot it out just a little bit, backs away. Now you can see Kelly S just waiting somewhere again to get that impact on his nades.
Yeah, Fancy United, they do back off for the time being, though. They have the gun buy at the very least, so they do want to go for this B site. So orb taken. It's par for the course. The usual Fancy United way. Feed Jin the orbs, get the showstopper online as soon as possible. Marky, though, ain't ready for this contact point. The flash comes on out with Fancy United. They back away yet again. They look to pivot towards A, actually. But the setup of Oasis, they're prepared for this. Daks can be alongside his teammate, if ever.
Cover going out.
Oh, they're already there. They might actually be able to punish him here. There is the timing on! The paranoia! And they can't deal with him just yet. There it is. Daks gonna drop down. Immediately dealt with by Yes I Can. 20 seconds onto the timer. But wait, hold on. They're actually going to be calling the rotation to go for B. And I believe Marcus should be able to hear this. He has the cross right now. He's a little bit confused of where they could be coming from. And Savvy just charged it out of the smoke. Bit of a madman here. If he can stop the plant. It's going to be huge! And Wild Oreo comes up for the big swing.
No way.
Judge, jury, executioner.
No way they get away with that. How? How does that happen to Fancy United? They're all lined up for him. He just lets the judge rip. Oh, what am I seeing? What did I just witness? Asurai. It's a tactical shooter, but you just run in, you get the judge to go, and you get 8 kills. The Viper spits online. Oasis. They just get magic out of nowhere from it.
I have no words. It just feels like it was all well orchestrated. Savvy was just gonna again sacrifice himself to delay just a little bit further. Marky timed the flash perfectly so that as Wild Oreo jumps out, no one was gonna be looking straight at him. Wild Oreo though is gonna lose his life now as Jin finally gets his revenge. That's the push that they were looking for, as well as a rifle picked up immediately right after.
He's had enough. Just no way he's gonna let that happen anymore in Fancy United. At least they get the entry onto the site. You also see them already playing for the safe. They do want to go for the close hold if ever. Savvy 8K though has the angle. Kelly S getting Jin at least to make it 4v4, and Oasis now on the retake.
They have their own. Oh, he actually finds Cruz! And that's the rip-up that they're looking for. Suka by himself. He's going to have to peek somewhere out in the open. Draxi looking for a lure or anything.
Don't interrupt my work.
Donking the chrome of Savvy, but it's just not going to be enough. The retake, a huge, again, swing for Oasis.
Yeah, Fancy United, even though they played towards that site, you could see that it was trouble since Oasis had Waterfall and that Hall's control still. Savvy 8K assessing the situation. The push from Oasis, getting the kills, and I do believe there was a bit of that gun disparity also to help out Oasis Gaming in the pinch. So moving forward, Fancy United, they are going to be going for the rifles. They do love to buy this light armor, though, if you notice, Asurai. And players like Savvy 8K and Kelly S are taking advantage of that. Phantoms in hand, Oasis ready to brawl early on.
They have so much brawl capability here. Oasis still want to go for the setup. Draxi. Alright, he's still going to go for that TP. Does he know Cruz? Any spot Cruz is the question. Now spotted here. Jin does get the immediate pick onto Kelly S, but he still has to deal with so many players. The flashes for Marky absolutely well timed, not allowing anybody from Fancy to even just peek out from A main and even have a solid straight shot elsewhere. Such a confusing and very chaotic time for Fancy. They just could not get the numbers in their favor.
And this is what we're talking about. Oasis Gaming, they get the swing off the flashes. The Neural Theft, though, will give the intel here, and Fancy United now know that 3 are holding towards A. But it doesn't matter too much to Oasis because the setup of Savvy, it's headed towards B. It's already there. And Fancy United, they're going to have to be very careful. They might have to plant in the middle just to stay away from the utility dump that Oasis has. It will still be the upper take. Fisho gets a spot onto 1, so Fancy United fighting back here.
They might actually want to fight back a lot more. Yes, I Can is actually here. He can rip out that Rolling Thunder very early so they can start punishing them, which they will. This is going to leave at least one more to try to fend off. The smoke timing from Draxi saves him for just a couple more seconds. Look at how early, very nearby Savvy is. Thankfully, Suka's right there to help out his bro. That's going to be the first round for Fancy. A quick rotation. Great use of ultimates saves them around.
Yeah, just a good know-how by Yes I Can also. As soon as you realize, okay, there's so much utility in one side, we have to play off this eastern angle towards B to actually play into upper. It allowed them to actually catch out Oasis, who was trying to regroup. They had one on watch duty. They could have had more if they knew the transit was coming. They had to wait out the neural theft though. And Oasis Gaming, they've given up the one that like they did last time around. Will they give up more? They go early on with the Viper Spit. You also have to push into Rumble, so it's a similar setup for Oasis. Just limit the options of Fancy United.
They can do that here and now. That's at least gonna, again, as we see, break the momentum. Opening the door here, just to make Oasis flinch a little bit. But that turret actually gets a lot of information done. As he doesn't activate itself, they should know that there's no one at least willing to get that peek in. Smoke's about to dissipate. There's the camera. There's the check. They know Kelly's is already nearby. They know Drax has been here for the longest time. They will still tempt fate. There's the nade. There's the reaction. Countering it off. It's going to be a fight. Who gets on top?
And look at how Oasis is playing this. They're causing so much of distraction just to allow Rumble to get as much value as possible. Damage, though, again, courtesy of Fancy. They still hold it down, and now Fancy United a good chance to push in with this. Marky, though, finding Sook at least. So there's Oasis with an answer, with a response. Fancy has a position.
30 seconds
Definitely do. Doors opening against Marky right now, and Vishio gets him down. The ultimate converts them to actually go for B. There is still the Nano Swarm here, so we can use the delay a little bit further. No, they break all of it. Jin sadly not going to be able to even know about this. And it's all down to Wild Oreo. Smoke gives him a little bit of coverage. Jin finds it immediately, picks up the 3K. And Fancy, they've been doing a lot of good jobs to control the defense of, again, of Oasis.
They're keeping their eyes on the prize. They knew that the utility dump was there from Marky just to try and make Fancy United forget that Rumble still had someone. And even though there was that patience for Oasis, eventually when they executed, Fancy United was prepared for them. So overall, Fancy United proving right now that they're so prepared. Whether it be Boom Esports, whether it be Oasis, they are understanding the gameplay of the opposition. A quick little tech pause. I believe Oasis having a few hiccups from what we saw on the scoreboard. But beyond that, Fancy United, there is no excuse against them right now. They're doing really well in counteracting the Oasis pressure.
Okay, it looks like we do have a little bit of a technical pause.
Yeah.
Everybody was just spamming in the chat there. you see the you see the
No,
brotherhood,
no, no.
right?
Yeah,
exactly.
yeah.
It's the brotherhood, you know. Oh, you have an issue? We gotta have to tell the marshals here as quickly as we can, so we don't, interrupt the game's fidelity.
Fidelity.
Yes, big word. Big nade too. All right. A couple of thrown abilities there already on C-Long. Oasis made their presence known very early on, and their kind of hope here is they can coax their opponents to go on that A site, but seems like Yes I Can and the rest right now looking to charge for B, which is honestly better, just because if they can save Jin Showstopper for post-plan, that's even going to be more amazing for them.
Now Fancy's in towards B anyway. Smoke's going to be out soon. The quick little tap. Yes, I can. He readjusted also, so his lineups are going to be so much better from the B main angle. Oasis Gaming, though, bringing the forces out. The doorway opens. Suka's overrun, so this is a chance. It's a big tell, though. Fancy, quickly. They go for the Viper Spin.
That's true, but as I mentioned, there's still the nade. There's still the Showstopper. We're gonna at least try their best to make this happen, but Fancy play their cards well enough. They should be able to win this round and lock it loaded for them. Started the defuse already. The smoke's right there. They're unaware if they're still actually defusing that spike. They're gonna have to throw everything to check, and Oasis, they're gonna just try to catch them off. Does it not work? Does not phase Fancy at all. And that's just going to be the timer already down. It's all about the exits here for Oasis, but they can only get so much.
Absolute
Whoa, they get a lot, actually.
Okay, so sure, only one survivor, but overall, as soon as Fancy United got that B site, they had so many tools to work with. You always can rely on Yes I Can to put that in a good spot for himself and the rest of the team. But as soon as that lurk from Suka, again, getting that intel, Fisho pops the Viper Spit. Fancy United back on the way. Look to see how much Fisho can get the vision advantage going. And from that point on, it's an easy firing squad. The decay plays its factor. Oasis, sure, they fight back and buy enough time to go for the detonation kills. But beyond that, Fancy are just one away from tying things up.
100% agree. So warmed up or heated up right now, carrying over the, I guess, the as for Boom. There were some woes that I was kind of expecting that they might be a little bit burnt out, but it was only start of the round. They still had time to adjust against Oasis here, and they absolutely have. Now immediately, as you can see, Fancy not allowing any crevice right now on Waterfall, as well as top mid or top C to be out in the open. There's the push to Paranoia as well, but that well-timed paint show is going to be forcing back the rest of Oasis, so they can't really go for the punish. They can't go for the push just yet. They're going to have to start slowly clearing up the angles here if they can.
I mean, there's a smoke from Fancy United, still going for the whole close. Cloud's going to be into play. Oasis now coming in from the halls especially.
Player standing.
My God, what a retake here from Oasis. That smoke plays perfectly on default. And I was mentioning how Fancy was checking, clearing all their corners. They couldn't really push out to Mount because they planned it for safe. So they had to play inside that site. And Oasis lured them into such a great position to retake that. That one big smoke from Alt Oreo. It's not just the aim, the kills that this man gets. It's also utility usage that he has that really elevates the situations here in favor of Oasis.
Yeah, Oasis Gaming overall, when they have the numbers that can go for the overrun, I think they're one of the strongest teams we have in this bracket. Honestly, the strongest team probably, bar Fancy United, their opponent, to go for those kind of retakes. It's just such a simple style. As soon as they have the angle, they're very quick and very coordinated in how they do so. The big TP out though, if you notice, Draxi actually backing away towards site. Fancy United taking their time to clear it. They even use the paint shells actually. So a bit of utility burnt by Fancy just by the initial Oasis play.
Yeah, they respected the conditioning of Oasis here, who's been playing Rubble for the past like 3-5 rounds now. That smoke might actually be a lot more helpful for Fancy if they want to actually slowly push up. So you can see Draxi just checking every single corner. And Fancy not playing it nonchalantly. They will be slowly creeping things up. The nanoswarm for the B entryways is very near the doorways or the entry points. You can see here already, if they start breaking that, the activation of the nanoswarm should come soon. That's going to tag them quite a bit. So it's not really to stop the plant, but to stop, or at least to lower the HPs as much as they can.
Exactly. And now they're in here for Fancy United. They do go for the whole close approach for Jin. He is isolated though. So Wild Warriors have 8k. They bought a bit of space to work with. Now they go for the overrun. Cruz timing it right so well on the lurk too for him. And Fancy United, they have numbers. They have at least the murder hole to work with. They're banging back though with Yes I Can. Defuse shooting ready for Wild Oreo. Here comes Fisho though on the board. Wild Oreo gets halfway. Wild Oreo holding it all by him lonesome. And Marky coming in from the flank. The flankers get flank. The murder hole plays to its name. And Oasis Gaming, they get a 6th round.
How? What? I just looked away for a second and I was hearing the Cruz flank happening and everything. I was like, oh, okay, this actually might work out well right now for Fancy, as they got all their bases covered, and out of nowhere, once again, Oasis stand out on top. Really see why Lotus is such a feared map for this particular team. And you can see, again, every single player locked and loaded. 6-3. Oasis, again, back up onto such strong ultimates. Fancy's got their work cut out for them, especially just having the half shields at this point. Suka can maybe get a lurk. That's something. And they actually start charging in.
Well, the pick is what Fancy's looking for. The pick is what they get. Have you noticed so far, Oasis Gaming has won 4 rounds out of 6 through the defuse. Fancy, they've done a good job to really keep the pressure going, moving into those post-plant scenarios. With the first pick like that, then it's a better chance. Paranoids to play. The stun is answered here by Yasaken towards Draxi. And Fancy United, they've gotten out of the tree area. They're moving in instead.
Ooh, Jin gets a little bit of a little bit of attack from the dog. Conversion for Draxi's not too good. Valdorio's out here. It is making some waves. 1 versus 2. Savvy. Ooh, yes, I can is just 1 hit away from dying as well. Savvy has to play this hidden. Does not want to get hit by that ultimate, so he's playing this as soft as he can. Pops the shot.
Oh my god!
Looks for the lurk, and he hits it! He knew exactly what that HP was on Yes I Can. Conversion perfect. Savvy, what a strong play.
Did you just see how he even shot down Jin there as Jin tried to get the hell out of that spot? The flicks, man, the movement, the tracking overall. And Oasis Gaming, it was a winnable state, yes, because we saw Yes I Can had 1 HP, but the fact that Savvy was able to handle both the left and the right, I feel like for Fancy, they didn't swing there because they felt that, okay, Jin, you can get into cover, but Oasis accuracy is key. Wild Oreo, he provided the same kind of bravado in prior rounds a little bit earlier on in that round as well, and it's already such a strong showing from Oasis from what we've seen so far.
100% agree. Oh, man. Oasis just, again, if they need the individuals to step up, they step up. Suka trying to bait out something here, riling some utilities. Now here is about this. Yes I Can, and the rest will have to respect this, but immediately throws out the Rolling Thunder. Wild Oreo's in trouble.
Jin's gone, Savvy 8K's there, and the Wild Oreo, what is trouble when you are Wild Oreo, right? He's ready to fight again. The snake bite though gets a beautiful connection. He knows Suka is coming, and Wild Oreo, you just can't beat this guy right now. Pisho, last man standing, he is just caught in the crossfire of Oasis Gaming, and 8-3, but
Last round
Oasis, they're not just warmed up, they are heated up here, good sir.
Damn, he's also just playing with his food there. You saw him jiggling efficiently. Fishio in that position, heated up, definitely 8-3 last round in, and they didn't even have to use anything big. Just, again, huge positionings, amazing holds for Oasis here. And you can't really fault Fancy for wanting to press the A side as soon as they heard the paranoia and the boombot. That's been one of the biggest issues they had on that A side. This time, it wasn't. It's Wild Oreo, just how well he's been going about things. Kelly S, that's pretty far out. Looking for an opening somewhere. No targets here, but they are clearing such a huge part of the map.
No, the burst from Fancy. And that's so well played. They know that play. They were doing this against Boom Esports. How to counteract against the lobby push. Step 1, bunch up near the entrance of Bound. Step 2, apparently get a pick and use the neural theft. So immediately assessment by Fancy United. But a well-executed start by Fancy, giving them the advantage.
And they run away though. Into this, or rather run into the site. Now that they find themselves a bit of that opening, they will try. They will be able to. Fancy's got a good foothold on B. Plant's not yet. Jin maybe wanting to actually push through this and get himself a pick. There's the flash, and they all just fall down. One more on the Savvy. He gets stunned and overwhelmed. That's going to be the clutch round for Fancy United, keeping it a little bit more sane in their side, 8-4.
Yeah, and that's the end of the first half. Oasis Gaming with the lead coming into their attacking side. I do want to point out, though, that was a good counter round by Fancy United. It was just completely a counterplay upon a counterplay. The first one, obviously, was them reading that lobby push. They understand we can actually stay here, move into cover, get out, get the kill. But that play on the B, the way that they played that post-plant was so exceptional because they realized the tendency of Oasis. When the marquee flash is going, that's when the rest of Oasis will follow suit. And there were certain members there of Fancy United that were able to hold close but not get blinded. And it just allows Fancy United to see the lined up shots, get the kills as Oasis was busy with other angles. And it's what allows them to win that round. Fancy United, they may be behind, but for what we saw so far, again, it's the studies versus Boom and Oasis that are giving them a fight here on Lotus.
They're putting Oasis under a microscope, right? And their ideas, their reads, their understanding of the motions of Oasis, definitely there. They just need a little bit more time to really get it locked and loaded into the heads of their players. And once that happens, you know that Fancy is setting themselves for a possible comeback here. Suka's already found himself a bit of contact up against Kelly S. Excuse me. As now, Gonna try to at least push through. And he tripwires onto the side. Nothing at all. There's the dog, and that is just gonna spot out Suka. He really couldn't do anything else other than just maybe do the heroics and get a clean shot. Fishshield's already getting tagged. If he pushes through this, he's done. Because of that snake bite, that's going to be the plan for Oasis, and you know how strong they can play this post.
No, the thing is, this is their strong side. Effectively, attack, play on 2C, put that spike down towards Mount, reposition, and force Fancy United to come at them. Their positions already are so strong. Got Marky, Draxi ready for the covering fire. Savvy, same thing. The fault line's the answer. Sure, Paranoid's the play. And Fancy United looking to go for the burst. 2 for them, though, making it 3v3. Yes, I can on defuse duty. So the studies of Fancy United, does it pay off? Seems like, though, the answer is no. Savvy 8K at the last moment, slaying Yes I Can where he stands. And apparently, Yes I Can, my mistake there. The fuse is done. And Fancy United get away with it. The meter disappeared, and Fancy get the round.
I did not expect that. I honestly thought that they could have, but Fancy bought enough time to ruin Oasis's plan. But the thing is, Oasis, they know that they ripped through Fancy right now. If they go for the force buy here, they got a shot. But Fancy, of course, being the safe, or actually not safe, but very well knowledgeable and good rating team that they are, they know that something's going to be up. They immediately buy for the 5 Bulldogs. They got the firepower right now. But if they get isolated here, that's also weapons that Oasis can pick up.
Yeah, it's a big props to the sacrifices Fancy United there. They push with 2. They leave Yes I Can immediately on defuse duty. And allows them to steal the round just because while there will be a swing from Savvy 8K, it's timed upon getting the first 2 kills in the first place. Suka, though, does it get overrun yet again? He's already backing on away. Is still that force fight from Oasis, but Drax is hurting. Fancy United, they're gonna back away, make this a 5v5 retake.
They still have a heal for Draxi, so they're going to be fine. They're actually planted down on Sage. There's the nade thrown. Suka not going to take brunt of the damage. They're pushing a little bit more forward. There's Jin and the rest of Fancy as they rip through against the Oasis right now. Savvy can get back into the corner. Yes, he can. Even find Screws. No, he gets a second one. Savvy! Popping off. Yes, I can. Chasing. Savvy has like 3 bullets to his name, and Yes, I can. Peppers him with the shots. That spike ticking, and there's plenty of time to defuse it.
Yeah, Yes I Can. He does it yet again. Fancy United, though, they understand. Stop bothering contesting these sides. Oasis Gaming has such a heavy hit with Kelly S and Marky plus Draxi supporting as soon as possible that it's such an overwhelming force. They can't afford to lose Suka early. He uses his utility to back on away and buy a bit of time. And as soon as Fancy United get in position, you have Jin getting the pain chills to go for the connection. They still have 2 angles to work with. And Yes I Can, in a critical moment, it looked to be for Oasis's favor with Savvy 8K dipping in and out so well. But Fancy had a bit more firepower to work with and a bit of HP too to keep them alive.
100%, man. What an absolutely butt-clenching round for both of the teams. Kelly S, ooh, he's in a tight spot. He's trying to go for the fight here, and he's ripping through them bit by bit. Assistance from Oasis is much needed, and he's going to be able to do that. In the blink of an eye, they pick up the kills, leaving it only to Fishio.
Yep.
And Fishio really gets paranoid. That's annoying if you're in his position.
And Oasis, again, the speed and the accuracy of execution. It's so well timed. Waldor is already on the lurk. No escape, Fishio. No getting out of there. And a flawless win for Oasis to get back into it. But you gotta give big props to Savvy 8K again. 3 rounds in a row. He's gotten critical picks in this game. And you see in that 3rd round for that 2nd half, Wild Oreo, or rather Kelly S, would have died almost immediately if Savvy 8K didn't get that initial frag. It allows Kelly S to reset themselves with in-mount cover, get the 2K. Savvy 8K chips in with 1 more of his own. Lockdown's available, Showstoppers available. Oasis has everything they want right now.
Look at Fancy. They're trying to do something out of the ordinary here, which is the 5-man push on B. Is this a slow push? Yeah, it is. They just want that contact, but they're not going to find it. Turret immediately spots them out, and now their positioning is exposed. Up to how many players are there, Oasis is still unaware. That's why you're still seeing them clear as many positions as they possibly could. They are leaving Savvy to himself. He does have Marky somewhat nearby, but this could turn sour for Savvy.
Well, Savvy does get 1, but as you mentioned it's only a single lick that he can actually get in there. Marky also Now looking to be that second holder. And Marky gets another one, but Fisho will answer back in response. 3v2. Oasis still have the site handle.
Damn, Marky, what a shot. They could pick up some
One enemy remaining.
but they're so low that it's kind of turning a bit sour right now for Fancy. Fisho, smoke's about to dissipate in a second. And he still has to deal with 3. They maybe make it expensive, which he does. But all in all, Oasis now breaking into double digits.
Yeah, Oasis Gaming, they clear the site, they get it for free, and as soon as that happens, they understand that in a map like Lotus, it has to be an active rotation from behind. Savvy 8K, he confirms it with his body, basically. Marky, you love what you see, though. As soon as Oasis get the site, they understand that they can turn on the round for those kind of flank plays, put themselves in more defensive positions like they did in the first half. And there was so much value for Marky to actually get the 2K before he fell.
Now, they got themselves so much firepower once again. Kelly, though, early on the double satchel. They're going to slowly creep their way up onto the C site once again, especially with Savvy having that lockdown as you see it. There it is. We still have a dog, yep, to clear up the tripwires just in case. If they don't break that, this is going to be problematic here. They're trying to get at least the value, but because of the lockdown, yeah, they're just going to, again, be forced back. Does get spotted out, does get tripped up, but again, no damage to be had. While Oreos Lurk, though, gets caught by Cruz. This is a step in the right direction. They're going to try to go for the pinch as soon as Paranoia gets thrown. There's Marky trying to run away. Showstopper tries to get that value, which it does. They spot out the Lurks. They spot it out. They deal with it already. 2 versus 2. Jin is low. Nano Swarm. Right click and Savvy. What a madman. He reads the situation perfectly. Oasis, the pinch, the press from Fancy was already coming through, but they immediately knew that they had no time to waste to face Fancy before Fancy could turn the tables.
Yeah, there's just no way Oasis Gaming, they do it yet again. The post plant is just such a big win condition here for Oasis. It allows players like Savvy right spot at the right time. Fancy United, they're trying their hardest right now, but Oasis, look at the stats here, Asurai. 22 kills for Savvy, 20 kills for Wild Oreo. You have these pop-off players at their prime right now, and Oasis Gaming, they're enjoying the benefits of it.
There's still no answer to how good Oasis's push on the C site has been. They can try to, again, put a lot more bodies here, but Oasis, they got all the utility in the world to, again, just make that an impossible thing for Fancy. Suka gonna just be playing again nearby on his trip. The slow walk by Oasis here kind of cooking Fancy right now, as Suka does not want to check the nearby angle. Fisho's in a position where he can hit some shots, which he does, and Suka pinches in perfectly. 3 versus 4. They still try to go in. Paranoia, blind Suka. He doesn't even know. Wild Oreo's already caught into the site. 3 versus 3. Numbers equalizing. Rolling Thunder available. Is it going to come through? But no. Yes, I can. What a lineup through the smoke.
He just knows the angle so well, and we see it for Fancy United. They set things up with one. It's the other. It's Suka, of course, able to play off the that point. And for Fancy now, they have the advantage. Savvy 8K is the last one standing here.
Slowly creep up to the corner. Doesn't get the pick onto Yes, I Can. That might be a fatal error, which it is. And Fancy United, out of nowhere, Yes, I Can digs it up huge with that lineup on the opponent trying to plant the spike.
Exactly that. It's just Fancy United. They understand what Oasis loves to play. It's really the homework that they put on in. We've seen this from Yes I Can. He's pretty much the biggest bother right now of the Oasis post plan. And you just love to see it. It's Fancy United. They're doing so much better versus Oasis. They have 4 ultimates right now on the defense, and if they win here versus Oasis, they make it convincing, they're going to be effectively evening up that eco, just have a slight advantage moving forward.
Jin's now charging his way. Oh, he even activates the showstopper. Now they know there's some kind of chase happening. Suka's there to the corner. Wild Warrior can't find it. That's going to be a huge error. And they actually drop to it. 3 versus 5. Oasis now forced to try to go for that C side. Opens the door. Jin's right here. Savvy
About to get that contact with. Yes, I can. Why was he just charging up Cruz? Timing gonna be crucial. Equalized by the numbers on. Another one. Marky. He's gonna have to dig deep. Spike's out right behind him. He can try to pick it up. Suka's waiting for the adjustment from Fishio, but Suka doesn't need it. Picks up the 3K and the round.
Fancy United. That got deadly though, courtesy of Marky, but they keep on piling on the pressure. They keep going for the full set, and we saw how effective it was versus Boom Esports. Oasis is gonna go for a timeout. They need to keep tabs of the possible flanks here. And Fancy United, again, they're getting so much more confidence near the tail end of these games. They feel so much more, not just accurate, obviously, but they're adjusting on the fly. It takes a little while. Oasis takes advantage of the fact, and that's why they're at 11. But if this keeps up, Fancy United can make Oasis Gaming stay at 11 to start to have their own rally, since they still have that Rolling Thunder and that Viper Spit to utilize.
Man, Fancy finally getting into that groove. The playstyle that they want to employ is now getting its value. The pinch was there. It was perfect. Wild Oreo, he had a shot to maybe save his teammate, to punish the positioning of Jin, but he could not, and Jin just converted way better. There was that weird thing with Yes I Can, and now he pressed up onto B main, but it still didn't matter because Suka, again, the man from the back lines, the anchor player of Fancy United, makes it work.
Fancy United, they can rely on the anchors. They can get more opportunities elsewhere. And if they can keep on finding the tabs towards Oasis, then is the perfect chance so far. I do wonder, though, Oasis Gaming right now, what is next for them? What's going to be the plan moving forward? So they do go for the lobby play for the time being. They also are getting rubble control. But Fancy, Asurai, we see it yet again. They're moving forward. The shots do ring. Savvy 8K can give that intel, and Oasis, they know what's up. They're going to go straight for that A site.
They're running for it right now. Nog, or rather, the turret should spot them here. Now they now know, aside from the lurks, that how nearby Fancy will be. Oh, but no, they're not actually going to go for the lurk. It's going to be a straight fight into what's in front of them onto the site, probably because of that Rolling Thunder. So if anybody's close by, it's going to actually get a little bit sour right now. For Oasis. Well, Oreo, what a positioning from him.
They know this is coming, though. It's always been a retake city from Fancy United. Oasis Gaming expected already, and Kelly S is ready to fight versus Cruz. Fisho those on the board. Kelly S with another one. The staircase is held by Kelly. This means everything's going to go boil down to the site, and Marky is there waiting for someone to come his way. 4v2 now. Oasis, they lose Marky. Sure, Suka setting up a cross if ever. Draxi, though, 3 is pressure. Everything's left to Suka, who's holding by his lonesome. But time is running out, and Kelly S gets the job done. It's map point here for Oasis.
Ah, man, Fancy just did not know where to go through those angles. They got a little bit closer. They almost had it. They were throwing, clearing as much as they could, but it's still not going to be enough. And now they're pushed up there against the wall. Same here with Oasis, though. If Oasis loses this, this is going to be the breaking point for them. That could allow Fancy a couple of rounds that could assist, that could bring us into overtime. They need 4. We'll see how that goes. Kelly already gonna look to maybe go for the double satchel in. The quick TPs, all right, from somewhere onto mid stairs. And Draxi actually pushes up with it. No one's gonna punish him there. And this is gonna be isolation.
And look at this. This is a given site here to Oasis. Unless it will be Jin instead getting the kill for himself. Marky actually will fall. Fisho finds the timing through the smoke, and Fancy United ready to corral the opposition. They're just ranchers here, Asurai, and Oasis are like cattle. They're being slaughtered right now as soon as they stand onto the spike, or the site rather. What Savvy 8K can do here is to fight back. He gets the 1, but that's all he gets near the tail end of that firefight. 12-9, Fancy United refuse to lose right now.
Gotta love how Fancy still want to disrupt Oasis before they truly secure that A site. I was actually thinking, oh, were they able to isolate Jin there when he was still stuck on A? When I was looking at it, he was already on Heaven, so there was a perfect time for Fancy to re-encroach that A site while Oasis was still preoccupied, and they do it well. And as I say it, Daks, look at this. They already reset the economy of Oasis here. Still, Oasis will have some weaker buys,
but it's not going to be as scary for Fancy at least.
Well, Fancy United, scary might not be in their vocabulary though. We've seen how fearless they've been, especially coming into these defensive halves. Oasis Gaming, they know they're under pressure. They need to stem the bleeding as soon as possible and finish the job off. Or else Fancy United, they're just going to be even stronger moving forward. Paranoia though is the play. Kelly S finding Fisho.
Oh no.
So Oasis, they now have the showstopper. Kelly S with the clear. And Seaside is right for the taking. The Viper Spit, setting up the Oasis arena. They dare you to come into this.
No, Draxi actually places himself a little bit to the left, so just in case YesICan has a lineup once again, he's not gonna get shot through the smoke anymore. But
enough is enough. Oh, no! Never
Yeah.
mind. It's never enough because YesICan, yes he will. Just keeping the strength of Fancy United facing forward. Waldorio onto the side here, trying to hug the bend, dips on in, Cruz finds Savvy, everything is left to Wild Oreo, but here he comes and here he falls. YesICan, he just knows exactly his opponent. It is crazy to think how Fancy United makes the C retake work.
oh my god. Still though, that was scary for Fancy United to say at the least. That was the weaker buy of Oasis right there. And they were able to isolate the fight so well. Draxi, knowing that Suka loves to play that bend angle, especially with his tripwire, immediately throws it, blinds him, and they were able to isolate a fight. Of course, Kellyas just follows up with a perfectly timed showstopper, but you're absolutely right. YesICan, he doesn't need to see opponents to get opponents. He just has that sick instinct, you know?
He just
that
knows.
sixth sense.
This is a nice spot.
It's a name, okay? The name gives you the willpower to do what needs to be done. If I could name myself an inspirational quote, I probably would, but well, for now, Suka and Kelly, yes, they're ready to contest. Kelly thinking about going for the blast backs in, but he gets a spot onto Suka. The Paint Chill's actually flushing him away from bed, forcing him to still stay onto the default position. And look at how that works out for Oasis. Now they know Fish is around. They eventually do after the demise of Draxis. Kelly S wins out on the repeat. 4v3 though. The lockdown's gonna be into play.
He also cycled his weapons there. You saw him whip out the melee for just a split, and that was enough to get him basically done and dusted.
Oh, the flash. Better now. And Fancy United, you got the Paint Chill still being thrown out by Jen. Cruz gonna get on the board. Kelly S responds in kind, and Oasis Gaming, this is all theirs now. YesICan, he's the only one still standing. He's been saying no too many times to Oasis before. Will it be another no? The answer itself is no, as it's yes for Oasis. It's yes, a win, and yes, their map pick goes their favor.
Wow, what a round there from Oasis to secure everything. There was a good hold that we saw from Fishio, but again, just too much to handle. Oasis, if ever anybody's gonna have a rematch with them, please ban out Lotus. It is too much, especially on that C site. You saw Fancy United; they had some great ideas, and it was such a departure from what we saw from the first time that they faced each other. Again, that 13-1 really haunted them, but they were still able to somehow scrounge up even more rounds than that. Hard reading the counters that they did, but still not going to be enough. So that means that we are just going to be looking forward to what happens on that second map.
And there were also impressive efforts there from Fancy United, yes, but Oasis Gaming, they had heroes who wore capes in that game. Savvy 8K being one of them. Yeah, Wild Oreo as well. That judge, what was that, right? What was that shenanigans we saw towards that B site? But eventually, it coiled down to the execution coming into that second half. Yes, there were times where YesICan and the rest of Fancy United, they do such a good job on the retake. Led by Jin, move it there. Suka still having some stellar setups. But I think the point of concern there was they couldn't really stop Kelly S to find that impact. Kelly S, he's so good at goading you to get the angle that Oasis wants. We saw that there, especially versus Suka. The overrun came the way Oasis expected, and those were the Oasis has been looking for.
Well, Fancy tried to cut the
the head of the snake if they could, or even just disrupt this movement from Oasis, but just not able to do so when it counted out the most. 13-10 is the best that they could get, at least here for Lotus. But the fight continues. As I mentioned, we still are going to be looking at that second map. Just a quick rundown of the match results here. 3 players from Oasis, 20 bomb above, while for Fancy United, it's just the 1 on Fishio. So you really do see how big of an impact individualistic players have for Oasis.
Yeah, the frag fiesta from Oasis Gaming continues. And you can also notice, again, Marquee, 18 assists. I think we've said it so many times. Him being on the sky seems to be one of the strongest roles he can play from right now, setting everything up for Oasis to play off in an absolute instant. The execution is so quick there from Oasis. Fancy United, big props to Fisher also. He had that 22k. He was stellar at fighting back multiple times, but it just wasn't enough versus the Oasis onslaught.
100%. So with that, guys, I believe we're just going to go on a quick break. When we come back, map number 2. This is the grand finals, guys. Fancy, if they want to get a shot to go into Thailand, they have to make their final stand here and now, and Bind is where it's going to be at. So we'll see how that goes, guys. Again, we're just going to go on a break. When we come back, it's going to be map number 2.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
About to take a win. Take the win, take the win, take the win. Rings on my knuckles, sunlight, let it clean. I cannot realize how you I cannot make amends. Make it how they pop out and they about to take a win. Big ticket item, I'm the one that they will see. I don't know about the will do's or the will be's. I don't need a once was, they misunderstood me. When I told them giants in the room is where I could be. And I should be, I will, and I am now. Looking at that kid like I turned into a cash cow. I don't need a lesson on the business cause you cashed out. You a light bulb, I'm a flame, you flashed out. Take the win, take the win, take the win. Rings on my knuckles, sunlight, let it clean. I cannot realize how you I cannot make amends. Make it how they pop out and they about to take a win. Take the win, take the win, take the win. Rings on my knuckles, sunlight, let it clean. I cannot realize how you I cannot make amends. Make it how they pop out and they about to take a win. Friendly faces all around, yes ma'am. Cause I made a move, made a scene, made a plan. Pull up in the land, throw back to the minivan. Big baller hustle, that's the way to make it stand. And the fans in the stands, in the stands. Quicker than the ones trying to catch me with their hands. That's adrenaline when I beat their defense. I just stayed ahead, the result. About to take a win. Take the win, take the win, take the win. Rings on my knuckles, sunlight, let it clean. I cannot realize how you I cannot make amends. Make it how they pop out and they about to take a win. Take the win, take the win, take the win. Rings on my knuckles, sunlight, let it clean. I cannot realize how you I cannot make amends. Make it how they pop out and they about to take a win.
Let's do something crazy. Get a bit wild today. Cause we don't do this every day and we deserve it. Life is so amazing. Nothing is in our way. Baby, let's fly away. Do you feel it? Is your heart rushing the way my heart's rushing when you take it all in? Baby, this is where we come alive. Do you feel it? Take the world by storm. Just you and I can't believe it took so long to realize what makes us, makes us, makes we don't always have to be good. Don't always have to do things that we should. We'll feed the fire. Let's see it through and let go of what's holding us back. Just light it up and we'll burn through the past and take it higher. Is your heart rushing the way my heart's rushing when you take it all in? Baby, this is where we come alive. Do you feel it? Take the world by storm, just you and I. You and I. Can't believe it took so long to realize. This is where we come alive. Do you feel it? Take the world by storm, just you and I. Can't believe it took so long to realize what makes us, makes us, makes us. This is where we come alive. Do you feel it? Take the world by storm, just you and I. Can't believe it took so long to realize what makes us come alive.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back from the break. And as you can see, Daks is a tall man now. And we are looking at the second map, which is going to be fine.
I'm gonna be taller, Asurai. Oh wait,
Okay,
I went down. I went lower because of you. But Asurai, I'm too small now. But okay.
All right.
Jokes aside, you know what? What is on the other side? High stakes for our series. I'm gonna fix my chair once we're looking at the next map, right?
Yeah.
But in any case, Fancy United, they put up a fight on Lotus. It was an incredible clash, but it was still Oasis Gaming that took that win. And Fancy now, they're gonna have to rely on their map pick, the curveball of the series. It's Bind.
I wonder how well Oasis have kind of prepared for this, because again, as I mentioned, this is one of the maps where I honestly feel like even though Fancy do get a slow startup, they know how to really control it. Again, they don't have Nizzy anymore to be playing as that Yoru, which I feel like is one of the best agents that you can use on Bind as of this point. But they've managed to still somehow utilize Cruz as well as again Fishio, who are the controllers in this game or in this map to a better extent. So they lost one of their strong points, but they created even more just to kind of alleviate that, which is why I still think that this is a solid map that they can use against Oasis.
Honestly, if you look at Bind and Fancy United in terms of their history, they don't really play too many wacky compositions on it. It's mostly on Haven. They don't really play the Yoru here before. They actually had these double control setups anyway. So it's more par for the course for them. I think it's just about how Jin probably feels comfy about playing the entry here, plus the fact that this is a map where double control can reign. You love to play a Viper here alongside another smoker. The thing is, Fancy United, they're probably going to be relying on the Omen because it's been pretty much the pick of Cruz all throughout this tournament. And that's where Oasis Gaming can bring in their own blend of creativity here, Asurai, since this is a map that you don't see too often from Oasis Gaming in the first place. The last time they played it, it was back in VCT PH, back in the Grand Finals versus NAOS, and they won it with the KO and the Sky. But maybe there's something new brewing here for Oasis. I wonder what it will be, and I wonder what we'll get from them.
But what is going to be the most important, I think, factor here is just how well both teams will be able to disrupt the two things. The supposed well entry of both of the teams, because we've seen how well Jin can actually entry into a side. We've seen how Kelly S can do that as well. And the other one is just the atrocious lineups that we've seen that's been employed by Fancy United when they were facing up against Dominatas. So Oasis, you know, they're a team that really likes to do their homework. They love to at least lock those things down, but that means that they're gonna have to go deep into enemy territory just to make that work. Of course, we're just talking if once Fancy gets into that into that attacking side, which they will not be just yet. They'll be starting on the defending. But just again, something curious to just point out.
I think that's the most curious case right now here for Fancy United. We've seen their attacking stride be a lot stronger compared to their defense when they faced off against Dominatus. It took a while for their setups to actually pan out. And them starting on the defense here, it can be a risk. I think, though, when you look why Oasis, or rather Fancy United, picked that defense, is they're not expecting Oasis Gaming to go for the full send like Dominatus did. That they might have a bit more space to work with, that they're able to hang on back if need be, give good locations for the breach, for the Sky to play the re-entry if ever. And we're going to be going into Agent Select right now. Fancy, though, double control should be locked on in as per usual. You have So playing the breach this time around, since Yes I Can moves over to the Sky on this map, and that's the configuration for Fancy. What will Oasis bring out here?
I don't think they're gonna go for a double duelist, no, because
I doubt it.
Yeah, but there is a possibility where they could, because Kelly's and Marky both play specific duelists right now for the team. Savvy, though. All right, we still have to wait if he actually locks in the chamber, but this would be quite the interesting pickup, because the only real agent that Chamber should fear on Bind is going to be the KO, right?
Yeah.
And if it's not available right now for for Fancy, because they already know the Yes I Can, as well as the two play the other initiators other than Witch, this could actually work out for them.
Yeah, and when does Fancy United even play KO? Probably in previous outings in Ascent, but it isn't even their comp there from what we've seen so far in their Vietnamese scene. So Oasis Gaming, they can get away with this, actually. They can try to pull off the heist of the century. And Oasis, we were thinking, what could they cook up? Apparently, it's a meal good for a Frenchman. The Chamber, I think it's going to get locked in here, Asurai. I think they're going to go for it. And this is going to get very exciting, especially with Savvy 8K feeling hot from that previous map.
Okay, I'm a pretty big fan of this comp right now, because we don't really normally see a Chamber be brought out. So this means that there is going to be the tour de force, a lot of sniping going on. So if you're a fan of those kind of abilities being showcased, this possibly could be it. But utility-wise, what does it bring for Oasis in terms of the control? Again, because of the changes to the I forgot the name of the ability. To the basically
the trademark.
The trademark. There we go. To the trademark of Chamber, there is going to be, I feel like, a lot more control that Savvy can solo up by himself, which frees up the push right now for Oasis. So they don't really have to fear the lurks that could be coming, because they technically still have a Sentinel with the anti-lurk ability. So that's going to be something at least Oasis can well utilize.
And of course, he has to measure the new rendezvous spots from all the Chamber nerfs that have been thrown on over for the past few months. And Oasis Gaming, I wonder if they can get away with this. Can they steal this map pick away from Fancy United and take the sole slot to represent SCA? Or does Fancy United have the semblance of control that they were looking for in this map? We get started, and this is your standard setup for Fancy. Jin and Suka love to play with one another towards A short. This is a very commanding presence for them. So Fancy United, they show their hand early. Oasis will stay away and play on a different side here.
That's a fair assumption as well, because, I mean, if you watch the VODs, they know exactly where that comes from. Jindo can drop down from short and maybe throw the nade through TP. As you can see, Oasis are kind of aware of it. They're goading. They're goading Fancy to make something happen, but Fancy's not flinching. They actually don't do it at all. And now, if Oasis pushes up on short here while that smoke dissipates, they still have their setup, and look at this. There it is.
And they don't need to. Fancy can just hang back, and because of it, Wild Oreo gonna fall first. The trade is there. Savvy 8K looking for the opening, though. So while this happens, it's Fancy now assessing if there's anyone towards showers. Instead, Oasis.
They heard the flash.
Moving into B. And you mentioned it, Asurai. The flash is heard. The paint shields are there, though. Oh, no. Yes, I can. He was trying to play the anti-flash, but the push from Oasis even faster than that. And now Oasis get the plant going.
That's two taken down as well. No more Jin. They can cover more bases. Look at the big flank coming in as well from the breach. Or excuse me, not the breach anymore. I thought that was attacking breach. Never mind. Cruz wants a little bit of contact. Paranoia there. Can he push up for maybe a little bit of trades? Not going to happen this time. He's trying to. There's the stun coming in from his own teammate, but it's not happening.
The Octagon push from Fischio is going to be huge, and it does get that value. The pinch, there's the trade, and then it's only down to Marky. 9 bullets and a dream. Oh my god, he's playing inside this close, and he cannot. Fischio's flank, perfect.
Yeah, Fancy has been strong on the pistol round throughout this day so far, and add one more into the books. From the scoreline itself, I think it's 1-1 in terms of pistols from the last map, so advantage not taken here by Fancy. But whatever the case is, this is something I was talking about. They love to come out of the gate strong here for Fancy United coming into their map picks. They get that initial momentum, get the anti-eco, and it's Oasis who, while they have an understanding of the setup of Fancy United, it's still that post-plant execution, the retake, that you have to be fearful of this Vietnamese squad.
And you think that they have enough eyes, right, to kind of place themselves everywhere because of the 4 versus 3, but absolutely not. Valorio, okay, he's got some setups right now on that A site, covering a lot of the bases already, but since Jin is elevated, gonna be able to spot if they try to cross through. Smoke's giving them just a little bit of cover. Oasis can't really play their cards a little bit too high strung. They gotta play this a little bit safe because you know how strong Fancy's punish has been.
Yeah, well, Loria's also been playing with fire there towards short. It's always gonna be that double up that they expect, and perhaps they keep Wild Warrior there just to at least mitigate any approach from either the Raze or the Breach. Doesn't matter. Fancy United, they love to play on this defense here on Bide. Just like this.
Teleport's
Get
ready.
Fischio marking the shower exit. He's ready to let it rip with the Vandal of all things. And the flash is there. Snakebite does ring through, and Jin is there for a helping hand, mowing them down. Good advantage being taken here by Oasis with the flank, but it doesn't capitalize the kill. Instead, it's Suka who holds that down. 2-0 now. Fancy United with a second one.
Perfect snakebite there from Fischio as well, just enough to give them that coverage and again soften up the blow that was the push from Oasis right then and there. So the setup from Fancy United really shows how well they perfected this, the response and everything. And there was also one thing I wanted to point out as well. The reason why Fancy was so prepared for that, because they also had I believe that the Sky actually throw out a flash on B long, or rather the dog, spots nothing. So they were like, huh, we don't see anybody on mid or B long, so that's probably going to be an A push in just the next couple of seconds.
Fancy now. They have to deal with the guns. They're spamming the usual spots. And so well played by Jin to begin with. Here we go again with Jin. He gets 2 before he falls. Wild Oreo gets a second of his own also. And Oasis, they're trying to equalize. Fisher will have to push into shower just to stay alive since Oasis has already gotten the side. Dueling versus Savvy 8K though. Savvy 8K loses this time around. And Fancy, oh, the pressure is mounting versus Oasis. They always have to keep tabs off that shower angle. It leads to the demise of one more. And with Marky all alone, he's stuck in the middle, but he wants to fight back. There's the kill onto Cruz. He goes for the flash also. And he's gonna stick onto this Asurai. The showers, the short. Here comes Fancy United. And down goes Marky. A bonus one by Fancy U here.
Man, Fancy are just so good at receiving that contact again on that defense. They just locked and loaded. It's so difficult for Oasis to find anything if they can't get that first pick because, again, the difference of the full 5 for Fancy on the defending side is so much more different from what Oasis are used to. And it really does goes to show that contact that Suka and Jin have, perfect. Now, Jin, he's got a showstopper, and it is just going to be something. Fischio, also a master at bats. He has never been truly pushed out of that position at all. He's so comfortable right then and there that Oasis might actually have to guess just to push that A to that B side. They know that A is always 3 players. They're gonna have to start going B maybe because at least there's lesser bodies for them to worry about.
Isn't that the case, right? It's either he gets pushed into the shower or he dies. Fisher will always fight for it. But speaking of the fight now, we go into B. Kelly, yes. Overrunning, yes I can. And this leads now to Oasis having to hold versus Hookah also. Who you rely on this situation? Wild Oreo does so already. Another snake bite keeping Suka away. The plant goes on down 4v2. The aftershock is going to be the answer, sure, from the side of Fancy United. But Suka, is he ready for Wild Oreo's repeat? The answer is no. He falls. Fischio He had the showers, the bat all to his lonesome, but it's a lonely road to try and rotate towards B, and this is Oasis putting their flag down.
They know. I mean, there's been so many rounds where Oasis has gotten flanked, so they're just kind of aware of it at this point. But there it is. Oasis was looking for an entryway onto that B site. They find it immediately. Are they going to try to go for the check here on where Fischio is? It might be a little bit counterintuitive since they don't really have the money to, again, buy themselves up next round. So, yep, they just want to get this 4 rolling for them. Solid round for Oasis, but Fancy, they still got that advantage.
Yeah, and Oasis Gaming, this is the answer if they want to win this. It's honestly very simple, Asurai. You want to beat Fancy United at their own game, you have to clear out both of the angles that Fancy can come from, which means if you're playing towards A, it's bats plus short. If you're playing towards B, it's long plus hookah. And Oasis took that in a different approach. They knew that Fancy United was going to use hookah for a rotation point for the post plant. Wild Oreo posted up there watching the entrance as much as possible. And if they win those duels, that's the collapse of the Fancy United defense. It is a big skill matchup. The showstopper is upon us. Jin, there's paranoia too. Savvy can't escape.
And they can't really punish for this because they're so afraid of the showstopper collateral that, again, they've allowed Fancy to get so much map control. Look at the pitch coming in from Fancy here. Oasis are so unaware of this that now it's all but caught them up. Marky's going to just try to run away. Double up with Draxi. That's a 4 versus 2. Draxi's here, a lot of the footsteps. Marky will have a chance to start planting in that spike. But there's so many angles for him to deal with. And look at that timing. Breach coming in through the spawn. And they're not going to know about this.
Well, now at least they get the intel that it's mostly from the CT side. But you mentioned it, the flank is coming their way. A pinch possibility here for Fancy United. With Marky so low on the HP, most of the effort really will have to boil down to Draxi making his mark happen. Speaking of Marky though, he's already gone. Snakebite perfect. Fischio is just so efficient. And with 3 still standing here for Fancy United, they're going to get a 3-round gap. Asurai, Fancy United looking so strong so far here on the second map.
Absolutely. Oasis did not expect the push from mid. And even more than that, Jin just, again, no cares given. Straight up rips out that showstopper and everybody from Oasis panicking. Just trying to escape. Couldn't really punish through. They focused so much on Jin that they forgot, yes, this is a Fancy classic. If they don't have those crossfire setups on the default angles, they will follow through as a full 5 where Jin lays. And my God, did they do it with such excellency there.
Dude, sometimes there's a glass ceiling. Sometimes there's a glass to break in case of emergency. And we see that for Fancy United. In case of a round win by the opponent, just rush in and kill them. And it just has been so effective so far. Fancy United, their aim has been so true today compared to when they faced off against Oasis last. And it's bailed them out in multiple iffy scenarios. The flash is there though. Yes, I can. Able to hold his own versus Savvy. 5 HP even. Can't heal himself, but a showstopper. That's scary. This is going to be sent towards elbow. Suka is dislocated because of it and just completely destroyed. 4v4. But watch the crawl into A. Fischio's waiting for it. Wild Oreo wins the fight, and this is Oasis' site to take.
And while Oreo's been a crucial component right now, they had to make at least divert the attention of Fancy United, because if they try to push as a full, it really does not work for Oasis. So they try to separate the map, which works somehow in their favor. Seeker's still available for Fancy here, but look at how low the sky is now.
Oh. Boom, 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 boom.
Yeah, it's getting a lot of information. Yes, I can, though. He's 1 tag.
Okay, yes I can. 1 HP. The dream is immediately dead. Oasis Gaming. This is their paradise. The Viper Spit of Wild Oreo, bringing everyone a ticket to be a VIP. And that means you're a very important person to the Viper. No HP damage whatsoever into that one. Jin will save the rifle for the next round, but Oasis, they just creeped into that site, and with that big win from Wild Oreo versus Fischio, it's a 2nd round on the board for Oasis Gaming.
Isn't VIP when you're against the Viper? Viper's immeasurable poison.
Oh. I don't know if I want to cringe in that or not. I get the call.
It's pretty good,
works.
right?
It's
It
okay.
works.
It's okay. I feel like the eye is a little too long to be, you gotta think of a new eye.
True.
Like Viper is blank poison. Think
Um,
about that for the rest of the half, Asurai. I'm gonna quiz you later. You asked for it.
All right. I'll figure something out. But speaking of figuring things out, Oasis definitely on that same point. I mean, yes, they have gotten that last round that we saw, but that was through diverting a little bit of the attentions, plus having the showstopper here from Kelly S to really lock in that not true push on B site. Flash being thrown out here as well. Yes, I can. Actually has his own. If somebody peeks him with his teammate Cruz at the back of the site, they can actually go for the punish here.
I do wonder what the play with the rendezvous is for Savvy 8K. Sometimes you think you can get away with things, but it's not really the setup that you expect. And now with the Trailblazer spotting out the chamber, Savvy is giving that intel that B-Long is still under control for Oasis. While this happens though, Hoka is the pressure point that Oasis is trying to burst from. The paranoia is the answer immediately. Marky though finding Jin. Orbital Strike is able to melt down Suka so quickly. The bullets ring through and Oasis get B.
You don't really expect them to actually use that orbital strike to clear out the TP, but then you just see the face of the breach. Like, yeah. I know I'm screwed. I gotta just go somewhere else.
Yeah, that's the right reaction. Yeah. Asurai is like that whenever we play comp. Yeah. Why do I have to play with these guys? But then again, Oasis is mostly me. Don't worry.
No. You're pretty good, man. Even though if you don't
thank
play
you.
as much.
I Please don't expose my sub-level 100 account. Anyway, Oasis, this is exactly what we were talking about a while ago. A little time for us to joke. But jokes aside, if Oasis just gets such a bountiful clear onto whatever site they want to hit, Fancy United have struggled to play a retake that doesn't involve bursting, right? If Oasis has every angle kept in check and they win the initial duels from that point on, then Fancy has no other answer.
Very true. Still, Fancy, they bit themselves such a lead that, again, they can still try to buy for things. But their setup right now, the punish plays, definitely read out by Oasis. So this is where it gets a lot more tedious for them. They do have the Rolling Thunder now. Fisho can start using his ultimate as soon as. I think he might even try to use it outside bats here immediately as he positions himself.
Oh. One
Try
more
again.
time. Fisho, you got this.
All right.
There you go. Yay! Well done, Fisho. And, well, he had a bit of time to work with. I do feel for Oasis. This chamber pick, while we got it halfway through the first half, hasn't really panned out the way that they would like. It's mostly still the Marquee plus Kelly S connection giving them the openings. And as of right now, Fancy United, they're still sticking around their ways. They're still playing their usual defaults. And Oasis, they're just trying to assess if there's any point of weakness before committing perhaps towards A here.
If they try to go for A and they haven't really flushed out a position again from Jin, it could actually go sour for them. That's why you're seeing a lot more hesitation for Oasis to go to that site. They're a lot more comfortable to go to B because it's been the site that's really netted them that value. Marky now, as they try to actually set themselves up here, will try to make the noise and will try to get that information first before doing anything else.
And look at the utility being utilized already for Fancy United. They're getting corralled to move towards A, and suddenly Oasis Gaming, they've actually sold the fake well. Allows them now to move into B sites, which is relatively unguarded. You also have Marky on the lurk. The Rolling Thunder gonna be the call. Suka protected by the talk screen, so yes I can instead from B long gets 2. The duel though from Marky. Now he's putting pressure onto the back line. But Fancy United, they have the site control. Jin will fall though. Cruz already on defuse duty. And Oasis, they need to stop this and fast. Poison Cloud gonna be the play. Marky gets on the board. The lineup is perfect. Draxi with the damage too. And Oasis, it was quite a stopwatch approach, but they make it at the nick of time.
Wow, we almost saw Fancy get that. And honestly, I had no qualms with just how well Fancy was almost was defending the site. Yes, I can. Was smoked off of Octa.
knew that he really was separated from the team, so he had to dig deep, which he almost did. Then Oasis somehow was able to re-encapsulate. And this is what I said. As long as you have the controllers alive, even just one of them, the post plan is so strong. And again, another one, Marquis holding that lurk angle just to deal with Suka was absolutely huge. Because again, no flash, no stun. That's gonna be something.
Yeah, it's a pace breaker for Fancy United, but Jin is the face destroyer as he got the one traded quickly. And we heard it a while ago. Tour de Force is brought out here by Savvy 8K. He's trying to find a bit of impact now moving into these rounds. Oasis Gaming, though, they still feel like B is the point they want to keep hitting. Fancy United, the plan's different here, Asurai. They're moving into cave, trying to go for a long lurk if ever. They know Kelly S is going to go for the side take. It's a 1-for-1, though. Yes, I can. Getting value. Savvy 8K finally getting on the board again. And this is Oasis making B-side happen.
I've got your trail.
Okay, TBT or rendezvous, I dare you.
Little Seekers say no, please don't do that. Savvy actually gonna stow away the Tour de Force. Now he brings it out. And because of his hesitation with the Arsenal, the stun connects at the right time. Fancy United juggling the opposition. A chance though, to make this 2v2 work. And you mentioned it. Aftershock forces Raxi out. Suka and Fisho play that so prestigiously. And Fancy United keep the lead because of it.
Dang, Suka and Fishio. Suka doesn't even need to be on a Sentinel to get that value. Absolutely stellar retake right now for Fancy United. A much needed round for them as well. And maybe a bit of hubris, bravado from Savvy, as he mentioned, kind of fiddling with what weapons he wanted to push out, that he's like, I might have made a mistake actually putting trying to just hold Octagon by myself when he still had some teammates holding certain angles too, which was kind of interesting to say at the least.
Yeah, just a bit of a wonder why Oasis is trying to play this way on that retake. They knew that they should be supporting Savvy 8K since that's still a breach in the sky. It's a complete collapse there for Oasis Gaming, a lapse of discipline that we see from them from time to time. But in any case, the firepower is still there. Kelly, yes, he's ready to lead again. Marquis sending his Trailblazer. Oh, the stun, you mentioned it, but the wallbangs don't get connection. Instead, it's gonna be Oasis to fall apart at the seams. Fancy United hold their own, and 4 are down here for Oasis. This is flawless from the defense, and Fancy United, that's another one in their books.
Dang, the punish game for Fancy really stepping up these past couple of rounds right now, all fed from the fault line lineups of Suka here. You saw the push come through on B long, but immediately get stopped and immediately get, again, picked off one by one by Fancy. And there was that little bit of call for Kelly S to push up into the site, but he gets isolated as well. Perfectly placed for Jin to just, again, pick him off. That's all history there for Fancy United. Now 2 rounds in, Oasis Gaming feeling that pressure. They don't really want to give that many rounds for Fancy. You know how they can spiral a lead out of control in any map that they play, and Oasis are very wary of it.
And not only that, where did they dominate Dominatus? Once they move to the attacking side, Oasis Gaming, they know the Ember is lit here. Under the fire is really a Fancy United. There's so much of a force to be reckoned with. When you see the setups of Yes I Can, when you see the setups of Fancy United, all corralling to just try and bunch up and put a stronger force against Oasis Gaming. Their default's already scary here for Fancy. When they stack up like that, you know there's purpose.
And no excess motion wasted, or no motion wasted here for Fancy. Now they got everything needed to really rile up the leads here in the first half. Thankfully for Oasis, they can still buy up their weapons even up until the next round. But here it is, the Jin special. But Oasis, very much privy to that over-aggression from Fancy right now. They commit a lot of abilities right now. They hear where it was, knows that Bats is a little bit compromised. Jin pressing his advantage here on that motion, and nobody from Oasis actually looking that far behind him. This could be a perfect flank for Jin if he times it perfectly as well on the push.
They couldn't find the intel, though. That's what the Sky was trying to do there. That's what Yes I Can was trying to provide, and from this point on, Instead, we see the pivot of Oasis Gaming moving into B. They said no to the special. We'll just go with our usual orders. And that will be putting the spike down onto the default check. Now, this is interesting, though. The elbow take from Oasis Gaming, a little bit similar to what we saw from Dominatus and what worked for them versus Fancy United for a while. Cruz might be in trouble. Showstopper though from Kelly S sends it all the way to the other side of Long. But Fisho is the one who's trying to get in there. Cruz also doing the same. The ring around. It's Cruz getting the kill. Chin's also on board. While Oasis, they pursued it. It's not going to work out for them. 4 already falling for Oasis. Wild Ori, the last one standing.
Wow.
But Fancy United, they run circles across the Oasis opposition. And now, Fancy, that's 3 in a row for them.
I love how Fancy is able to make Oasis flinch. Oasis thought, I think, for a very long time that Fancy was going to be pushing out of their own side of the spawn. You saw the TP there from Savvy, hoping that his teammate Kelly S can hold the angle for him, and then nada. Just because of the fact that, again, he gets stunned. There was already a couple of players on the site because Hookah was unattended here by Oasis Gaming. And another thing that I kind of noticed as well was Kelly S spotted them coming from B long. Like, I think the one player, and he immediately threw out his showstopper, which should have just been held so that he can threaten a lot more, which probably could have slowed down Fancy pushing up into the site.
I think that's really the key right now here for Oasis, actually. Slow things down, calm things down. It's been a little too eager from Oasis as soon as they see these sites are for free. They might have forgotten how they won on that Haven map. In the last outing between Fancy United and Oasis Gaming, in that last series, they needed to keep calm over the strong potential of a Fancy United retake. Now they go for a default play onto A. Last round of their first half especially. With a snakebite thrown, we get the Seekers also to respond. Orbital Strike go, gotta be the call onto triple. Fancy United unleash the Viper Spit, and in the duel that it starts, it's Jin getting to make that 3 for Jin, as he's just on the roll so far. 78k bring out the operator though, making it a 2v3. Oasis still can't get a semblance onto the site, so what do they do now? Do they go for the TP play? They're thinking about it. And oh, Marky, he's watching the crosshair into lamps. The fake's there. Fancy not giving an inch.
Ooh. Yes, I can. Gonna flash through that. But it's just gonna, again, give so much information already. Now they know. All right. That's about 3 players of them. I think they spotted also the one coming through the spawn, which was Cruz. There's a TP out from him. Big flanks coming in as well from Yes I Can. So Savvy as well as teammate needs to get that value here and now, because this flank is gonna be brutal. Jin waiting for the timing first before anything else.
So deadly.
Only operator, but it's more than good enough. He's alone.
All alone. Ooh. And none of the shots ring through at the end. He gets the one towards CT, but Yes I Can. Thou he shall bring this victory. 8-4 now. Fancy United. It's just such a different look for them in the past 4 rounds here, Asurai. It has been so much more confident, so much well-tailored, and Fancy United, they are just absolutely precise. 15 kills here for Jin, 11 for Fisho. It's been such a big factor on the retake here for Fancy U.
Damn, Fancy United really pressing up how strong their bind truly has been. If I said about Oasis that gotta fear their Lotus, here for Fancy United, their bind is absolutely horror-inducing. There you go. I'll just use those words.
Well, they have a little bit of recovery to do here on the defense, and I guess this is where you want to see Savvy 8K find that value. When you play that chamber and you're not facing off against a KO, right? You don't have to fear the suppress. You can play cheeky angles like peeking from showers into out in the open and then teleporting back. Same case as short. We see now here, Fancy United, they play the default, putting a little bit of pressure towards A more so than B, yes. But at the same time, they're trying to suss out the initial Oasis defense.
There's a lot more players on B as well, too. So that's where it gets a little bit interesting. I like how you see just Fisho slowly edging his smokes closer and closer. You throw it outside of Hookah. Now it's inside Hookah. Next time it's probably going to be on the B site. They do back away, though, using that wall from their own teammate. You can see how far back both of the players here from Oasis are on that A site, triggering that trademark immediately. Draxi, does he have a molly somewhere? Because Jin's about to go for the peak. Are they going to try to stop the plant? Not at all. So it's going to be the full-blown retake for Oasis.
Oh, Draxi, that's a good start. Big win, but Cruz, he's just getting in there. No fear, Cruz. He's completely in control. The Trailblazer, though, gonna be the answer. The stun doesn't get connection, but the paranoia, the timing is off. And Wild Oreo, even in the darkness, he finds a light to get the 2. Headhunter looking for the shot. Savvy AK bringing the damage, but not the fatality. It's Fisher who delivers. Snakebite, though. Wild Oreo looking to stick it. And while all this happens, it's Oasis winning. Wild Oreo with a 3K also. He's been the bailout player of the squad.
They knew that they could not take it easy. They had to stop the post plants from happening, and that was a step in the right direction. Cruz, though, I thought he could have ended it already for Oasis. Oasis almost had nothing, but then lo and behold, the hero, the savior, twisting it and dunking it. Valorio. All right, I will not put out the third word. That's kind of weird. But twisting and dunking the site, absolutely good.
At least you knew not to say the second word in the slogan.
Yes.
Doesn't really fit, but you're absolutely right. Wild Oreo, he has made sure that he's just a household staple here for Oasis Gaming. And you can't beat that sweet treat when you have a player like this on the roster. In any case, though, Fancy, they do get the plant. Never mind, Wild Oreo. And that, good sir, is how the cookie crumbles. Oasis, they've already gotten the advantage. They stopped the spike plant, and you can see the anti-eco is already oppressive.
They're pretty much aware of Laps just being a death sentence if they actually push through that. Jin holding a close angle with the shorty. He is so he's so prepared for it, but nobody's speaking him. Everybody from Oasis is coaxing him to do so. Try, and you shall be dead.
There's a purpose, though. I love it because this is allowing the rotation to happen. And Savvy 8K hasn't had the best game so far. Fishy, on the other hand, has. And
they're baiting.
The bait is still there making noise. And look, the martial shot doesn't hit its mark. This time it does, though. And now, here we go again. Jin's had enough. I love the effort, Jin. A round of applause for what you just did there. But Wild Oreo, Magdamonis in the round. That's a 4K for him. He's 1 away from the pit now.
Just 1 away. And man, like the angle control for Wild Oreo has just been incredible. He's 16 kills. He's right alongside Jin with 15 right here. Everybody from Oasis has been struggling, but Wild Oreo, the consistent fragger, the pillar that Oasis is using right now. 2 more rounds in. It's still going to be a tall task here, as we know that Fancy always mix things up. But they got a chance.
And it is a bonus anyway, so Oasis Gaming still a Marshall here by long. I am very wary, though, of the setup here by Oasis towards A. We saw how effective it could be, though. The cloud for cover, the hold to try and spray down the default plant onto A. And while the flash is there, Marky's implying so much presence towards Hookah. So this means that the Oasis, they want to contest early on. The trademark's broken, though, and I feel like for Fancy United, they're thinking about it. Maybe B can be the answer. They're bringing the spike here already.
It's kind of troubling, though, because Savvy, if he TP's out, he's going to expose himself to Hookah, but not even give it a chance. Suka's there. Marky now alone. Tries to jump up. I wonder if he was actually spotted. No one at all. They don't know he's there into the corner. And he actually finds Fisio. That's huge.
What was that? The Philippine Ninja Warrior Marky. But yes, I can. Spots him in broad daylight. Well, that was a cheeky kill. But Fancy United, this is where they thrive. They stand now onto this B site. Absolutely victorious. As Draxi falls to the hand of Yes I Can in the end. Fancy United, they still keep the lead as 3.
Fair enough. That was such a strong peak, though, from Hookah, or from Suka. That did not push on Hookah, but rather on B long.
Oh, I thought you were gonna rhyme one more time.
No, not at all. Anyways, Oasis Gaming, They're getting themselves out of the bonus into their buy. Savvy still going to be using himself with that operator. But you did mention this a couple of rounds ago in the first half, where his chamber having that sniper going to be much more felt here now on the defense, since he does have a lot more angles to work with. Oh, but not this time. Not this time, Savvy.
And it's been a tough game here for Savvy 8K. It feels like the cooking from Oasis is just a little bit too burnt with that chamber pick. Let's see if Kelly S can recover for the squad. Suka's there catching out Marky. Kelly S, how are you still alive, good sir? It's 3v3 and the hunt is on for Kelly S. But in the smoke, he is seen. Suka gets the 3K. It's Cruz also providing a front line here for Fancy United. All left now to Wild Ori though. A 1v3 slate. The timing is perfect. The shot is even better. Fancy United, double digits is a go.
Man, that was a big punish for Fancy there. Taking off the operator swing from Savvy when a lot of the players from Fancy actually got blinded. They just held that left click and really just hammered it up the entryway on Hookah. So that is just a very, very strong momentum swing right now for Fancy. Especially look at this, 10-6. They've broken through double digits. This is where we get to dangerous territory for Oasis. Possibly been looking.
Launching smoke.
Maybe that game 3, we'll have to see.
And that game 3 is Ascent. Honestly, it's pretty 50-50 if you look at Ascent as a whole. It can go either way. Fancy United tie things up, but the way things are going, Fancy United, it's been an incredible shutdown of Savvy 8K, who had a stellar game number 1. Maybe a bit of discomfort on the agent as well. But just the operator, right? The Marshal, even the Tour de Force. All of that has been shut down by Fancy United so far in this game. Fisho though, Clouds thrown, Kelly S leading the charge. Here comes the flash, but it's just too little, too late to that party. Suddenly, Wild Oreo setting up a bit of a mosh pit with a snake bite. He gets one on the dance floor, but Fisho tangles him to his demise. 3 kills for Fisho. 5 rounds now, the gap here, Asurai. And Fancy United, they're looking for that game 3 to happen.
There's nothing working out right now for Oasis. Speaking of Oasis, they're still going to try this operator in the hands of Savvy. A risk that they're willing to take because, I mean, what else can you really try to use right now on a chamber? But having 5 kills might make you think that, again, might not be able up to par here, but he's mixed up his positioning. Gotta try to swing his way on Showers. Flashed away immediately. And you can see the fear here from Savvy already repositioning elsewhere onto the map, trying to close him out on Heaven of all things. So he's going to be looking over that A side to assist his teammate.
And I like it, honestly, because Savvy 8K has been more so that sentinel player now for the team. Him being that backline might give him ample space to where he's accustomed to and feeling a bit more comfy. The problem is, it's not the sight to be hit. So far, it's the hookah take that's looking deadly for Fancy United. Jin's already in there. Draxi will fall. But while this happens, Kelly S and Marky, they provide enough of a front line to stop Fancy United for the time being. Eventually, though, the Rolling Thunder is the call to action. Smoke the space. Marky eradicates one, eradicates another. It's 3 for Marky in the round. Everything's left to Yes I Can, and here we go again. Yes I Can. His heart's on his sleeve. His name says it all. And the spike now planted. Oasis Gaming. This is possible for Fancy because he has the Seekers. He wins the duel, but he can't stop the rampage of Marky in this round. 4 for Marky, and Oasis Gaming get a round on the board for now.
That's too close on the mark there for Oasis, though. Fancy United almost decimating every single one of them. If not for, again, as you mentioned, Marky's heroics. Somehow able to catch them as they were pushing in, able to punish, ducking and weaving through the smokes. But again, that is just a far cry from how dominant we've seen Oasis be. Fancy, they got so much to, again, throw in this round, push them into that map point already. We'll see how this goes. Operator still not getting that value from Savvy just yet. Again, didn't really have that contact that he wanted to. He's going to solo defend this B site with his life. As it's a take on the same play.
Jin, we do it against you.
Oh, it's time to change the names. It's time for Oasis to take the fight to Fancy United. And here we go into the next round immediately. Oasis obliterates 8-11.
Wow. Wow. They take a page out of the book of Fancy, and they didn't even anticipate it. They didn't even think that it was going to be a possibility. Who can match up against Jin's Fanatics here? It's Kelly S, man. He's there on that level. Not in the kills yet, though. But you can see the execution. It is doable.
And look at how Fancy readjusts accordingly. They're now putting their forces towards showers, but Oasis, they gamble again. And they're moving towards short. This time a bit more quiet, Asurai. Don't tell him when they're here. It's Oasis trying to say that, but Suka, he spots out early on the first clue. Wild Oreo gonna fall. The scramble now from Oasis as they move to try and hold down the showers. But the Trailblazer, that's a beautiful stun. 2 targets gonna get hit by it, but Jin burns in the flames of Draxi. And now the orbital strike, it might be even deadlier. Suka, though, still sticking on around. Fancy United get away in time. A 4v3, though. A reset is a must.
Damn. Savi's gonna have to hold somewhere. He's in heaven here, but fearing the at least the TP possibly, because they do have the Omen to pick up that spike, which they will. But B-side is not the angle here. They could still pivot so many positions for Fancy, especially with the time left on the clock. Plenty of time to either still go for that A site.
Yeah.
You can see Marky just hovering somewhere on short or shower, excuse me. But maybe if it is going to be B, this is where it's a good 50-50 read for Oasis.
And which is so smart for Fancy. I just want to point out
30
Fisho
seconds
even
left.
opening the Poison Cloud to provide that cover at the right time. It's crazy to think Fisho has been really the smartest Viper we've seen in this tournament alone. But in any case, Savvy 8K, he needs to make this op count. Oh no, the timing again for him. He's waiting though for the fault line to go on the way, and Savvy 8K, beautiful assessment. Draxi's there too, and the 3K from Draxi. The step up is needed. The shots now from the Headhunter. Yes, I can. Opening it up, sure, but time is not on his side. And Draxi delivers a big round for Draxi. A 4K for the Brim, and another round for Oasis.
Don't forget the operator.
Nope.
He was probably already celebrating. That was an expensive, again, expensive celebration there, but it could have gone either way, honestly. You could also have seen Fancy United thinking that maybe they could have actually gone for the TP, as you saw that they were bringing the spike from B long. So there was some layers to how they were approaching that site, but they definitely didn't expect, again, Oasis to be that well tucked in on B.
And a timeout now called. Fancy United, they have to reassess what's going on here, because Oasis, not just once but twice in the past few rounds, bailed out by a heroic effort by a certain player. We saw it from Marky towards B. We saw it here from Draxi now. They also were overwhelmed. And it really feels like for Fancy United, they just need to get back to their setup kind of gameplay. They're lacking that punch when it comes down to the more dry execution. If you notice, Asurai, if it's assisted by Jin, if it's or led by Jin, assisted by the utility, when they get the right locations, everything looks so good for Fancy United. But Oasis has found the timings in between.
It's perfect for them too. 34 is now available for Savvy here. I think that's actually going to be a huge factor for Oasis as well, because of the fact that if he can actually get a couple of kills with that Tour de Force of his, he can definitely slow down Jin, who is looking towards to using that double satchel play of his out in the open. They try to do so. They get caught, and this B-Long has been marked by Oasis.
Yeah, Jin sure sending the showstopper towards the Octagon, but you mentioned it, Asurai. B-Long, full control for Savvy 8K, as well as Kelly S. No more threat elsewhere, but Jin, okay, he gets Savvy. Kelly S getting away in time. Draxi, though, another one for him. And this is looking good for Oasis Gaming. They at least put the spike down onto the floor for now. Kelly S. Okay, he backs out. That got a little dangerous for him. But Jin's still sticking on around. Draxi swings on in, and yes, I can. Reads him like a book. It's duo v duo now. Let's tap yet again. No commitment as of yet. Oasis.
Timing.
Player
The
standing.
timing. Kelly has a beautiful angle from afar. And now Wild Oreo is going to be a threat. Wild Oreo will find him out in the open. And Oasis. They just make it happen, man. Magic is being done by Oasis right now.
There was a position there. There was an opportunity there for Fancy to possibly have gone to the A site. You saw them actually get that call already, but the timing was just a teeny tiny off, and you saw Kelly S able to catch Jin unawares of the flank, and then the last player was just trying to look for Wild Oreo. Unfortunately, could not, as Wild Oreo just pushed up on elbow to double up with Jin, or rather to double up with Kelly S's flank. So these minute movements, man, it's really costing them something. And Savvy, he's awoken.
Yeah,
Wow!
Savvy's finally back, and yes, yeah, even Asurai got scared for Oasis. But truth be told, Fancy United, they have to be so wary right now of that chamber, finding a bit more value into these rounds. Jin, though, always ever so reliable. A beautiful pick. The timing also. Fisho finding Wild Oreo out in the open. And now Marky trying to be cheeky onto the corner. Do they expect this though? The answer is yes. Fisho just clears out the corner with his teammate Kelly Esto winning the duel versus Jin. And it's 3v2 now. The spike plant will go down inside the tin can actually. So it covers the play here for Fancy. You also see the Viper spit online, but Kelly S, the need is ready. Here comes the fireworks onto the inside. Not a spectacle, but here's the shot from Savvy instead. What a catch for Savvy 8K. Everything's left now to Fisho. This is Battleground. He knows it. He knows where that spike is down, but oh, they're getting away with half of the defuse. Kelly S going for the spam. Fisho! What was that? With the shots! Magnificent movement from Fisho brings Fancy United 2 map points.
Man, you gotta give it to Fisho there. What a hero. He is so smart playing in the Viper's pit every single time. The only agent that he's played since the birth of Valorant, and it shows. 20 kills with huge impact frags. What a mastermind Fisho is with this Viper.
Disclaimer, it's not the only agent he's played. But you were right, Asurai. You look at the stats, you look at the past 3 months. What has he been playing only for Fancy United? Viper, Viper, and Viper. This is just Mastery 7. Right here, right now. This is just him knowing exactly how to maximize his value. And he has just been the menace on that snake for so long. Is this gonna be it? Will Fancy United be able to finish off Oasis in the second map after that incredible clutch? The snap out though from Savvy 8K, the stun's there, but Kelly S trying to go for the hold. It seems like though the shutdown is a go. Yes, I can. Finding Kelly. Here comes Fisho on board as well. 3v3 right now. They're looking for Marky. They find him, but Marky fights back. Cruz though evens up the odds. And now, in the bloodbath that has occurred, does Oasis go for the swing? Draxi though denied. Wild Oreo making it mano-y-mano. And the Seekers are now out. Yes, I can. Gets the intel. Wild Oreo swings in, and Wild Oreo is just so calm under pressure. Oasis, they survive for another round.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. What a butt-clenching round that truly has been. I honestly thought we were already about to reach the climax and head ourselves to a map number 3, but you're absolutely right. Wild Oreo cool and calm and collected under pressure. Oh my god. There was a pinch. Oasis doubled up under hookah because they knew that they couldn't really back up into the site. They had to face what was already, again, pouring in onto that B site. Fancy United, though, they were almost that close. They almost got it. I also thought that, yes, I can position himself well so that his Seeker would have just given away Wild Oreo's spot, but then Wild Oreo is just so good in those clutch scenarios.
What is up with the Viper players today, man? What is up with Fisho? What is up with Wild Oreo? How is this game suddenly so close? It looked to have been so convincing for Fancy United. Oasis with the hero plays to bail them out of bad situations. They found the rally with Savvy 8K finding a few first picks along the way. But in the end, we're here in the last round of regulation. I wouldn't have it any other way because we both know both teams are playing for only a single slot to Thailand.
Ooh.
Take a breath. We got more to come.
Okay, I thought it was already overtime because I was looking. Wait, not all of them have full shields. Oh wait, no, it's not yet. There's still a chance here for Fancy United to push us into a map number 3. And it all starts with a very aggressive slope all the way here on Bats. Who are they trying to give the orb to? It's definitely going to be Suka now that he has his Rolling Thunder. Magnitude level 10 is what they need to be able to rock the world of Oasis and push us into a map 3.
You do realize if it's magnitude 10, it's probably not just Bind, but the whole country it's placed in just completely explodes or something like that.
Isn't that what happened to Bind already?
I'm not sure, actually. Maybe, a little bit. Anyway.
Yeah.
It is Fancy United starting off what could be the last round of this map. On the default, Oasis. They're going to want to have something else to say about that, and look at how Wildor's positioned. He's playing onto tower right now. They're trying to at least remove as much intel as possible. The Trailblazer seeks out Thor triple. The Flash doesn't actually get the intel, and Oasis is giving this up for the time being. Looking for a pick. Kill, yes! He will provide. Fancy, though. They have to deal with the Orbital Strike now. That's been what Oasis has been waiting for. With the Trailblazer into play, it's looking around onto the lamps. Doesn't really make it there. Waited like Fisher, though, spotted. It's so perilous here for Fancy. They're running out of time. Oasis, do they let the plant occur? Seems like the answer is yes. With a 5v4, you mentioned it, Asurai. Savvy 8k on the lurk. Rolling Thunder gonna be the call. Savvy delivers with a kill of his own. It's 4v3 now. It's Fancy United. They're still on site. It's a trade system that works for Oasis until Yes I Can gets a deal there. 2v2. Savvy getting into cover into time. Fancy still with the showers control. There's the molly into play. Fisho though moving on in. Fisho! That's stellar! And Fisho is a mastermind that you cannot deny! Fancy United! Wow. They make map 3 happen, but God, Fisho, what is up with that stellar play?
Incredible stuff from Fisho there.
Man.
He basically had to play that 2 versus 1 because of the molly thrown on Shower. It still pinched the rest of Oasis then and there, and he was so low too. So how was he able to convert those super important kills into the map win? I will never understand how, but my goodness, Fisho delivers. He did it a couple of rounds ago to keep him afloat, and he does it now to give them that chance. We reset ourselves and we go into a map 3.
What can we say? If you know how to play the agents, you know how to play so well, might as well bring out your A game there. And Fisho, he just gets a gold star for that performance. It was just so intense to see how Fisher would make those kind of decisions, Asurai. And the flank, he knew he was isolated. He knew he was alone. And he only had a Guardian. But he still made it happen. Oasis, there were magical moments. But I have to say, Fisho and the rest of Fancy United, they're the spellcasters here. We go to map 3. Both teams get their own map picks, and you can see it already. 23 kills for Fisho, 22 for Wild Oreo. The battle of the Vipers, it raged on there on Bind.
Absolutely. And now, we are really getting deep into the night here, ladies and gentlemen, as Fancy United has made it work. I will say, though, for Oasis, the struggle on Savvy having that operator work for him, whether it was the first half or the second half, I think was also a big pivot point for Fancy United, because without his threat as that operator, look at how more inclined Jin was to just straight up bully up into a site. And I also just probably put this into perspective that Fancy was also really good at stunning certain positions that really screwed over where Savvy was either holding or teleporting back to.
It's been a struggle for Savvy. It just doesn't work out there with the chamber pick. And overall, Oasis Gaming, they had such a tall mountain to climb and they stumbled near the summit. So that is going to be it for map number 2 there. We are gonna go for a decider. Our final map of such an incredible week is coming your way, and it will be right after this break. So don't go away. We shall continue on with the grand finals very, very soon.
You love it, you wear it.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
We ain't in the same league, not even the same game. Going all in, I'm just trying to maintain. Y'all don't want me to win. I can see it on your face. I can see it on your face.
Think you gon' beat me? Good luck, that's a long shot. Got the ball, full field ahead. I ain't gon' stop. If I ever fall, I'ma still end up on top. Right now, I'm feeling like everything that you're not. If I was you, I would probably feel the same way. Winning in my blood, something that I can't change. If I was you, I would probably feel the same way.
We ain't in the same league, not even the same game. Going all in, I'm just trying to maintain. Y'all don't want me to win. I can see it on your face. I can see it on your face. We ain't in the same league, not even the same game. Going all in, I'm just trying to maintain. Y'all don't want me to win. I can see it on your face. I can see it on your face.
Gotta be in first place, second's just the first to lose. Working in the gym, taking shots, I'm trying to perfect my moves. Early bird gets the worm, I don't got time to snooze. I'm not in the frat, but every year I still pay my dues. Do it for mama dues. Wanna get a house with a pool and an amazing view, so she could watch her son do what he wanna do. Cause lately I've been ballin' like an alley-oop.
We ain't in the same league, not even the same game. Going all in, I'm just trying to maintain. Y'all don't want me to win. I can see it on your face. I can see it on your face. We ain't in the same league, not even the same game. Going all in, I'm just trying to maintain. Y'all don't want me to win. I can see it on your face. I can see it on your face.
I can see it on your face.
Oh yeah, came up on a tech, got a lot of friends now. It's funny how they switching up. Came up on a tech, all of a sudden they been down. It's funny how they switching up. You already know, yeah, just how it goes. When you get some money, they gon' always want you close. You already know, yeah, just how it goes. They gon' wanna act like they was with you when you broke. If you want it all, gotta risk it. Finally got my chains, couldn't miss it. Used to walk around like a misfit. Now my fit clean and my wrist sweat. Yeah, I remember working nights with my homie on my side. We was praying, hoping things get better. I've been steady on the grind, now it's money on the line. Calling, telling me you good forever. Hey, came up on a check, got a lot of friends now. It's funny how they switching up. Came up on a check, all of a sudden they been down. It's funny how they switching up. You already know, yeah, just how it goes. When you get some money, they gon' always want you close. You already know, yeah, just how it goes. They gon' wanna act like they was with you when you broke. Came through, I pulled up in something new. Now they won't tell me they coming soon. It's been like 10 years of silence. How you gon' tell me you riding? I remember working nights with my homie on my side. We was praying, hoping things get better. I've been steady on the grind, now it's money on the line. Calling, telling me you good forever. Hey, came up on a check, got a lot of friends now. It's funny how they switching up. Came up on a check, all of a sudden they been down. It's funny how they switching up. You already know, yeah, just how it goes. When you get some money, they gon' always
The battle continues here in our grand finals between Oasis Gaming and Fancy United Esports. What a tally that we saw on Bind, really down to the wire, and Fisho came out on top.
What can we say? It's Fisho's life, and we are just witnesses to it, basically. We watched the guy play so masterful on that map, just manipulating Oasis Gaming with his movements, and overall, there's 2 critical rounds that he's able to deliver for Fancy United near the tail end of that half. Oasis, they had a stellar rally. It was a strong game, especially from Marky, as well as, most importantly, Wild Oreo also providing the same kind of performance. But effectively, we saw it all. Fancy United, the outclutch near the tail end, having that small buffer to work with, and their map pick is secured to force the decider.
Yeah, the problem there for Oasis really looked like they struggled to utilize Savvy on that chamber of his. And because of it, there were so many points where you just saw him get bullied out by Fancy. And now, as mentioned, moving forward to this last map of ours, it is going to be Ascent, where we have seen Fancy actually innovate the composition here. We actually have seen them be incredibly strong with that double initiator of theirs, but at least looking at how it has managed to get that value, we'll just have to see.
Yeah, and exactly that's right, Asurai. I like the fact that we have a different look here for both of these teams. Oasis Gaming, one of the best things that they have going for them is while they play that usual meta composition, they beat their usual rivals NAOS on it, and it's been one of the pressure points that they've been looking for all throughout this year. But on the under, you mentioned the innovation from Fancy United. If you've been looking at their local scene so far, they've been trying out a few new things. Back in Ascension, it was just play the Fade KO rather than the Sova KO. But coming into the past few weeks, they run that Phoenix, they run that Gecko, they still go for the double control as per usual, and they play that Fade. It's such a unique look on Ascent, and that's what we always expect from Fancy United. Be willing to push that envelope.
Are they going to be able to utilize it well, though? Because we did see, again, if you try to innovate your compositions in this match, that's when it gets a little bit tricky. Or in Ascent, that's where it gets a little bit tricky, because we have seen the breach combo not really work as well. So that could be something as well here. The Fade not really getting that much value. But again, this is Fancy that we're talking about. They are a team that has crumbled dynasties in this tournament with that Phoenix Gecko of theirs. So if they bring it here to this Ascent map, I'm pretty much sure that they're still going to be have that value against Oasis.
Yeah, I would love to see it. I think the biggest point of concern for both of these teams, though, is most of their success is usually on the local stage. We didn't see, of course, Oasis in Ascension. It was for Fancy United that one win versus one team. But coming down back to the matchup itself, right? There are 2 keys for each team right now that need to be unlocked. The first one for Oasis Gaming, I think a big discussion point has to be Savvy 8K. It was an MVP performance in the first game, and he just lacked that presence coming into the second. He needs to be back in form coming here to Ascent, right?
Yeah, 100%. But at least the good thing about that is he's not going to be put in a position where he's going to be uncomfortable. It definitely will be an agent that he has gotten that value at. Probably going to be the Killjoy once again, as we are seeing here. So there's no real mystery to what Oasis does pick onto Ascent, but Fancy could bring something different to the table once more. Again, we talk about how they have used the Phoenix as well as the Gecko in the past in a different tournament quite recently around October. They might try to do the same thing again, which I am pretty hopeful for, but there is the big problem of, now that I'm looking at it, Kelly S actually using having that KO.
And while Kelly S is an incredible initiator, he has been doing so good in the front line for Oasis Gaming. It's one of those moments when you play on Ascent, you play on Haven for Oasis. They usually run the Jet, which is Marky, who they feel more comfy playing into it. So I wonder right now for Oasis Gaming, is this adjustment wise at this such a critical moment for it? On the other hand, though, Asurai, Fancy United, the biggest question, the biggest key to unlock here, will it work? Will their composition work out right now?
There it is.
It might lack a bit of that usual staying power that you expect here on Ascent. You know that Oasis is running your more meta composition, which has solved the map time and time over. So this innovation, it relies on the strengths of Fancy United, and usually it involves the retake. That's what Jin and Yes I Can are for.
Absolutely. So this is what we're going to be having. Two contrasting comps between the two teams for this third map for tournament life. And of course, the grand finals winner takes all. That slot onto Thailand is right in front of both of these teams. And now with this reset, this is going to be something. Something also wanted to point out is that this map can be very slow paced if these teams want to do so, because it does allow for such play to happen, which could give some options for either side.
Yeah, and I'm looking at their usual starting sides here. Oasis, they love to start on defense. Fancy United, they love to start on the attack. And that's exactly what we're gonna get here, folks. This is it, though. All or nothing. You go to Thailand or you stay home. There is no in-between. This is the end of the C qualifiers after this map. We still got the Thai qualifiers next week. We still got the main event to look forward to. But I am looking at this one here, Asurai. Ascent is the place to be. Oasis versus Fancy, Game 3.
Cannot wait for this to get started, especially with the composition of Fancy United. You know, Fancy, always the entertainers. I know that this is a comp that they like to use because of the style that they play, but the byproduct of it is it is so fun to see how well it can work. And now that they're on the attacking side, offensive side. Yeah, that's pretty offensive. Anyways.
Those sound like words we can't ever say on broadcast, but you make a point, right? I think for Fancy United, they need to retool their composition a little bit to adjust for Oasis, since while they didn't play Ascent last time around, this was still a beatable comp by Oasis when they won on Haven. So let's see right now how this is all gonna start. Fancy United, they tried to check out what's going on towards A. Oasis stack accordingly into Cubby. This means that Fancy United, if they do contest into mid, it's dangerous. They might want to play for B main here instead.
They probably will, as they want to also maximize the capabilities of the double initiator plus that Phoenix. Keliasno prepared for it, immediately gets the catch onto 3. Now he just waits. If he gets flashed here, he will be able to at least still throw that fragment. 3 players right now from Oasis slowly creeping up onto the site. That fragment is going to make or break it, and it stopped them dead in their tracks. 30 seconds. They're going to have to press for this.
30 seconds left.
That wingman slowly creeping up and clearing many of the angles.
And it's doing its best, and the C's is there too to keep Kelly S at bay. Yes, I can, though, finding Marky, the strafing motion savvy here, ready to recover in terms of performance. And it's 2 down here on the hands, courtesy of Oasis. Another one from Oasis' side. Kelly S gets 2 of his own, and Oasis Gaming, they do a stellar retake. They get B-main control so quickly, and it's a point for them to push on forward.
Great start here for Oasis. And again, everything planned out to counter them. This is what we've been talking about with these kind of hyper-aggressive comps on Ascent, especially when you're up against this KO. Because of that blade, and if your key members, usually the initiators get hit by it, even Jin at this point, because he needs to have that flash set up for him, or to set up for himself. If they get suppressed by it, the rhythm just gets disrupted so much that you see Fancy get stalled for a couple of seconds, and that's just enough for Oasis to really hone in and pick up that round. So if that's something that they can keep doing, this could be a posed problem for Fancy.
Yeah, it's such a critical time to get stalled with the timer that we saw there before they execute. Wild Dorito, Aris in hand. Get the dart also. Find the scan, and that's huge. They now know everyone's here. Immediately, Fancy United, their intentions are exposed, but the extension of Kelly S is punished accordingly by Jin, and Fancy United pick up whatever gun he had. They move on away and look to re-engage elsewhere.
Oh, this could be hella problematic now for Oasis. That overextension from Kelly S, he thought that they got the value through the wall banks and everything, which they sort of did onto 2 players of Fancy, so you can see them already at that red level danger zone in HP. So Oasis here will have to play a lot more proactive. But this whole angle Sappy really threading the needle with that one. Almost gets his head clipped off. Got to back away. Now, again, Fancy trying to get a rile out of Oasis, pushing them, pulling them to go in onto a different part of the map for the moment.
And that they do. They have pulled the rotation towards A.
30 seconds
It's
left.
only Wild Oreo. The Walden holding the main angle. And with the Ares still providing the suppressing fire, the Mosh Pit is thrown though. The Wild Oreo is just trying to cover the cross, but the bullets don't actually get the connection as much as he would like. Still, you mentioned it a while ago, Asurai. Fancy United completely
Spike
peppered
planted.
in terms of HP. Smoke's gonna be gone. The Poison Cloud though will be the answer. I love how Fancy has given themselves a good chance into the round, but Savvy 8K, this is a bad timing for him. Shot though from Suka doesn't hit the way he'd like. It's already Oasis on the retake, 3v3. Fancy all across the sites. Oasis trying to find a way to flood on in, but Fancy United say no. They build a dam, and they're trying to make sure it doesn't burst that way. 1v1. Already good damage done by Fancy United. It would be even better if this is going to be an angle taken by Cruz, and that he does. Again, Fancy United play against those expectations, and they tie it up.
Jeez, Fancy. Calm down. My goodness, they are rushing, punishing every single bit of mistake that Oasis has kind of done for overcrowding the A side, not really, again, respecting that there is still time for Fancy to rotate around. Then you see them having so many angles to work with and getting separating Oasis, effectively cutting the defense's power to retake in half. Absolutely stellar performance here for Fancy. They got themselves a great thrifty round, and this breaks the economy immediately here of Oasis. Oasis got to play that safe game right here.
And this is a worry part here for Oasis, man. I'm concerned for Oasis if they felt the pressure from that second map. Do they crumble here? Or they're just one map away from winning the whole qualifier. Fancy United though, you can see they're so resilient right now. Beautiful decision making also for that cross towards the lane. But in any case, we move now to the next round. Kelly S trying to provide cover, but he only has a classic in hand. Here comes the snakebite throne. It's Dizzy now looking to clear the angles, and Jin even given a chance to step on top of the speedway properly just to secure the kill on Wild Oreo. So Plant goes down, Fancy with the advantage.
And now look at that.
Spike planted.
So much ground to cover here for Oasis as they slowly creep up. All of them stacked here on spawn. Very much aware that the flank could actually push through all the way from mid.
Turn out.
Fancy, you know what? They got the advantage. They can take their sweet time here. Fischio waiting for a little bit of a rile here. Destroys the turret immediately, so no noise given except for his.
There's no intel.
Yeah, Oasis probably just saving their lives so that they don't give away any ult charges. Xavi, again, a little bit too brash in that round.
Yeah, probably didn't get the memo, but he was just trying to find the exit near the tail end of everything else. Fancy United, though, the job is done. They get the round, yes, but look what's already in their arsenal now. The run it back is available. This is exactly what Fancy United has been trying to do. No matter what Agent Jin is playing, we saw it being funneled towards him in terms of ultimate orbs, right? Back in Lotus with the Rays. We're seeing it right now with the Phoenix, besides the entries he's been doing so far. And with that run it back, he will be a big threat moving forward.
100%. Even if they have, let's say, the KO Blade, as I was mentioning, which could be a problem for them, it shouldn't be anymore as soon as he activates it, because he can just run into the site. If there is a mistake, it's a run it back. He can always just reposition, then act again. The one thing that could make it or break it for Oasis here is Marky having the operator in his hands. That's the one thing that could turn the tides. We saw Savvy not have success last map. Are we going to see that happen this time for Marky?
Well, he's anchoring here over onto A. This is going to be the Prowler also looking for a point of contact, so no one close holding here for Oasis. Fancy United susses that out. And you see that smoke, I do believe there's a small gap that they can go for the plant near the tail end of it. So Fancy United, the proof is already there that they have been practicing this composition. It's something that really fits into their playstyle. They're waiting now for that spike before they begin the burst, splitting into A.
There it is. Kelly S much more akin for that A main, and he finally finds one. Marky, though, gets overwhelmed. Draxi still holding the side by himself. Has the smoke, denies him with the paranoia.
does get blinded, can reposition. Fisho's already here.
30 seconds
There's the
left.
contact, all hell breaks loose. Recon Dart gets a lot of value, but Fisho's not gonna get denied! And Fisho's so near! Is Ace already white? Give it to him, don't you? Yes, he does! Fisho! Oh yeah, we give you that villain. It's Fisho.
It's official. He is not just a mastermind. He is the sharpest shot right now to watch out for. And Fancy United, the plan looked to be in shambles after that initial contact from Kelly S. But who bails them out at the moment's notice? It's Fisho. 5 in a row for the round. He just finds everyone he can to go for the clear, and it's impressive to see here for Fancy United that despite losing Jin, they still always have someone to be that second gunner. It was provided by Fisho. See now, they're putting the pressure towards main. And Oasis, they're scrambling on the scraps that they have. They only have a little bit of money to work with, so the eco it is.
Man, and they haven't really gotten much eco rounds anymore. Just the Lotus ones, but Oasis at what it feels like at a standstill at this point. Fancy's just been playing around this particular team. Yes, I can. Wanting to get that pick already on mid. Spots out Marky. That opens up clearly the short angle. Smoke placed. Doesn't cover Arch, but it shouldn't matter just yet because now Draxy's by himself. He is getting separated with all of these smokes. And now look at this. Knocking on the doorway on a site. Going to be the rest of Fancy. Draxy gives himself some breathing space with the paranoia, but it's not enough.
Yeah, here comes Fancy United. They're already on site. Savvy 8K clocked immediately on the trade. And Cruz, he's just waiting here by mid. The lurk is effective. Wild Oreo is not going to see it coming. Another stellar round for Fancy United. It was them on the anti-eco, sure. But from what we saw so far, in terms of the push right, Fancy United, they just get in there. They give themselves a big chance by making their way towards the objective as quickly as possible in the safest manner. And Oasis, they're just getting caught out in that first contact point.
They're checking Oasis a lot here, and Oasis not really passing that that vibe check from Fancy. You saw again, they kind of coaxed, as you saw Marky, to keep holding that short angle, and he was so prepared to fight, but still losing to Yes I Can. So you're absolutely right. They're really forcing Oasis into these positions where Oasis might be forced to play that because they don't really know the positioning of Fancy here. And Fancy, I think they've kind of created a comp as well where, if you think about it, sure, it's great on a 5-man push, but on attack where you can split yourselves up, it's also pretty good because you got the double initiators, you got yourself multiple flash entryway, multiple ways of using your flash to entry up into a site, and it's really keeping Oasis on their toes, and they just can't find that that rhythm to stop it at their defense.
Yeah, it's a game of comfort zones, and Fancy United is the one overwhelming Oasis and their area of territory, right? From what I see so far, Oasis is just not as handled to deal with the Fancy United offense, where Fancy United, especially coming into scrims, this is a composition that they're ready to face off against. It's the standard on Ascent. They're looking also to see to cover that operator as much as possible. So mid gonna get smoked on out. So much utility again for Fancy United to work with. And Oasis respond with a knife to slow down the pace. So Wild Oreo ready with a dart. They already get the intel that B main has Fancy United presence. But beyond that, yet again, Oasis, they're gonna need to look for impact earlier on, and Marky is dipping into it. There is some though. He's gonna try, and Yes I Can. There's one. There's Suka tier 2. There's a lot of forces of Fancy United coming his way. And it has to be a quick shot from Marky before anything else. Oh, Fancy United, they know something's amiss. Because of the lack of presence, they're waiting for the pick to happen. And yes, I Can! How does he get away with it?
They could have just brawlered him. They could have just used the wingman even if they wanted to, but no. Now they got themselves a pick. They still haven't opened up the site. I did not know you can wall from that one. The Thrash is going to supplement that a lot more. And oh no. Oh, he is so trapped. Is he going to get hit by it? There's still time, and Wild Oreo's forcing them back, but he's down to 1 bullet. No more chances. And that's going to be that.
Yeah, the goop is a problem, and Fancy United are just tearing apart Oasis Gaming by overwhelming them with the pressure from the run it back. It starts off the fight gives an avenue of approach for the rest of Fancy United to play into Speedway. And now with the Poison Cloud also blockading any angle from Oasis from the CT side. What can Savvy even really do here? Sets up the turret. There is a smoke to cover the cross, but they don't actually go for it. Oasis will seed the round. Fancy United, they're off to another incredible start, and it's overwhelming Oasis Gaming, who is completely unaware of how to handle this right now.
It's scary to think that again. Oh
Player
no!
standing.
No.
Oh my God!
No,
Draxi
no.
not even given a chance to save himself to react
No
to the
escape.
curveball.
Savvy. Oh, that window breaks. He's still fine. Anyway, from what we've seen, right? Fancy United. It's a scary composition to deal with the Phoenix on Haven, but that's like Oasis feeling comfy on the map. You move over to Ascent, where it's not as comfy for Oasis, that they play a very standard game of Valorant here in this map alone, and Fancy United is just running around and finding all the right moments to play with, and the utility setup, it really shows expertise.
Fancy United in this tournament, man, or this last day of ours, birthed through contact. Oh, that Siege is gonna put a dent into the HP of Marky, and he pays the price. They're really committing to this fight already, even throwing out the Hunter's Fury. Waldorio cannot find a tag, no refrag whatsoever, and such big resources put just to try to get something for nothing.
Yeah, all for naught here for Oasis Gaming. They put in the 100, they effectively get 0, and the snake bite now making Draxi's life harder. He's forced to just push. Fisho will catch him in the act. The shock starts there though from Waldorio. Scary bounce there near the tail end, but effectively, this is just white noise being made by Fancy United. That spike is going towards B. Fisho's been left behind, yes again, already anticipating the rotation. And now 1v1, Suka wins it. A flawless win for Fancy, who are just overwhelming Oasis at this point.
Incredible stuff right now from Fancy United. None could be the wiser. And again, look at just how much ultimates they have spread out. They still have that Nightfall from Suka. There is some really terrific lineups that they have. You saw that wall from Jin a couple of rounds ago to kind of clear-cut, separate Waldorio from his team. They could effectively do that once more. A couple of pop shots here from Waldorio, frantically holding that B main angle. But they're not there. Marky even presses his positioning all the way through spawn. Is he going to find something? Not at least for now.
He's pressing his luck here, Asurai. It's so dangerous for Oasis Gaming, and that's why you have Kelly-S watching out for top mid. Here comes the shot, though, but yes, I can cover, and Jin immediately finding Kelly-S. It seems like it's the dice rolling in favor of Fancy United. Instead, 2 down on the Oasis front already. Fancy, they just got everything working out for them. Even the Gecko utility thrown in mid just for good measure, and this A site is ripe for the taking for Fancy U.
Yes, I can is just... What an... He just is so cautious. He jiggles it, man. Every single position.
He's so good. He's so
He's
good
so
at beating
good.
the op. Like, he doesn't even need to get the kill, but just the way that he baits out the shot, sometimes even if his shoulder is out, he still gets the shot faster than the operator. It's crazy how Fancy United is looking so good right now, where they struggled immensely yesterday versus Oasis. Now, this is the true Fancy United that we expected.
Absolutely. And, I mean, it's not like Oasis are making bad decisions, right? With how they've been kind of pushing or reacting to Fancy United here. It's just Fancy United in a spot
Player standing.
where everybody is just holding.
How did they even know? How did they figure that out so quickly? Fancy United. They have the blueprints here of Ascent. They know exactly where to go, what to do. And as of right now, the score line shows it. 7-1. 4 ultimates available, especially at Run It Back. We've barely seen Oasis have a good chance to use that lockdown for a retake.
And now, again, for like the umpteenth time, Oasis forced into very arduous economic state. Marky's just the only one with a rifle because at least he can afford to go for the blades into the next one. But this is, again, such a departure from what we've seen here from Oasis. Fancy already so locked and loaded. You see how confident they are playing inside the smokes of their own opponents, wanting to coax Oasis to play the more aggressive game. But Oasis, as they kind of recede back more and more into their own side of the spawn, this is where it gets a little bit tricky. Draxi TP's away. Are they going to push this or what?
Makes it so Fisho. Does he check in in time? Gets away. Never mind, Draxi. At least the bait was set. Oasis Gaming, there's the first. Can they get more from it as Fancy United are in pursuit? No escape. Wild Oreo, no way to get the hell out. Run it back now, used by Jin. He's low HP anyway, that's why he wants to use it right here, right now. And Draxi with from the shadows to get in position now to fight back towards B. Cruz though with it clear. Kelly S makes a stinger count. It's 3v3 now as Fancy have to deal with the potential lockdown. Nightfall though the answer. Fancy United, do they force the issue? Seems like the answer is no, Asurai. Staying in safer corners. Oasis can't even capitalize on it. Yes, I can, Jinsuka. A round of applause for everyone of Fancy United as they were ready at the right time.
That was so dirty. So here's a couple of things just to kind of break down what happened in that one. Savvy, yeah, he used the lockdown. It doesn't reach the back of the site, so it's not really gonna force Fancy in a precarious spot. The only thing that it does is it separates the players on the site to the one on B main. But you still see Oasis trying to press their advantage on the players on the site. Then Suka throws out his Nightfall. It spots out, lines up where the three players are, two on the spawn, one on nearby the switch, and Suka just says, tap this, tap this, tap this. I'm pinging it, you just get the kill. It's easy for you, which they do.
Okay, Fisho, he starts things off strong. Draxi, though, showing the rifles are out here for Oasis, so a trade now. Make it 4v4 at the very least. We've seen, though, for Fancy United, a big confidence point of contesting main in those kind of situations is the fact they have both the Fade as well as the Phoenix. Prowlers, curveballs, everything they have here, if you've noticed, so strong in closer quarters. And it's such a big risk for Oasis to actually tuck themselves away in committed corners because of what Fancy has in their back pockets.
Savvy's. Oh. They just have to play risk right now, right? There's no point in just playing passive. They want to just double up, use the firepower that they have. And that's going to be one for the Bucks. Valoria picks one up, and that's all going to be left on Suka. No spike in hand. So even if he can find something, he still has to pick it up and go
30 seconds
onto
left.
a site and plant. But you can already see the triple stack from Oasis here. It's going to be a done and dusted round, and a much important one for Oasis as they've been struggling.
Did you see those corpses? Why were they so perfectly lined up?
I didn't notice, actually.
In any case, exactly right, Asurai. You mentioned it while it was happening.
Left.
You get triple returns from Wild Oreo. They win the contact play, but it doesn't alleviate the rest of what's happening in the half so far. Fancy United, when they get the execute, it goes good, it goes great. Oasis have to rely on heroics yet again, and it's a beautiful call to go for the double up towards B main. They catch out Fancy United as soon as possible, but how many times can Oasis get away with that? Because the scoreline is getting away from them.
And it's not just that, it's also the fact that Fancy has so much util to either clear or punish those types of plays. So even though you say, that's great, Oasis can keep doing this, they still have to be aware of the curveball, the prowler, all of that stuff can go horribly wrong here for Oasis. So the risk to reward, the risk is high, the reward's also high. But again, the punish play for this team is so good. It's exactly this.
Exactly. Oh, Savvy though. That's a big win towards Jin. Fisho now eventually with the clear, but eventually Savvy 8K overrun. It's a problem that Oasis Gaming have to deal with. Fancy United and making their way towards B. They use the Gecko utility to clear out as many angles as possible. They realize Valdor is still there into the boathouse, but here comes the flash. Fancy though still wins the trade anyway. 3v2. Kelly S equalizes, but the Thrash now is in pursuit. Doesn't find anyone nearby. Eventually, Marky busts through the doorway, and here comes trouble, and thy name is Fisho. Fisho advancing, the timing though from Marky to recheck the angle and make it a 1v1. It all boils down to this. Marky versus Yes I Can. Dash is primed, but it will fade away. Yes I Can. He might have the element of surprise here. Has the corner check. He's waiting for Marky to cross. Marky doesn't see it coming. Oh, the reaction from Marky with 33 HP. It's a heartbreaker for Yes I Can. And Oasis barely get this round.
God, it's a whale of a whiff there from Yes I Can. He had the right idea. Marky wasn't even aware up until, right?
Last round before
What
the
a
switch.
round to start for Fancy, but what a round to be punished by Marky. And again, these bits, man, these tiny bits to give Oasis that round. They sorely need this, because these are rounds that even though they're winning, it doesn't feel it's as decisive or as deciding as the ones we've seen on compared to the first map.
Yeah, the word is convincing, and it's not happening for Oasis, right? Instead, it is hard fought. It boils down to a moment of a 1v1. And while they're trying to go for the road to recovery, it's the last round on the defense. Fancy United, they still have the Viper Spit available. And if Fisho gets onto a site, Oasis are going to be in trouble.
Still haven't really committed to anything just yet. Liking the position right now for Marky just to, again, make them guess. They shouldn't think that he's going to be there. And of course, a well-timed Prowler is always going to catch him off guard, and there it is. Goes up above. What do you think so? Fisho, though. Oh, no! Draxi gets caught somehow by Suka elsewhere inside the same site.
That's what Fancy United has been doing throughout this game. They're so good at pressuring one target, making Oasis think that the second player has a good chance to go for the trade as soon as possible. But instead, the second player is the one who falls, the one who provides that covering fire. In Oasis Gaming, either way, they lose a member early on. Prowler now going to play. There's the Hansu. The flash, though, courtesy of Kelly S. It's still read by Yes I Can. And through the flames, Fancy United want to thrive onto the site. And I love the call. They kept the wingman because they knew the Hunter's Fury was available. It's 5v2, and Fancy set themselves up for success.
Even more now that they have themselves that Viper Pit for this last round. Recon Dart not going to really spot anything. While Oreo now going to literally go through the Flores lava while Savvy is making a lot of the noise. Jumps down immediately. Gets spotted by Jin. Savvy still has his work cut out for him. So many angles. And hasn't cleared a single one. Now he does, but time is slowly ticking down. Paranoia is prepared by Cruz here. And if he taps the spike, you know he's going to be blinded straight for it.
Exactly. And there you go. Paranoia's into play.
Oh!
Savvy 8k with 3, yes! But it's not enough. Not enough cover. Not enough time. And Fancy United, they take a 9-3 half to begin, or rather to end that first half.
Now, how is it going to work out with this defending side for them when it doesn't feel like there's a lot of moving parts that could actually work to slow down Oasis as they push in? That being said, though, Fancy's never really been conventional, have they? They always like to go for those aggressive takes, which I think this comp really tends to shine on.
Just overall, Fancy United, you have to be impressed by them. They are playing at a different level today. The way that they beat and boom, the way that they have the scoreline right now in their favor, the innovation, which has always been key to their success, the comfort for their players to be on the best agents that they feel that they can play. They make it work, and from what we saw on the offense, it was Oasis Gaming who struggled to find that understanding. It's a long road for Oasis. It's still doable, though, if they can get this pistol, especially with Fancy. Other plans right now, they're trying to protest towards mid. It's 3 of them putting the pressure on, and while the suppress is there on Jin, they know that Cubby has the target. Oasis will rotate away.
Okay. Oasis now just marching themselves on B. Knows that they can go for this full contact. The only thing that they're really going to have to be worried about is maybe that one smoke. Snakebite is a possibility, but Fisho's not fast for this. Actually, he spots it out immediately. Still, Marky gets through. Smokes blots out Fisho, so now they can start pushing in. They can wait for a little bit of that players from Fancy are here. But it seems like they do have access to the B side as well as the plant.
Yeah, plant goes down. Paranoia though. Timing's good. Fancy United try to go for the disengage, but Marky finds Cruz along the way. Because of that, Oasis have a small advantage to work with. Fancy though, having control of the hut. They go for the curveball play into main, just wanting to clear. They don't expect a Wild Oreo nearby, and Oasis Gaming, they take a much needed pistol to begin the second half.
This is what happens when Fancy plays slow on their defense. Can't really stop the onslaught that Oasis does have, especially when, again, you have Marky that can just dash into that site, especially on B. You can immediately get that coverage on Switch, not only close the door, but also start clearing up the site with your entry fragging. So this is an important time to swing the tempo for Oasis if they can. Immediately buys into these rifles. And for Fancy, it's just going to be a straight up classic. They want as much utility if possible on their pistol or on their buy.
Well, I think for Fancy United, this is the concern we had yesterday on Haven. Same concern right now. Coming into the defense, what is their staying power? They're running double control. They have the Gecko as well as the Fade. And how do they stay onto the site? Because Oasis, they're happy to stroll on in. So A site's already taken. Fancy United, they're going to have to rely on their retake prowess just to make these rounds work in their favor. And of course, the gun disparity is a bit of a problem. Oasis Gaming sticking around still towards Hell. No one on the flank. Instead, it's going to be a burst from the doorway. It cracks on open. Hot Hands also to clear the corner. There's the one-way setup too. So at least Fancy are doing everything they can to give them a chance. Problem is Oasis, the angles are better. It might actually be Fancy calling for the exits instead. The Oasis evacuate towards A main. Beautiful sees though. Fancy gets two. A nice lob. Here comes the push. They line up for Draxing Wild Oreo. And Oasis Gaming at least survive with 3 other members to spare. 5-9 now.
That was just dirty. You immediately knew what Fancy was, what was going on in the heads of Fancy just to stop that exit from Oasis here. It does make it a tad bit expensive. So the Oasis pick up the round. They will have a bonus, but not the strongest of bonus that they're kind of hoping for, as they weren't able to save all of the weapons. Cruz. Ooh, where is this TP going? He's setting something up, but could get punished by Kelly S as you see him playing there on top mid.
Yeah, Oasis on a bonus now, and it's going to be the full send push that we've seen Fancy United use as a signature. The flash connects, but Jin is the one who first falls. Cruz instead takes advantage of the chaos. Suka as well, and Fancy United, they're beating back Oasis. They send them back to spawn. They were just right there anyway. And 4 for Cruz to give the 5-round gap in favor of Fancy.
Man, imagine if Kelly S actually stayed on top mid there. I knew that, again, the Nizzy was being thrown, or the Dizzy, excuse me, was being thrown. Not Nizzy, he's not in the team anymore. Which could actually have hurt him, but he could have held that cross for his teammates and stopped them from pinching in, both from mid as well as B main. In any case, what a pinch play from Fancy. Again, I mentioned how Fancy would love to find these angles where they can make it happen. Even without the jet, it's still possible. They still have that strategy, and they're doing it once again.
Here we go again. Asurai McKellias now taking part of the front line. Wild Oreo covering across 2, and Oasis Gaming, they're just gonna hold W. It's done. 2 rounds done in a blink of an eye. 6-10 now as Oasis fight back.
Just be patient. Wait a little bit, and you can react to the setup of Fancy United. Absolutely gorgeous response from Oasis. They did not need to push that hard when Fancy is already pressing up right against their face. And that will pose a problem for Fancy right now. Their economy's not looking too hot here. And they might still try to do something on mid. As you can see, both of the initiators for Fancy now setting up for maybe just a hold.
Yeah, I don't think it's gonna work a 3rd time either for Fancy United. So they do hang on back. Fisho is the one who actually stole the most here for the squad with the snake bites. He has him back on the way, expecting the dash into the doorway. He loves that try and get the advantage in the duel, but he's fended off. There's the intel though, and Fisho through the smoke delivers on the kill. Yes, I can. Also getting on board, and what a setup courtesy of Suka. Now they're just hounding the members of Oasis Gaming. It's 4v2 as the spike is planted. Savvy 8K, a lot of work right in front of him. It's gonna barrel down to the pressure. It's too much to handle. And with everything left, all to Draxi. What else can he do? Makes the TP to try and play a bit of mind games. The Moshpit though,
my God.
chipping at the damage. And Yes I Can has already gone for the tap. Here comes the rest of Fancy United. It's a swarm waiting for him, and Draxi, he needs to swing. He gets two, but it's not enough. Fancy United, the overwhelming approach on the retake. Again, another signature play from them.
This is the problem that, again, Oasis will have to try to deal with, is if you combo both of the Initiator's abilities on time, when you throw out the Dizzy plus the Haunt, you'd have to choose which one to shoot at, because if you hit the Haunt, that flashes everybody because of the Dizzy. If you shoot the Dizzy, everyone gets flashed by the Haunt, and to kind of add to that, it wouldn't be easier to just shoot both. There is an angle for Suka here to throw the Haunt at a position where no one's going to be prepared for it, and that makes it difficult. He just running down on BJ though.
And Oasis, speaking of running in with Marky, Fisho now suppressed, but Fancy United, can they fight Marky in time? The answer is yes. Yet again, the line is strong. Fancy United keeping Oasis by the border. Savvy 8K, this can be good for him. Never mind the double up as the smoke dissipates. Fancy United can keep doing this, Asurai. They have the lead. They will be put on series points soon. And it isn't sustainable for Oasis to try and keep clashing against Fancy U.
100%, man. I mean, again, they thought that they could disable a couple of that utility, but it just does not work. Kelly S should have heard the placement here for the players of Fancy. He has the spike, but no HP at all to maybe even try to go for the clutch. He just has to hold on to this weapon of his. I mean, they have the loss bonus, so maybe a plant actually wouldn't be too bad. But other than that, it's just the only options he can go for. No big possibility, even clutching the round, to be honest.
And 25 seconds left. Oasis probably using this time just to reassess what's going on. Fancy United, they've done such an exemplary job making these compositions fit in their favor. It's comfort with many of them.
10
it's
seconds
innovation left when you look at the map. But overall, Fancy United, their playstyle is so distinct that it gives them another round because of it. Who needs to defend when you can just aggress? Fancy United, can they even find Kelly? Oh no.
Match point.
That's even worse now for Oasis.
Yeah, and they do have that loss bonus, so they have some sort of buy, but it just is so different. Oh man, what's the strategy here for Oasis? Everything that they've tried to throw at Fancy's just gonna turn it around on their heads. Curveball it.
Curveball is the right word. It's been the signal of victory for Jin and the rest. You want to win? You have to beat them in contact points. But look at Fancy United go. They're putting the pressure onto B main. The scramble from Oasis to move to Marseille, and Jin! I can't believe it. I cannot and will not, as Oasis will try to bring it back to reality. They do get two pickups, but Suga's gonna be around. Walder jump peeks, realizes there's someone nearby, and Wild Oreo gets one more of his own. Draxi finds Fishu at least. Everything is left to Jin, but if he can make miracle shots like that before, maybe he can do so again.
He's got his work cut out for him, though. That's like so many angles. Look at how far spread Oasis are, especially the utility that they had. What is Jin doing here? Just gonna place himself on spawn, maybe? Just wait for him to exit out towards him, and again, play to fight for another round. It's probably it, yeah.
They can afford it. They Fancy has all the money, I believe, from what we've seen so far. Also, Oasis is the one who went for the force buy. And for them, it's such a breath of relief that they find those two, even while they lost one of their own against that run it back. It's a good call though. If they expect to push towards B main, they need to find the rotation X path as soon as possible. And it gives them a round to work with. It gives them still a life here in this tournament.
But man, all of the things that Oasis have kind of gotten in terms of the rounds in the second half have been, Fancy made a mistake. Or rather, we stopped, or we did not face Fancy at this initial bout, so we go the other direction. Right? It doesn't feel like there's a lot of strong vice grip right now for Oasis. Again, it is a viable strategy for them, but how far can it go when Fancy is getting so much map control at this point?
It kind of begs the question, right? When will Fancy United actually hit them at the right place and at the right time? Because Oasis Gaming, they got away with it this time, but they still need to do it again 5 more times in a row. And there can be a round where Fancy United plays for a pick at the start, reels it back, and with the advantage, they go for the retake. That's always going to be in the back of the minds of Oasis right now. The job isn't done if they get that spike planted. It is just a different chapter that they have to deal with. And if they want to have a next chapter in this map, they need to win this round.
It's all or nothing right now for Oasis here. There still is such a great economy here for Fancy United, plus the ultimates also the back of their heads. They can play this slower if they wanted to be honest. They got the Thrash for a retake, they got the Wingman as well. You can see a slower pace right now for Fancy, and just a slight mid-hold for the moment.
There.
Exactly that. That's a big reason why they're playing it slow right now. They have 4 ultimates available for a potential retake. And moving forward, Oasis Gaming is playing a bit fearful. It's more safe positions, playing into top mid. The exit from spawn itself, Sukado. He makes a bit of noise towards mid. The darts there. Shock Dart also flies by with Fancy United. Trying to prevent immediate contact on the top mid angle. They're watching toward links though. It's Jin, the one to watch out for. An absolute menace all throughout these series. He's been incredible on the Phoenix. But Marky will get him at the very least. Marky backing on away. Oasis Gaming get a pick, but is it enough to work with?
40 seconds though, that's plenty of time. That's a bit of safety. Immediately uses this Viper Pit on B main.
It's a
That's gonna coax them to go for A though. There's the Nightfall immediately.
And this will get the mark over onto those coming from Covey. The Owl Drones there into play too, and Fancy United, they have 3 stacked up ready to fight. Kelly Esto catches out Krusuka with 2 of his own, but that's all he gets. And everything now left to the hands of Fisho. But Oasis Gaming, they put themselves in a good spot, trying to win a round. It's 3v1.
Fisho's gonna have to play so far back for the moment.
Oh, he's saving because their money isn't the best now.
Yep. That's the reset that Oasis were looking for. If there's anything that can mount them that comeback, this is it. Able to isolate the fight, and again, realizing how aggressive Fancy United is, they pace themselves to be at least 1 step closer, or 1 step faster, right? They don't wait for the visual contact anymore. Once they see the utility, they know their set angles that Fancy likes to pinch from. They just tap shots, and that's how they got Jin.
Well, at least they're gonna get around. And you have to think about this, Asurai. How heartbreaking will it be for Oasis to get denied going to Thailand yet again when they were already so close, right?
Yeah.
They were our only invited team that wasn't an Ascension rep because it was NAOS. Now, they're 1 map away from making it there. They're 4 rounds from tying things up. But Fancy United is a step ahead. They have an advantage with the guns they have right now, with the full armor especially. But Fancy, they're ready to send it again. And if it doesn't pan out for Oasis, all their dreams crumble right here, right now.
Where are they sending it though? It's the same pinch that we've seen here on B. You immediately see the positioning and the exit out from Oasis.
You should know the script right now, my friend. The 2-2-1, it will converge into a 4-1. It's always Fisho, if you notice, trying to go for the stall, and Oasis, they know the play by now, albeit they have to be careful. They're backing on away, moving back to spawn. From the shadows, also from Draxi to make his way into B, so he's already ahead of everyone else. I'm scared though for this mid cross. You got Jin, you got his teammate Suka, and Oasis. They're making a lot of noise right now, but the setup towards B is a go.
They hear it already, so that's going to coax the rotation from the rest. They should know that Draxi probably did go on the back of the B site just to clear up the site itself. Yeah, that door closing, that switch closing in. It could have been something for both of the teams. Suka coming in for the corner right now. It's going to be dangerous because he only has the Bulldog, and it will be for him. Now they know that it's going to be a bit of a split. They can at least isolate. Jin gonna get wall bang. Nobody breaks the recon dart. And Oasis clearing up. You thought you could push us. We go the opposite direction. And it's only down the SIK.
Yeah, just move to A, move back to B, use the TP to get the intel early. And Oasis Gaming, they're raiding Fancy United now. They're prepped for the push. And they play it well. 3 rounds in a row here for Oasis. They're also building up that lockdown very soon, plus the null command. And this is going to be interesting, Asurai. Who gets the orb towards A main here for Oasis if they can get control of that part of the map? Well, Fancy, just go for it. They're on a half-buy with some of them hero rifle for Jin, actually. Sheriffs, too. So there's still some killing power in the clutches of Fancy United right now.
Absolutely. Hopefully we can see that happen for Fancy as they have lost control. Try to go straight for that mid contact, and no, they got 2 already. Drax is fully blind. He can't get back into cover, and the what round that happened for Fancy United. They got the weaker weapons. They just walked up on short.
What you gonna do when Fancy comes for you? I told you it was inevitable. I told you it was gonna work out for them. They will get the right call at the right time, and they are our lone SEA representatives to Bangkok, Thailand, to the main event of Clash of Nations. Congratulations to Fancy United. What a way to win, though. Very impressive third map also. And what else can we say? I was just honestly flabbergasted by the approach of Fancy United. And they did so good to win out the series.
100%. They conditioned, as you saw, Oasis was just conditioned to deny Fancy that mid push. So they either play on B main or on top mid, and then Fancy's like, you know what, they've been doing this for a lot of times. Let's just try to again mix it up just a little bit. We can get that contact, and I'm super confident with my my shots that I'm gonna be able to hit it. And that probably was just going on the heads of Yes I Can as well as Jin. Starts creeping up on top mid, and again, as you guys saw, the rest was history. Incredible round for Fancy, and did not expect it to end in that particular fashion.
Yeah, it's a statement win because it was more so the confidence of Fancy United to keep on going for it. And while we get the stats, you can see it here. It was a team effort. 18 for Jin, yes. You have Fisher also with 17. But overall, everyone was fragging out on that Fancy United side. I just want to say this though, Asurai. If you saw those last few rounds, if you notice what guns Fancy United was buying, they kept trying to go for it. They kept trying to have something that can kill Oasis at a range that they know they can get away with, especially on the mid-courtyard contest. And in the most, I'd say, lesser buy situation that they had there, that's when they make it work.
And it again is just a result of how well they have put the fear, I guess, or the wariness up against Oasis. They have been doing this one thing for so long for the past couple of rounds that Oasis, okay, it looks like they've adjusted to it, but then no. There's still so many tricks up of the sleeve of Fancy here that you can't really just rest on your laurels and play it safe or play it to counter that. You have to be aware of the ever-moving cogs that is the brains of the players here from the Fancy team, because they're insane with how they set these things up.
Yeah, and they may not be representing Vietnam in another off-season tournament, but they are representing SEA to the Clash of Nations main event. They are going to be the only non-Thai team playing in the main events, and with the scoreline going in their favor with a 2-1 standing, they absolutely deserve it. 30-10 though, first map going in favor of Oasis Gaming. Lotus their map pick, really showing that this is their favorite map right now. But on the other side, Fancy United weather the oncoming storm of the clutch from Oasis Gaming. That big moment from Fishio to give them that victory with the Guardian of all things, 13-11. And here on Ascent, dictating the pace on the first half, using that buffer to just go for it into the second. It was Fancy United taking that victory.
What an incredible grand finals we have just witnessed. From a hard-fought map 1, and you basically just summarized it already. I cannot believe that Fancy got all this way. They were the team that was that was dragged down to the lower bracket. They had to play 2 series in a day with just like half an hour break, and they stood tall. What an incredible test of strength, of perseverance, of stamina, of ingenuity here for Fancy, and they brought up big. What an incredible spot for them, and they definitely deserve this slot going in to the main event.
Yeah, 5 maps just today, and Fancy United say that's all okay. We can handle it. I don't know who to give the MVP though for Fancy United if you think about it, right? One person immediately coming to my mind has to be Jin. That shot towards Spawn, you can't forget it. His pacemaking with the Phoenix too in that map, absolutely sublime, just to make that space for Fancy United to work with. And it really feels like that's why they're feeding him the orbs as soon as possible, because so much is made by Jin to benefit Fancy United that you cannot remove. I feel like you cannot remove Jin from this team right now, because he is the heart of the operation from how everyone else operates after the fact of his entry.
Yeah, if they, again, they're only able to do this because of how quick and clean Jin's decision making and aim has really helped out Fancy United here. So unfortunately, we won't be able to talk with Fancy right now, guys. I think they're just celebrating on their own. Of course, preparing themselves to go to Thailand for that main event. And just, I guess, quick closing words before we start ending things up. We still have the Thai broadcast or the Thai qualifiers that will be happening tomorrow, as you mentioned. And of course, that is all going to be leading to the Final 4 that will be at the main event, where our one invited Thai team there, Talent Esports, will be waiting. In any case, guys, this has been the Southeast Asia qualifiers for Clash of Nations. It's been a pleasure being your caster here. Again, my name is Asurai. With me now is Daks. That's it for tonight, guys. Have a good one, and we'll see you on the next one.
You love it, you wear it.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Motivated, I'm focused. Came a long way from the lowest. Yeah, gotta get it, the mindset, gotta put it in motion. This is the moment, gotta one up my opponent. Back then they ain't noticed me, now they know it's me. I'm the chosen. It's my time, yeah, I put that on Bible. No excuses, gotta get to the final. Take all of my idols and turn them to rivals. It's all or nothing, man, the trophy is vital. Game time, bet I'm coming in clutch. No hang time, man, they can't keep up. The game's on the line, seconds on the time. Who can't fight? It's gotta be us.
Better under pressure, go ahead and let it fall on me. I'm destined for it all, you better call on me. They say what doesn't kill you make you stronger. All that pain, it done made me to a monster. They say what doesn't kill you make you stronger. All that pain, it done made me to a monster.
Yeah, whole lot of times they doubted I wouldn't be who I am without it. Sleepless last nights I counted. It all paid off, it's really astounding. I had to keep the faith to elevate. Hope for better days, they were coming. Now we can celebrate, knowing every day is abundant. Yeah, it's my time, yeah, I put that on Bible. No excuses, gotta get to the final. Take all of my